Heavy footsteps pounded as a man dragged a blood-soaked spear forward, causing the people ahead to recoil in horror and whisper among themselves. Some trembled, saying he wasn't human but a real demon, the legendary Spear King approaching this place. The commander hurriedly shouted that there was only one enemy and told everyone not to be afraid. Then pointed his sword forward and ordered the soldiers. He loudly declared that if they could kill that one man they would win, and urged all the troops to charge together. In the next instant, the Spear King vaulted into the air, causing the charging spears to collide in a flash. The commander gasped in terror, and before he could understand what was happening, disaster struck. The legendary Spear King flew straight up and drove a spear through his head right before all the soldiers under his command. The remaining soldiers tried to resist in despair. Some screamed wildly that they would risk their lives to fight him to the end. They all lunged forward, throwing their full strength at Shuji, but to him, all those attacks were merely instincts honed by daily training. Dodging and countering felt so effortless that all their efforts became meaningless. After all, he had killed so many people. Just a gust from his hand had taken countless lives on the battlefield. In the end, the one once called trash met his end on the battlefield. And perhaps that was the best death in his miserable life. But was that the fault of fate, or the arrangement of life after death? Thus a new life of destiny was reborn. The one who was reborn was Shuji, so the man once seen as garbage and mocked by everyone returned to the past. In some forest beneath a large tree, a youth sat resting, his eyes suspiciously surveying his own body. He wondered whether he had been reincarnated as a child, then suddenly looked up and saw a small mirror lying on the ground not far away. He stepped closer, bent down to check his face in the mirror, and realized he had been reborn as a youth. If so, this was likely the time he was still running errands for the escort bureau. No sooner had that thought formed than harsh curses erupted from behind him, startling him, accompanied by fierce sounds of slaughter. The clash of weapons and continuous oaths filled the air. Someone shouted that the cargo must be protected at all costs and not a single item could be lost. The two sides fighting were the Mountain Bandits and the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau. Shuji watched the scene with a touch of awe. He hadn't expected that right after being reborn he'd step onto a battlefield again. Just then someone approached from behind him, and the small mirror on the ground was trampled underfoot by the enemy. The man wore a fierce expression, holding a spear, and asked coldly, "What is a brat like him doing here?" adding that he didn't look like an escort but only a lowly errand boy. Shuji calmly turned to observe the man and silently analyzed him, recognizing him as a mountain bandit, a forest brigand who ambushes, robs, and kills. However, he also noticed the man's trembling eyes and slightly stiff body, indicating most of them were merely amateur and ordinary. The bandit grew angry that Shuji only stood and said nothing, shouting that it didn't matter if he was an errand boy or an escort, anyone from the escort bureau must die. No sooner had he finished speaking than he thrust his spear straight at Shuji's neck. Contrary to the attacker's expectation, Shuji remained frighteningly calm, thinking to himself that the move was too predictable. Somehow he seized the long spear from the man's hand, then used very fast footwork to counterattack. From start to finish, the mountain bandit had no time to react as a spear drove through his chest, his entrails splattering everywhere. As he died, he still couldn't believe what had happened, only managing to blurt out, "Damn it, is that bastard kidding me?" Shuji stood there, murderous intent unhidden, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though he no longer had glorious feats to show, his martial skill remained intact, and that alone was enough. Once despised by others, even accused of using forbidden techniques, he now had no other choice. Shuji turned and walked away, unaware that another bandit was still hiding behind a tree, waiting for the right moment. He was still lost in thoughts about truly returning to the past when a sudden sound behind him made him startle. The man with the bow began his attack, shouting for him to die, "You piece of trash." An arrow shot straight at Shuji's head, cutting off a handful of his hair before flying past. Seeing this, the archer thought he'd succeeded. His face showed smug delight as he laughed, proclaiming the brat deserved it and that he'd survive this time. But life is never that dreamy. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shuji drove his spear straight through the bandit who had attacked him. His expression remained fierce without a single wound from the earlier ambush. He said coldly that he'd anticipated an ambush, he just hadn't expected them to be this weak. He continued that failing to confirm an enemy's death on the battlefield is tantamount to suicide. As soon as he finished, Shuji thrust another spear through the archer's chest, fresh blood spraying like rain. The two bandits were skewered on the spear and slung over his shoulder as if they weighed nothing. Shuji felt it again, the spear in his hand regaining its familiar weight, a sensation that brought back memories of his days at the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau. Fresh blood splattered across the ground, causing fighters from both sides nearby to stop, their faces drained of color. Some whispered in panic, asking what the hell was happening to that man. Others trembled, pointing and saying, "Look at him." Shuji showed no fear, carrying the two bodies skewered on his spear as he strolled through the crowd. No one dared block his way, everyone hurriedly stepped aside. But very quickly someone stepped forward to speak. The man loudly demanded to know what was happening, claiming to be the leader of the mountain bandits. He was a big, burly fellow with a large axe slung over his shoulder, radiating menace. Shuji looked up at him without a trace of fear, even smiling slightly and saying, "This is what you've been waiting for." The leader laughed and vowed to wipe that smile from his face. Saying that, he hurled his axe straight at Shuji to attack. Shuji showed no panic, simply slipping lightly to one side to avoid it. The leader's face contorted as he shouted that Shuji dodged like a rat. But then panic flashed across his eyes as he realized the two bodies skewered on the spear had been brought right up in front of him. At the same time, Shuji's voice rang out, complimenting the leader's strength as not bad, but that's all there is to it. The leader froze in place, took one of Shuji's strikes, and his body immediately gushed blood, then was cleaved in two. Shuji glared at him, letting blood spatter his face, snorted coldly, and said, "Let me show you what a real attack looks like." The crowd around him had completely lost the will to fight. Some panicked and fell to the ground, trembling and screaming that he was a monster and begging them not to come near. Shuji regained his composure, cleared his throat softly, then looked down at the spear in his hand, puzzled why it suddenly felt so light. Immediately after, he drove the spear into the big man's throat, finishing him completely. Satisfied by the bandits' stunned and terrified faces, Shuji whispered, "That's better." Terrified screams rang out one after another as Shuji stood there with three bodies skewered on his shoulder, sending the bandits into a panic. They fled, some shouting, "Run, he's a monster." And so, when blood met demon on the battlefield, the mountain bandits were utterly routed. Time seemed to rewind 10 years on this very mountain. The spear demon had returned. Shuji smiled, a grin full of delight, thinking to himself that this feeling was truly wonderful. Night was falling in a forest where the fierce battle showed no sign of ending. Someone shouted that no one was to be allowed to escape. He mentioned that Shuji was here too, every inch of him radiating killing intent as he stood in the middle of the battlefield. The escort bureau men hacked and killed like mad, shouting that the wind had turned in their favor and the bandits must not be left alive. The bandits, refusing to be weaker, counterattacked desperately. The escort who had shouted was knocked flying by a bandit. At that moment, another man burst through the chaos, fighting alone with tremendous bravery, shouting as he struck that the arrogant bounty hunters had no idea whom they were killing. He snarled and dared them to try if they thought they could handle him. Shuji glanced at him and pondered. At once the restless spirits around him spoke up to clear his doubt, saying this man was their former boss and pleading that Shuji take him back into their ranks. Shuji snapped awake and asked coldly, "So this fellow is your leader? He is indeed stronger than the shrimp and prawns from before." The spirits continued to urge him, saying the big brother was very strong and begging Shuji to accept him once more. Shuji nodded, promising to grant their wish and to have that man absorbed. A sinister smile slowly spread at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the bandit kept fighting madly, cutting and killing, completely unaware of what was about to befall him. Amid the fighting, he heard someone call his name and angrily shouted back, asking who dared call him by name. Before he finished speaking, Shuji struck him with a spear, sending him flying. The bandit, knocked away and furious, shouted, demanding to know who Shuji really was. But faced with the cold, killing aura and the gruesome sight before him, his aggression quickly gave way to utter terror. He stared at the scene, the question repeating in his mind, who the hell is this madman? How can he hang someone on a spear like that? His face grew paler and paler as he watched his comrades die horribly, screaming and flailing in despair. Amid that scene, Shuji's icy voice rang out, asking why only he was left alive and calling him over. Shuji showed no emotion, his gaze as cold as if looking at a dead man. The young mountain bandit was frightened into tears, completely losing the will to fight, trembling as he asked if Shuji was a demon. The voice calling his name continued, coaxing him toward death. His desperate cries for help echoed across the battlefield, but no one answered. Shuji stood there like a devil, the killing aura behind him forming a tangible entity with its maw wide open, ready to devour the foe. Finally, with a single spear, the bandit's head was severed from his neck, fresh blood spraying everywhere. Shuji killed with absolute decisiveness, not once furrowing his brow from start to finish. Such scenes were all too familiar from his past life. Merely calling a target's name 3 times could send a soul to the netherworld. In those 3 calls, the enemy would be gradually pulled into death with no escape. Shuji thought to himself that it had been a long time since he used this, and now he understood why he kept calling the enemy's name 3 times. A short while later, outside a deep cave in the cliff, a hand caked in fresh blood suddenly thrust up from below. A young man grit his teeth and climbed up, cursing inwardly that, as the newbie, he got all the dangerous scouting jobs. Once he pulled himself up, he leaned against the rock face, gasping and full of resentment. He cursed the damned army that had tricked him into joining, promising he wouldn't starve again, yet the reality was no better than when he was a slave. He sat there berating Vu Vo, unaware that behind him a pair of eyes glowed red, staring like a demon's. After a moment, he felt something amiss, squinted suspiciously, and looked ahead. He wondered whether the thing ahead was a tiger or something else, but decided to himself he must absolutely not turn his head. He kept telling himself it was something he shouldn't see, and that he wouldn't die a wasted death in a place like this. Just then, a sudden voice sounded in his ear, asking what he thought he was struggling to survive for. The voice went on to say his life was no better than a worm's, so why not take a gamble to change his miserable fate? Those words snapped the youth awake. He turned and asked why he should believe such talk. From inside the cave, an old man chuckled, saying the lad had some guts, then asked his name. Shuji, without concealment, plainly spoke his name. The old man immediately asked what he had said. Shuji repeated once more that his name was Shuji. The old man asked again, his voice growing colder. Before Shuji could finish the next word, the old man clamped his throat so tight he couldn't speak. His face tensed with extreme strain, a fear he'd never felt welling up inside him. In a single breath, the old man covered the distance so fast Shuji saw no movement. A question rang in his head: who on earth was this man? The old man dragged him before the cliff and said that to kill someone you must ask their name 3 times. No matter the answer, doing so can kill anyone. The old man continued that the one who granted Shuji that power was his master. He was the embodiment of evil in the martial world, blood demon Kokufu. And now that image had returned to the present. Shuji was still crazily slaughtering, each strike so decisive there was no sense of hesitation. While cutting down foes, he felt puzzled, thinking to himself that everything was truly strange. Just as he stood dazed in thought, several death-faced men charged at him, yelling for him to die, "You monster." Shuji sighed where he stood, finding it odd that his mind was clearer now than ever before. The demonic power Kokufu gave him was incomplete. The seed of demonic energy had taken root in his danchin. Normally, this power would seep into his bones and cloud his mind, but at the moment, he only felt an unusual exhilaration. Something had clearly changed. Shuji closed his eyes, beginning to sense countless demons circling and hovering around him. The vital energy in his danchin surged continuously, spreading through the meridians of his whole body. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Shuji suddenly realized the difference from the last time he received this power, something he'd forgotten after joining the army. When he was young, he learned a breathing technique from the Miao tribe, and that had helped him keep his wits. Piecing things together, Shuji snapped awake. It turned out that thanks to that breathing technique, he could maintain clear consciousness. A strange coincidence indeed. In his head, the blood demon's warning echoed. Until he fully mastered this power, he would not be able to retain his sanity. Thinking that, Shuji couldn't help but smile faintly. If Kokufu knew about this, he truly didn't know what expression the man would make. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly called from behind. Shuji turned around in puzzlement, and in front of him stood a woman, followed by the entire escort bureau, all with hands clasped toward him. The woman spoke in thanks, "Thank you for saving them from danger." She narrowed her eyes to study Shuji, mentally noting that he radiated an extremely terrifying pressure just by standing still. Having witnessed Shuji cut down the bandits, she absolutely did not want him to leave. Shuji, puzzled, asked them what was going on. The woman replied that she didn't understand why someone like him was doing odd jobs for the escort bureau, but if he wouldn't be too abrupt, she hoped he could continue to help them. Contrary to her expectations, Shuji flatly refused without a moment's hesitation. He ignored them, turned to leave, and said that if there was nothing else, he'd take his leave. The woman immediately reconsidered. She thought she couldn't let Shuji walk off like that. If he wouldn't join, she'd have to try another way. With that thought, she took something out and hurriedly ran forward, looking as if she might attack. But when Shuji turned back, what she presented was a golden token, offered with utmost sincerity. She begged him to take the token, saying he had probably heard of the Tiger Pit sect, the sect that manages this escort bureau and also a prestigious school in Anhui. If Shuji took this token to the Tiger Pit sect, he would be treated as an honored guest. She hoped he would accept this token as a sign of goodwill. Shuji stood stunned, staring at the golden token engraved with the 3 words Tiger Pit sect, unsure what to think. Beside it was a small line reading, Tiger Pit sect, first rank escort Shuaika. Shuji frowned and fell into thought. The Tiger Pit sect was once famed for integrity and justice, but a few years later it suddenly vanished without a trace. It truly was a sect with a tragic fate. Thinking that, he reached out and took the token. The woman was overjoyed. She thanked him again and said they would continue on their mission and return to see him afterward, urging him to rest as he wished. Shuji walked over to take the reins of a horse and casually asked if he could borrow the horse. The woman immediately panicked, saying, "This horse has a fiery temper. It's only used for carrying goods. No one dares to ride it." Yet when Shuji gently swung onto its back, everyone was left speechless. The unruly horse that no one could tame suddenly became unbelievably docile. The next sight terrified them even more. The horse was so frightened it trembled, standing obediently still without daring to move. After a long moment, the woman recovered, unable to help exclaiming, "So young and already this capable, truly a monster." The person behind chimed in, "Oh my, could it be love at first sight? He's exactly your type, isn't he? Strong and handsome too." She snapped, eyes flashing with killing intent, turned to him and instantly drew her sword. "How dare you speak disrespectfully of our benefactor? Do you want to die?" The young man panicked, hastily explaining he was only joking and kept apologizing. In fact, the woman was only scaring him a little and had no intention of striking. She then sheathed her sword. No one paid much attention, but I saw his spear technique, so one-eyed suggested he might be the son of some noble spear family. She shook her head to deny it, saying it's not martial arts but military spear technique, and moreover it has a level and realm far beyond his years. One-eyed, puzzled, asked what she meant by that. The woman nodded in confirmation, thinking the young knight was very likely the son of a powerful military family traveling to train. And with a disposition like that, risking himself to save them, if he knew the sect's situation, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. Saying that, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly and secretly hoped the Tiger Pit sect could be rescued from the Black Dao sect. Shuji, sitting on the horse, saw it keep peeing and helplessly threatened, "If you pee again, I'll cut it so you can't pee anymore." Mentioning the Tiger Pit sect, he suddenly wondered whether that place still existed now. A face suddenly appeared in his mind, making him wonder how his brother was doing now. The man he remembered was Ko Aiku. Ko Aiku was someone he had met while in the army and the first person to get close to him in his previous life. Back then, life in the barracks was miserable. He was bullied and beaten every day. Someone shouted, "Newbie, you think you'll eat without offering tribute." Shuji asked confusedly what tribute was, saying it was the first time he'd heard of it. The big fellow barked that juniors had to offer dinner to seniors. "It's an unwritten law. If you don't want to be beaten, remember that." The others laughed and joined in. At that moment, another man stepped forward with a rock and called the demand ridiculous. Clearly, he was also a recruit, even newer than him. Why not just steal the food from him? The man clenched his fist to strike and threatened to crush his face. But before he could move, the young man hurled a raw potato straight into his face, then boldly rushed forward to attack. He fought while saying, "Take it and eat your fill if you still have teeth." The big guy Daihan was pummeled with a flurry of punches and couldn't fight back. After who knows how long, the young man withdrew his hands, leaving the other sprawled on his back, and said coldly, "If the potatoes aren't enough, come out. He'll knock every one of your teeth out." Despite being helped, Shuji felt neither grateful nor pleased. Instead, he was puzzled and annoyed, not understanding why the man had intervened. The young man tossed him a potato and said, "If you want to live, eat." Shuji took the potato, momentarily at a loss for words. That's how the two of them met. The young man ate and laughed, claiming to be Shuji's direct senior. He was also Shuji's only friend, even to the point of being a sworn brother. He introduced himself as Ko Aiku, then asked Shuji's name. Then one day, while Shuji was flailing in despair, Ko Yaoi's loud voice suddenly rang out. That was also when the man Ko Kufu appeared. Ko Yaoi, seeing Shuji being hoisted up by the throat by Ko Kufu, panicked and screamed, demanding they release him at once or he'd fire the signal flare. Although Shuji was in agony from the choking, he still managed to shout for Ko Aiku to run. Ko Aiku showed no fear, gritted his teeth, clenched the flare tightly, and firmly demanded the other release him. Kokufu, somewhat surprised, then coldly said he would do as he wished. But when he let go, Shuji's body could only fall powerless into the abyss. Koaiku, witnessing that, screamed in panic. Kokufu smiled and glanced at him, then asked if that satisfied him. Was he pleased now? Koaiku's eyes went bloodshot. He shouted and cursed the bastard. He was about to activate the flare when Shuji's voice rang out, calling for Koaiku to stop. Hearing the little brother's voice, the youth immediately halted and turned his head to look down. Kokufu stood with hands clasped arrogantly atop the peak, while Shuji fell below but was not yet dead, clinging to a cliff face, fighting to hold on. Shuji warned Koaiku that he was fine and told him to run and not worry about him. Kokufu glanced at him and coldly threatened that he had no intention of killing him yet, so shut up and listen. He said he had a proposal for the two of them. If they could bring back herbs that would heal his internal injuries, he would grant them the strength to survive. At this, both their faces turned ugly and they clenched their teeth. Kokufu asked coldly what their answer was. The two exchanged glances to confer, but in any case they had no other choice. Finally, they both said in unison that they accepted. Shuji quickly climbed back up the cliff. The old man turned and walked into the cave, looked at them, and said their eyes were not bad. Then he began to explain his cultivation method to them. These beings are called Tran-Q-U-1EF7, the ghosts of people eaten by tigers who became demons. These malevolent spirits become minions, guiding other souls to the master to cultivate spirit power. The demonic technique he devised works similarly, absorbing the grudges of the killed to raise spiritual rank. This technique is called Tran-Q-U-1EF7 Zung. The method has 3 stages. KHU-1EA5T cock, Diangel-1E9T, and D-1E5CH-1ED3N, each with 10 levels. At KHU-1EA5T cock, you can emit demonic chi from your body like steam. At Diangel-1ED9T, your blood becomes a deadly poison. At D-1E5CH-1ED3N, the departing demonic chi looks like fresh blood spurting from the body. After reaching level 4, you can look down on the world. Neither righteousness nor demonic path will mean anything. So engrave my teachings in your hearts, go to the battlefield and slaughter without cease. They followed his words, charging into battle and slaughtering crazily. At that time, they were surrounded by a large number of enemy troops. Both shouted in unison that no matter what, they must survive. After returning to Kokufu, he instructed that this was his final request. The herb they had to obtain this time was the snow ginseng, and he asked whether they could do it. Shuji casually replied that of course they could. Koaiku, however, panicked and shouted to wait, saying the snow ginseng was beyond their current capability. He asked whether the other could first help them open the Ren and Du meridians. Ren and Du meridians are 2 important channels in the body, likened to 2 great rivers regulating yin-yang and kai blood. Hearing that, Kokufu narrowed his eyes and fell into thought, his mind unreadable. Koaiku went on to say that if he could use the herbs on hand to help them unblock their meridians, then they'd have a chance to obtain the final medicinal material. They would gather herbs to make up for it afterwards. Kokufu thought that made sense, closed his eyes to ponder, and finally decided to agree to the proposal. Koaiku immediately told Shuji to go first, but of course he refused to comply. Koaiku angrily said that since Shuji's meridians were already opened, he should go first. While Shuji unblocked his meridians, he would go collect the herbs and do it afterward. After that, Shuji would take the second turn for him, and that would be the hard part. Hearing this, Shuji was momentarily speechless and finally sighed in resignation. The two bumped fists and officially agreed on the plan. Time passed, how long no one knew. Under a torrential rain, blood ran across the ground, and a man, his body riddled with arrows and covered in gore, was walking along the cliff face. That man was none other than Shuji. He trudged on, panting, thinking that was fine. The herbs were all gathered. He thought of his master and senior brother, believing that from now on everything would be okay. It should have been okay. But when he returned, he started, eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. His master's head had been severed. Koaiku stood nearby, his whole body covered in blood, looking toward him. Koaiku said that at last he had returned, and judging by his pitiful state, he had likely used up all his strength. Shuji was horrified to the point of disbelief. He rushed toward the cave, tossing the snow ginseng aside. He stepped forward to support Koaiku's body, frantically asking how things had turned out this way and what had happened. Koaiku weakly warned him not to make a fuss, then said Shuji already knew. Kokufu had never intended to let them live, so the only option was to strike first before being killed. Shuji snapped awake and immediately understood. So that's why you let me go first? He thought. Koaiku's elixir field was completely ruined and his demonic chi had dissipated. From the start, his brother had meant to drag Ko Kufu down with him. Ko Aiku looked at him and said not to cry. Killing a dying old man was nothing to fret over. Then he asked Shuji if he knew why he had saved him. Shuji shook his head, saying how would he know. Ko Aiku slowly explained that it was because Shuji had once been a fighter for the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau. In truth, he himself was the only surviving member of the Tiger Pit sect. He recalled that Shuji had said he'd briefly served as a fighter for the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau. Shuji had also said the sect master and his wife of the Tiger Pit sect were good people. From that moment on, Ko Aiku treated Shuji like family. He was the only one who had ever spoken well of his parents. Ko Aiku said he was extremely fortunate to have met Shuji. If he ever had the chance, please avenge him. Those were Ko Aiku's final words in his previous life. The scene returned to the present. Remembering this, Shuji tightened his hand on the reins. This life he was determined to ensure that such hatred would never arise again. The first thing he had to do was prevent the Ko clan from being destroyed. Previously, he had helped the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau and their key figures, so the future might already be starting to change, but that wasn't enough. Very soon after, Shuji arrived before a magnificent mansion. Is this the place? He quickly jumped down from the horse. Just then someone was passing by ahead, so he called the person over. The young man showed obvious annoyance and asked what was wrong. Shuji beckoned him closer and said he wanted to ask a few questions. The man angrily hurled something straight at Shuji's head and snarled, "Brat, don't joke with me. Who do you think you're talking to?" Shuji's expression turned icy. He grabbed the man's head and hoisted him up. Still stubborn, the man screamed defiantly, calling Shuji a nameless brat who crawled out of nowhere. Shuji told him to shut up in a cold voice, bloodlight flashing threateningly in his eyes. "Answer my question." The man's pathetic cries immediately rang out. After beating him until he was dazed, Shuji finally stopped. He asked coldly, "It's been a while since I came to Anhui. Does that estate belong to the Tiger Pit sect?" The young man, chastened, obediently knelt and tremblingly replied, "Yes." Shuji asked if the sect master was Ko Jenin and whether his wife was named Sha Jin. The man hurriedly nodded, saying that was entirely correct. Shuji continued, asking if their son was Ko Aiku. This time, the young man shook his head in denial. Shuji started, unable to believe his ears. "What did you say? Their son isn't Ko Aiku?" The young man nodded to confirm that was indeed the case. Shuji frowned and stroked his chin in thought. Could reality have changed because he went back in time? That couldn't be. He'd checked many things and they all matched. So what was going on? Thinking this, Shuji grabbed the man's collar, hoisted him up, and demanded in a cold voice that he tell the truth. "If I go inside now and find someone named Ko Aiku, what then?" Before he could finish, the man blurted out, "Of course there's one, sir." Shuji froze where he stood. "What? You just said there wasn't one." The young man hurriedly explained that the gentleman had asked whether the sect master and his wife had a son named Ko Aiku. But how could an unmarried young miss have been turned into a man? The Tiger Pit sect has no son, only one daughter. Those words left Shuji completely stunned. Miss Ko Aiku is a daughter. In his heart he kept denying it, finding it utterly absurd. How could Ko Aiku be a girl? If he produced the token, he could enter Tiger Pit sect to confirm immediately. But doing so would cause many obstacles for his later actions. There had to be a more perfect way. Just then, someone came out from the doorway ahead. Seeing Shuji, that person angrily barked, "You brat, enjoying yourself, huh? No wonder I can never get any work out of you homeless brats. I told you to clean the horse dung, so why are you out here?" As he spoke, he grabbed Shuji's collar and dragged him straight inside, loudly asking where the others were. Shuji offered no resistance as he was pulled along. He thought there must be some misunderstanding, but the timing was convenient. Soon he was dragged to the horse stable. The man pointed around and said, "Look closely, he calls himself Wu Tian, the stable master of the great sect Tiger Pit sect." He said Shuji's duties were only to clean manure and feed the horses under his orders, which was better than lying about on the streets. He stressed that he'd explained this 2 days ago, didn't he remember? Shuji casually replied that he didn't know, which immediately enraged the man. "You don't know? Bad memory and insolent to your superiors. Are you retarded? Eating leftovers, sleeping in the stable, and you can't even remember that. We were basically leftovers in the sect, but the sect master took pity on you with nowhere to go and let you in. So when there's heavy work, don't hide from it. Do it properly and respectfully, understand?" Shuji paid no mind to his shouting and turned his head to look back. At that moment, a warhorse in the stable suddenly went berserk and smashed through the stall, charging straight out. Wu Tian was struck by the horse, fell to the ground in pain, and writhed uncontrollably. The warhorse remained furious, neighing loudly and trampling him without mercy. Shuji stood aside watching, puzzled. Why did the horse suddenly bolt like that? Where on earth had it come from? The onlookers exclaimed, "Sure enough, a top-grade horse is different, worth as much as a mansion. Its spirit is fiery indeed." A guard chuckled and said it seemed one of the stable hands had been injured. The young man standing nearby snorted coldly and said, "They're just a bunch of dogs. Throw them a few coins and they'll go drink and cuddle." The lower-ranking stable hands muttered insults under their breath. "It's that pervy young master Zhao again. What's he doing here today?" Shuji stood to one side, thinking to himself. In his previous life, Ko Aiku said this very person pulled the strings that caused the tiger pit sect's fall. The stench of manure in the stable is awful. He must find a way inside quickly. The young man and his followers turned and left, displeased at being stared at by the crowd. Just then, someone hurried up from ahead. Hearing there was a guest, I quickly came to greet you. Unexpectedly, the visitor was young Master Zhao. "Is there something that brings you here?" The newcomer was Ko Jenin, sect master of the Tiger Pit sect. The young man immediately bowed and said there was only one reason. "My lord father-in-law, of course I'm here to pay a visit to my future wife." Hearing this, the old man's face darkened. "If you mean Aiku, I don't recall agreeing to such a match." The young man laughed confidently. "Maybe not yet, but I will marry Aiku when she turns 16. The old man grew even angrier and clenched his teeth. The young man continued calmly that the wedding between him and Aiku would be held in a year. The whole area has already been gossiping. Children in the village are even singing congratulations. Ko Jenin snorted coldly. "So you're the one spreading those rumors. Are you trying to destroy my daughter's future?" The young man laughed with relish. "Sect master, you're joking. What is the Ko clan compared to the Zhao clan? Do you think we do all this just to marry a girl from the Tiger Pit sect?" Those words made Ko Jenin so furious he couldn't contain himself. "What did you say, you insolent brat?" At that moment, countless flower petals drifted on the wind, and a pleasant voice rang out. "Very well, then there will be no marriage between our two families." A woman stepped out, causing the young man and his men to freeze. Ko Jenin sighed helplessly. The newcomer was none other than his daughter, Ko Aiku. Calmly she said, "So please stop forcing yourself, go find another young lady." Her beauty left the young man entranced. He asked if she understood how dangerous those rumors were. Aiku cut him off coldly. "There's nothing more to discuss. I do not intend to marry you or anyone from the Zhao clan, so please leave." The young man snorted angrily. This sect is on the verge of decline, and yet she still keeps such an arrogant attitude. The follower beside him anxiously asked what the young master should do next. The young man coldly replied that he was just dropping by on his way to the brothel and would be leaving for now. He slung an arm around his follower's shoulders, laughed jovially, and left. The follower sighed that, as rumored, she was even more beautiful than people said. The young man smiled suggestively. "Now you see why I'm obsessed with her. With that beauty, some say she could topple a kingdom, and they're not wrong." The follower agreed, saying her beauty was truly breathtaking. The young man laughed with more delight. "A beauty without money or power is doomed to a short fate. She's far too lovely to be merely the daughter of the Tiger Pit sect. Being born here is her misfortune. It's a pity she's already caught the eye of a rascal like me." The follower chimed in eagerly, saying indeed it's tragic for her. The young man then mounted his horse and ordered them to head to the brothel. But no matter how he urged the horse, it stood rooted and refused to move. This baffled him. "What's wrong? Why won't it go?" The follower stepped forward to check the horse, asking if it was sick. At that moment, the horse suddenly showed obvious agony, foam forming at its mouth. Moments later, the horse collapsed unconscious, flinging the young man from its back. He panicked and shouted, not understanding why the horse had suddenly gone down, and loudly demanded where the stable master was. Not far away, Shuji was hiding behind a door, watching silently. In his hand, a horse's liver still dripping blood. The martial art he just used was called the foxclaw technique, art of the vixen. He glanced at the two men outside and thought it useless. The liver had been removed without a trace. No one would know how the horse died. But all of this was caused by one person. Zhao Taihan was the root of it all. Aiku once said the collapse of the Tiger Pit sect was due to power struggles with the Zhao clan. But the one really pulling the strings in the shadows was him. Whether Aiku knew of this, of course she did. That's why she regarded her beauty as a curse. Thinking that, Shuji's anger flared up violently. He squeezed so hard that the liver in his hand was completely crushed. Now he truly understood why Aiku chose to burn her face. Shuji's figure vanished on the spot. He would no longer hesitate to avenge his brother. Shuji used lightness skill, moving like a ghost over the rooftops in the night. "From now on, I will act." In an instant, he leapt onto a tree near the road Zhao Taihan and his men would pass. Night had fallen in Nematsu County, Anhui Province. Shuji walked the street as a chorus of noise rose around him. "Dinner's ready, you cooked it wrong again?" "Get out, how dare you speak to your husband like that?" Despite the quarrels echoing from the houses lining the road, Shuji kept his pace. And soon he stopped in front of a house with a large black seal on the outside. It was a shop selling agricultural tools. Shuji looked up at the sign and remarked that it had been a long time since he'd returned here. Then he pushed the door and stepped inside. The man inside eyed him warily and asked who he was. Shuji narrowed his eyes at the man and gave his name. The old man shook his head, saying he didn't know anyone by that name. He'd retired and told him to go elsewhere. Shuji said nothing further and sat down opposite him. "I know, just make me a hammer." The old man lifted the wine gourd, took a sip, then asked if he was serious. Shuji didn't hesitate and immediately gave his specifications. Length 50 kun, handle circumference 12 kun, spherical hammerhead, weight no more than 10 dan. Hearing that, the blacksmith jerked and glared at him. Then he put on a solemn face and said, "That thing can't be used for driving nails." Shuji's expression also darkened. "I'm not using it for nails." The old man calmed and asked, "Any other requests?" Shuji seriously said he needed 2 punches 24 kun long made from crocodile teeth and wanted a heavy-hitting weapon. The old man asked, "A training sword or a spear?" Shuji immediately answered, "A spear." No sooner had he spoken than the blacksmith swung his club and hammered hard at a pile of things nearby. Inside revealed a spear already standing ready. He pointed at it and said this was the best he had, but it would take a day to sharpen the blade. Shuji nodded in agreement. He asked if there were any other compact, sharp weapons. The old man swung his club to the side again, revealing countless concealed weapons shaped like flower petals, extremely sharp. Shuji glanced and immediately recognized them as iron spikes. "All right, I'll take them all." The old man asked where to deliver them. Shuji replied he'd pick them up himself. The old man looked at him with admiration. "Kid, you're reckless for sure. These things aren't cheap." Shuji paid no mind and coldly asked the price. After that question, the room fell into an oppressive silence. After who knows how long, the old man gritted his teeth and said that his daughter had died 3 days ago. Shuji frowned and listened, but offered no comment. The old man glared and asked if there was any way to bring the girl back. Even with his arm resting on his shoulder, his face remained ice cold and unmoved. The old man sighed. "At first, with your bloodstained look, I thought you were a demon, but it seems you're not." "Then fine," he said, "just kill the one who took my daughter's life for me." Shuji stood and asked who had done it. The old man answered it was the Black Dao sect. Shuji turned and stepped outside, saying there were 4 men calling themselves the Black Dao sect. "Say that again." The murderous intent on Shuji flared fiercely. "I don't care what the enemy's name is, I'll kill them all anyway." He turned and asked if there were work clothes and poisons available. The old man sighed helplessly. "Do you think a forge sells such things?" Still, he took out a vial and tossed it to Shuji. Then he threw off his outer coat. It was the hide of a bear that had killed 74 people. He said the vial contained Miao tribe's lethal poison, but he'd never tested it, so he wasn't sure if it was real. Shuji said nothing more, accepted the strip, then bent to pick up the poison vial. The moment he opened the stopper, a wisp of blue smoke immediately spread out. Startled, Shuji waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Boss, you've been duped." Hearing that, the man ground his teeth angrily. "I knew it." Shuji added at once, "I'll still take it. Though not as potent as the Miao tribe's poison, it's still useful. I'll return tomorrow to pick up the ordered items." Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly startled by a skeleton in the corner. Shuji pointed and asked, "What's this?" The old man explained, "It was used before to subdue livestock." He watched your reaction and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Shuji sat down to inspect it for a moment, then nodded in approval and said, "Not bad, I'll borrow it for now before I collect the requested items." With that, he quickly left without looking back. The old man stayed seated, watching Shuji's retreating figure, and muttered, "What a strange fellow, damn it, could he really be a demon?" He laughed coldly and added, "But whether he's a demon or not doesn't matter. If he avenges my daughter, what does this old life matter?" Then his mad laughter echoed through the sparsely furnished room. The scene shifted to the main gate of the Black Dao sect, where several guards stood on strict watch outside. As they kept their usual vigil, they suddenly sensed something unusual. In the darkness, a figure was slowly approaching, and one guard shouted, "What kind of freak is that?" He continued yelling, "Hey kid, there's an important meeting in here, you're not allowed in, and what are you carrying? That stench is awful, get out of here." Despite his repeated threats, Shuji walked straight up to him and launched an attack. The guard didn't even finish protesting before he was struck dead, blood splattered on the spot. Those who witnessed it panicked and cried out, "Who is he?" Another stammered, "Is that a horse bone in his hand?" The other 2 hadn't time to react before Shuji swiftly killed them as well. He looked at the horse bone in his hand and remarked, "Pretty handy, actually." Shuji thought to himself that in his past life more than half of the Black Dao sect had escaped. later regrouped and counterattacked, causing countless deaths. But because of that, he remembered their escape routes clearly. His gaze grew cold as he vowed to himself, "This time I won't leave a single one alive." Brimming with murderous intent, Shuji strode further inside. Wherever he went, corpses and fresh blood were scattered. Before long, the courtyard was almost completely empty of living people. The last man finally collapsed beneath the horse bone in his hand. Shuji continued advancing toward the main hall. At that moment, an irritated voice called from inside, "What's all that noise about?" The men inside stepped out and, seeing him, showed contempt. One sneered, "Just a kid, is it?" He continued, "Was it you who caused the mess outside?" Another frowned and barked, "You've ruined my sleep." He added with a mocking laugh, "The sect leader is entertaining guests, so you'll be dealt with quickly." Shuji observed the four before him and thought quietly that their auras were around 2nd or 3rd rank. So these must be the Black Dao sect's 4 elite underworld figures. One leapt forward in fury, shouting, "You insolent brat." But before he could strike, both his eyes began to burn painfully, and tears streamed down his face. With that one handled, Shuji immediately surged forward. And another man had his sight gouged out, clutching his face and wailing pitifully. Shuji didn't stop and kept advancing. The remaining two drew their swords and rushed in together. Suddenly, Shuji threw the bone in his hand outward, and the one-eyed man, unable to react, was hit in the face by the bone. The bone spun once in the air, then swiftly flew back into his hand. Immediately after, Shuji sprang up high and slammed straight down onto the blind man writhing on the ground. The remaining man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it." He launched himself recklessly forward, roaring, "I'll make you share the same fate." Shuji just snorted coldly, stepped back to dodge, and said, "Always used to robbing others and never thinking you'd get robbed back. Pathetic." He casually smashed the vase beside him, shards flying straight at the opponent. The man immediately collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in pain. Shuji shook his head in disbelief, couldn't even take that much. He said coldly, "I'm here to steal your souls, not your goods." That man was then smashed to death on the spot, blood spraying. The last man broke out in a sweat like rain, panicked inwardly. What kind of monster is this? He trembled, thinking even the Black Dao sect had never seen anyone this cruel. Shuji advanced toward him step by step. Though terrified, the man still raised his sword to defend. But when faced with Shuji's icy gaze, he completely lost the will to fight. Shuji lifted the bone and exhaled softly, then swung down, and the last man couldn't escape, smashed until he was a bloody mess. He lay on the ground, teeth bared, screaming, "What kind of demon are you? Who sent you here?" Shuji's expression turned fierce. He replied calmly, "The old blacksmith." Hearing that, the man widened his eyes in horror and cried, "What, the blacksmith?" But before he could say more, fresh blood spurted and his life ended entirely. Shuji stood still for a moment and mused, having taken care of the Black Dao sect's 4 elites. That should be enough to cover the payment, right? Blacksmith owner. Cut to another scene. Inside, the house rang with furious, incredulous voices. An angry voice bellowed, "The mission failed." The household master was raging, and the young master beside him was no better. A young man slammed the table and shouted, "If you disguised the Black Dao sect as bandits and successfully ambushed the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau, we would have recovered the stolen goods and gotten the reward from the Zhao clan." He pointed at them and continued, "But you idiots ruined everything." Facing him was Gu Yaohu, leader of the Black Dao sect. Hearing the rebukes, Gu Yaohu shook with anger but couldn't retort. Emboldened, the other snapped, "The botched ambush cost many lives for nothing, and now we can't even deliver the goods to the evil alliance." He narrowed his eyes and threatened, "What if the money-collecting demon shows up? How will you handle that?" At this, Gu Yaohu's face grew even tenser. He bowed his head, sweat pouring down like rain. His mind was in turmoil, thinking, "This is a disaster. I sent enough men to wipe out the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau, so why were they all killed? Not a single one returned alive." Because there were no witnesses, he couldn't know what had actually happened. The young man slammed the table in anger, stood up and said, "You should have sent one of the Black Dao sect's 4 elites." Gu Yaohu sighed and replied, "I didn't think things would get this serious." He frowned and continued, "If you had reported the Tiger Pit sect's true strength from the start, this wouldn't have happened." The young man was turning to leave when he heard that. He spun back, smiled coldly, and said, "Now you're blaming us." He turned and slammed the table again, shouting, "Let me make this clear to you. If you screw up one more time, your entire Black Dao sect will be wiped out, understood?" Gu Yaohu, helpless, held his head and muttered, "I know." The young man continued in a cold tone, "If the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau doesn't collapse, the Tiger Pit sect can't be driven to the brink." He ground his teeth and added, "The young master's wedding won't be able to take place either." His voice turned venomous. "That bastard oat won't stop until he takes the girl." Gu Yaohu could no longer hold back and shouted, "I've said I know already." At that moment, a deep voice rang out, "Enough." At the same time, both men sensed something unusual from outside. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Both were on high alert. Sweat ran down Gu Yaohu's face as he panicked inwardly, thinking, is that noise coming from the entrance? The 4 underworld elites should have been guarding there. Before he could finish the thought, a figure appeared at the door. The figure took a few steps, stopped, and glanced around the room. Then the door was forcefully thrown open. 4 human heads tumbled wildly into the room. The 2 who witnessed it were instantly horrified, their hearts nearly leaping out. The young man cried out, it's the heads of the 4 great masters. He panicked inwardly, thinking, could the righteous sect really have sent experts here? Shuji entered the room with a cold expression, his body covered in fresh blood, murderous intent radiating from him. The young man hurriedly raised his hands to explain, wait, I'm from the Zhao clan, nothing to do with the Black Dao sect. I'm only here to negotiate today. Hearing the words Zhao clan, Shuji bit his lip so hard it bled. The young man tried to continue, given the situation, you're probably here to clean them out, let me give you a hand. But before he finished, Shuji spat a mouthful of blood into his face. The young man clutched his face in panic and cried, what is this? What are you doing? I told you I'm from the Zhao clan, he howled in pain. The ice splattered with blood now began to emit poisonous smoke. Shuji remembered Ko Kufu's words in his head, those who master the demonic art to this level are called demon breakers. The blood of a demon breaker is deadly poison to martial artists. Thinking that, the corner of Shuji's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that the blood hadn't killed the man like the true demon breaker toxin would, but the pain was no different from chili powder. The young man shouted and drew his sword, barking, what the hell are you? Shuji slipped aside easily and avoided a strike. In his mind, quickly sizing up the man's martial skill, which was still far below the Black Dao sect's 4 elites. The horse bone in his hand kept emanating blood-chill energy, looking terrifying. The other 2, seeing this, were so frightened their faces drained of color. They realized that the technique Shuji was using was demonic arts. The young man swung his sword again and shouted, you're not from the righteous sect, you're with the demons. Shuji ducked to evade, then immediately swung the bone back and counterattacked. The young man was hit, rolled backward, his face filled with sheer terror. Shuji didn't stop, repeatedly swinging the bone straight into him. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The more blood appeared, the fiercer Shuji's expression became. He put more force behind it, pounding down hard on the man's head. A shattering crunch rang out, the head turned to pulp, and blood quickly soaked the floor. Gu Yaohu stood to the side, his face taut with tension, trembling inwardly and thinking that beyond the morality of both righteous and evil sects, these were demons, the common enemy of the entire martial world. He grew even more terrified as he thought, how could such a monster appear in the Black Dao sect? Demonic men were merely those who'd lost control, only knowing how to slash and kill until they reached a certain state. While Shuji still stood there, Gu Yaohu silently calculated. He must slip away while Shuji isn't paying attention to contact the evil alliance, otherwise the whole martial world will face disaster. He had just set his plan in motion to leave when Shuji's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Shuji asked coldly, Gu Yaohu, it's you, isn't it? Gu Yaohu was terrified, unable to trust his hands. In his head he panicked, thinking, wait, does this guy still have his wits about him? He continued guessing in fear. Having practiced demonic arts yet retaining sanity, could he be a supreme master? Not only that, he realized Shuji was controlling demonic energy. The more he thought, the colder his heart became. Finally, Gu Yaohu fell to his knees before Tianjin, begging in desperation. Gu Yaohu stammered, please, hero, spare me. He bowed repeatedly and continued, if you spare my life, I'll do whatever you want. Gu Yaohu hurriedly explained, today is the deadline to deliver tributes to the evil alliance. If something happens, I won't be able to keep my head, and you'll get into trouble too. Shuji stood silently, frowning in thought. He realized the other was more astute than he expected. After a moment of silence, Shuji said coldly, then strip yourself of your martial skills. Gu Yaohu cried out in panic, what? Strip myself of my martial skills? Shuji replied indifferently, it's fine if you refuse, I'll just kill you and be done with it. Hearing that, Gu Yaohu clenched his teeth and thought, in his heart screaming that losing his skills was no different from death. He gritted his teeth and decided that if that's the case, he would at least launch an attack. But the moment his hand touched the sword hilt, Shuji acted first. Shuji said coldly, knew it, you're all talk. That said, Gu Yaohu isn't exactly mediocre. At the crucial moment he managed to dodge, only taking a light blow and losing a little blood. After parrying that move, Gu Yaohu immediately realized something important. He thought in alarm that this level wasn't a supreme master but merely a second-tier fighter. Realizing he'd been deceived, he shouted angrily, what audacity you have. Shuji sneered mockingly, what a clown. The demonic aura around Shuji flared fiercely once more. He thought to himself that now it would be easy time to purge the underworld. Gu Yahu suddenly flinched as he realized something. He thought in horror, impossible. Did he just make a mistake in his last move? Shuji gave him a cold glance and said, I should thank you. He continued, normally you'd be a tough opponent, but you misunderstood yourself, which made everything much simpler. The ghostly souls around Shuji now lunged forward and wrapped themselves around Gu Yahu. They screamed like mad, you're going to die too, die with them. The gang leader. Gu Yahu panicked and wildly swung his sword to resist, but Shuji showed no fear at all, easily parrying every attack. Quickly he found an opening, spun and countered with the bone. He was struck hard again. Gu Yahu clenched his teeth in pain. He roared and tried to thrust his sword at Shuji with all his strength, but Shuji once again easily slipped aside. Gu Yahu's face twisted with bafflement and despair. He yelled in fear, what kind of demonic footwork is this? In his head he assessed in panic. Agile like an assassin, yet steady like a master. He continued in desperation, realizing the uncanny, unpredictable movement appearing and already at the opponent's blind spot. The sight made him tremble. He was like a demon on the battlefield. While Gu Yahu was still stunned, Shuji's strike landed. A staff hit him squarely, leaving him with no time to dodge. Gu Yahu collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, only able to moan in despair. Shuji bent down and unexpectedly caught a piece of paper floating in the wind. He glanced at its contents and said coldly, you forced women into brothels and used that money to grow the Black Tao sect. Shuji added, how much more have you lent the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau? Gu Yahu tried to raise his head, trembling as he begged, Hero, I was wrong, please spare me. He sobbed, I swear I won't reveal this. In reply, he received only Shuji's frighteningly cold stare. Shuji asked in a low voice, how many people? Gu Yahu blankly answered, what do you mean? Shuji asked coldly again, how many people have begged you for their lives? Gu Yahu screamed in despair, please spare me, I'll do anything, just spare my life. Despite his continuous wailing, Shuji did not move. After setting fire around, Shuji raised the bone again. He wondered, will this ease the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau's torment a bit? At that, Gu Yahu suddenly realized something. He thought in horror, wait, the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau. By the time he understood the source, it was too late. At that instant, the bone fell. The last member of the Black Tao sect officially met his end at Shuji's hands. The evil souls around quickly returned to him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He mumbled, so this is Black Tao sect's leader Gu Yahu. Turns out he's got some value after all. As Shuji stepped outside, he immediately heard chaotic shouting everywhere. Someone yelled loudly, this way brothers, hurry up. Another shouted, someone's coming out there. And someone else laughed viciously, which brat is that oat kid, who cares? Kill him and deal with it later. Shuji glanced at them and let out a long, resigned sigh. He muttered, looks like tonight's going to be long. Very quickly, dawn came and countless people on the street gathered in groups, buzzing with talk. Another lowered his voice, hey, have you heard the news? He continued, I heard it from someone who used to work for the Black Tao sect this morning. His voice trembled as he said, last night the entire Black Tao sect was wiped out, their estate burned to the ground. The crowd grew ecstatic at the news. Someone doubted and asked, is that true? Another immediately replied, it's true. He continued bitterly, our Tiger Pit sect has suffered so much because of them. The other explained further, it seems the Black Tao sect bought up Tiger Pit sect's debt from the estate. He added, not only that, sometimes they even came and caused trouble right in front of us. The man snorted coldly and said, but thanks to this, that debt is basically gone. He concluded that this was very good for the Tiger Pit sect. The listeners grew even more excited. Someone cried out happily, wonderful, who's the hero that wiped them out? Another chimed in enthusiastically, truly a hero of Manhwa. Just then, a man suddenly turned to Shuji and shouted, you new recruit, have you finished cleaning the horse poop yet? Shuji, who had been dozing, was startled awake by the shout. The man stepped closer, his face contorted as he demanded, what's with that sloppy attitude, you got a problem? Shuji frowned, a vein standing out, thinking to himself, what a nuisance. Should I pull out the gold token? He quickly contradicted himself. Wait, no, better avoid attention until the matter with the Zhao clan is settled. The man was now right up in Shuji's face, grinding his teeth. Enough already, I've put up with you long enough, know your place when spoken to. As he was about to strike Shuji, a clear female voice suddenly called from behind, hey, you too. The young man turned around in alarm. The voice continued sternly, newcomers aren't to be bullied, understood. Shuji looked at the person who had appeared and couldn't help but stare, his eyes wide. The speaker went on at length, I'm not familiar with your customs, but newcomers deserve a bit of care, right? The person who had appeared was none other than Ko Aiku. The youth's face went pale, sweat pouring like rain as he hurriedly replied, Miss, it's not like that. he flustered. That brat, no, I mean this kid just won't listen. Ko Aiku gently admonished, he's still young, this is probably his first time doing this, so be patient and teach him a little. The youth still protested, but he's just a careless kid, he'll leave after a while, sir. Ko Aiku adopted a serious expression and spoke slowly. They say passing encounters are fate, right? So one should cherish those chances. She continued thoughtfully, saying life is unpredictable. Ko Aiku smiled. Who knows, one day we might meet again 1,000 miles away and then we could be family. The listeners fell silent and thought to themselves, secretly amused, what are the odds of meeting him again? 1,000 miles away, this is Anhui, how far can one really go? Ko Aiku ignored them and turned to Shuji, asking, are you the newcomer? She gently advised, if anyone bullies you, tell me okay. Seeing her like that made Shuji even more dazed. Her face and voice were different from his memories, but those clear eyes were exactly the same as before. Shuji thought to himself that Aiku truly hadn't changed. At the thought, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Shuji looked at her seriously and said, and miss, if anyone bullies you, tell me. The remark not only stunned Aiku but also alarmed those around them. Someone angrily barked, you idiot, how dare you speak to the miss like that? Aiku laughed cheerfully and nodded. I understand, I'll remember that. Only then did Shuji break into a satisfied smile. Very quickly, night fell and the horse stable sank into silence. A lone figure quietly pushed the door and stepped into the room. Beneath the layer of dry grass were countless weapons of all kinds. Shuji quickly strapped them all onto his person. He said in a low voice, the escort bureau's debtor has been dealt with. From now on, it will be time to hunt down the one who killed my sworn brother. He continued, in a little while at the Zhao clan. Outside, the guards were on extremely tight watch, but Shuji still easily slipped past them without being detected. He infiltrated the estate with great ease. The guard suddenly felt something off and turned his head to look. He muttered suspiciously that he thought he had heard a noise. He had no idea Shuji was already behind him with the bone pressed to his neck. Then fresh blood spurted like rain. The guard was dispatched so neatly he had no time to react, not even to cry out. Shuji silently dragged the body into a nearby dark corner. After a while, he stepped out of the shadows. By now, he had changed into the guard's clothes, disguised as a sentry. Ahead, two maidservants were chatting. One whispered, the guards are really tight tonight, aren't they? The other replied that the Black Dao sect was wiped out in one night. The first maid, a bit worried, asked, but this probably doesn't concern us, right? Shuji walked on deep in thought, his face extremely serious. He used some kind of power to lock the surrounding guards in place, quietly watching their every move. When no one was looking, he lightly snapped his fingers. A compact hidden weapon flew out and fell right at the feet of a nearby guard. The guard who stepped forward immediately trod on the hidden weapon. He cried out in pain, damn, what the hell is this? At the same time, Shuji moved. The guard bent down, fumbling to remove the device, completely unguarded. At that instant, Shuji struck, a straight blow to the head, finishing him cleanly. After dealing with that guard, Shuji immediately leapt onto the roof and quickly retreated, leaving no trace. The remaining guard, seeing his comrade suddenly slump, turned in confusion to look. Calling out, hey, you there, what are you sitting for? You haven't even had a proper meal yet. He was so focused on his comrade, he didn't notice that his rice ball had already been laced with poison. The other man had already been dealt with by Shuji, so no matter how he called, the man just sat motionless. The youth, unsuspecting, grit his teeth and finished the rice ball, muttering curses under his breath about rotten luck. Having eaten, he stood up and walked toward his comrade, calling, hey you, are you even listening? I'm talking to you. But only a few steps later, fresh blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, making him panickingly look down. When he found his orifices all streaming blood, he cried in horror, what the hell is this? Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, dying on the spot to the stunned silence of those around him. Another man hurried over to check, and upon seeing it, he shouted in alarm, what the hell is this? Is this poisoning? He immediately barked orders. What are you playing at? Go grab those kitchen hands for me. Seal the main gate, no one is to leave. Meanwhile, Shuji sat on the roof, quietly watching the chaotic scene below, his gaze calm and cold. He glanced at the pile of weapons on him and silently judged the boss's craft, still the same as before, not bad. The corner of his mouth twitched as he thought, I like this. Once I'm done testing them, it's time to pay them a visit. Shuji's eyes sharpened. Zhao Clan, that name ends tonight. With that thought, he lunged straight toward the grand hall deep within the estate. Inside the main building, the soldiers were posted with extreme vigilance, yet they still complained on their patrols. One dour fellow grumbled, all this because of the Black Dao sect were posted at every door. What a joke. Just then, the window suddenly gave a strange sound, immediately drawing everyone's attention. In the next instant, Shuji smashed through the door and charged in, sending the soldiers stumbling for their swords, sweat pouring like rain. Someone cried out in terror, what the hell is that? An intruder? Another hurriedly corrected, no, assassin. But before they could act, Shuji had already completed his move. No one saw clearly how he struck. Only when he stopped were 3 heads separated from their necks, fresh blood spraying to stain the floor red. Someone on the upper floor heard the commotion and asked suspiciously, "Did I just hear something? Seems like it's from downstairs." Shuji made no effort to hide and strode upward. A guard blocked him with a sour look and asked, "You're on the 4th floor watch, right? What was that noise just now? The master is asleep, keep it down and tell those below to quieten down." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed something odd and frowned. "Wait, why are you holding a spear instead of a sword?" Shuji didn't answer. He suddenly stomped the floor hard, cracking the boards. Used the recoil to spring up, swung the spear, and drove it straight into the guard's chest. The speed was so fast the guard couldn't react and dropped dead on the spot. The other 2 whirled around in terror. One shouted, "We're under attack, assassins." Shuji didn't stop, withdrawing the spear to stab another to death, the other hand swinging a hammer to finish off the last in the blink of an eye. The whole process happened so fast, no one had time to do anything. Soon more men came running up from downstairs. They ran shouting, "Quick, catch him." Some cursed in panic, "Damn it, where did he crawl out from?" Another urged, "Where's the rest of you? Why aren't you here yet?" Shuji paid them no heed and tossed out several hidden weapons. 2 men rushing in immediately stepped on them, their faces contorting in agony as they collapsed, unable to move. One wailed, "My leg, when did he set traps?" The other ground his teeth and spat, "What cowards." Shuji advanced coldly, spear in one hand, a hammer in the other, dispatching each man in turn. With them dealt with, he continued forward, his weapons covered in fresh blood, a strong murderous aura rising. Just then a deep voice carrying a powerful inner force boomed from the room ahead. Shuji instantly tensed, his expression turning grave as he thought to himself that the voice carried tremendous inner power, completely different in level from Gu Yaohu. Moments later, an old man stepped out of the room. A long sword hung at his side, his gait unhurried and composed. He looked at Shuji and slowly said, "Even if you weren't invited, a little basic courtesy would be appropriate, wouldn't it?" Shuji stared at him, murderous intent welling in his eyes. At last, he faced the man who had slaughtered countless innocents for personal gain, the same man who had turned Aiku's life into hell. "Master of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yaoshi coldly demanded. "It's so late, what are you doing here?" Shuji showed no weakness, met his gaze, and replied, "Zhao Yaoshi, the head of the Zhao clan is you, isn't it?" Zhao Yaoshi's vital energy immediately shifted. He snorted a warning, "You insolent brat, watch your tongue." He narrowed his eyes to scrutinize and asked, "Where do you come from? You don't look like someone from the righteous schools. Are you from the Valley of Perdition or the Path of Supremacy Society, or from the Black Sand over there?" Shuji analyzed silently, recognizing the other's warped but razor-sharp inner force and thinking this fight wouldn't be easy. After a moment's thought, he slowly uttered 3 words, "Tiger Pit Sect." Hearing that, Zhao Yaoshi gasped in surprise and then laughed. Raised by the master of the Tiger Pit Sect? Unbelievable, someone like him teaching a tiger like you. He pressed on, "What's your relationship with the Tiger Pit Sect?" Shuji replied nonchalantly, "Either a guest or a servant." "Ah no, perhaps more like someone from the horse stable." The answer stunned Zhao Yaoshi for a moment, but quickly a cruel smile crept to his mouth. He said coldly, "So you won't reveal yourself easily, fine, where you come from doesn't matter." His gaze turned icy. "You've thrown yourself into a lion's den, killing you without further questions would be proper." He looked straight at Shuji, his voice dripping with killing intent as he asked, "What do you say to that?" Shuji closed his eyes briefly and reflected silently. Meeting a living Zhao Yaoshi felt remarkably novel. In his previous life, when he sought him out, the man had long since died of old age, forcing Ko Aiku to swallow her tears and regret not having avenged her personally. But now everything was different. Shuji thought inwardly, "Aiku, I'll avenge you here and now." With that, he tightened his grip on the long spear, his whole body shifting into a state ready for a decisive fight. Immediately, their weapons met head-on with a blinding clash that echoed through the great hall. After only one exchange, Zhao Yaoshi's face had tightened to the extreme, for in that impact it was he who suffered the loss. The recoil knocked him back quite a distance, and he had to struggle to steady himself. He stared at Shuji horrified and asked, "What dark technique did you use? Why do I sense the Zhao clan's mind dart on you?" Shuji took a deep breath and murmured. Immediately countless wronged spirits and a dense murderous aura roiled to envelop his body. He replied coldly, "What do you think?" Inwardly he analyzed. His current power had reached the 9th tier of Kuet Kak, enough to rival Zhao Yaoshi, a master at the pinnacle. The decisive factor between a man reborn and him was the gap in real combat experience. Zhao Yaoshi did not hesitate and swung his sword again to seize the initiative. But how could Shuji be so easily hit? he just slipped aside and evaded the blade, then immediately counterattacked with a powerful spear strike. Zhao Yaoshi parried with his sword, inwardly impressed, saying, "Good footwork, but that alone won't defeat me." With that, he dragged his blade along the spear shaft, sending countless sparks from the friction straight toward Shuji. He smugly thought, "Let's see what you do now." One spark in the eye and even a master goes blind instantly. But what he couldn't believe was that Shuji did not dodge at all. In truth, he didn't even have time to. He let the sparks fly into his face, yet they struck like they hit hardened steel and all bounced back, causing no damage. The sight left Zhao Yaoshi stunned and he blurted, "What is this?" Shuji gave him no moment to react and immediately thrust the spear forward. Fresh blood spurted in an instant as Zhao Yaoshi screamed in agony. He glanced at the wound on his neck, half horrified, half impressed. "You're more dangerous than I thought, boy. My head was nearly cut clean off." He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shuji's side with a sneer. "But you almost had your guts spilled by me. Call this a mutual draw." Sure enough, Shuji's side had been struck by a sword and blood kept flowing. Shuji reached behind his back, feeling and thinking. The range and breadth of the old man's strikes, combined with seasoned experience, made him hard to deal with. Finding a winning opportunity would not be easy. Then Shuji flung several hidden projectiles with a wave of his hand. Zhao Yaoshi dodged and exclaimed in surprise, "You even know how to use ranged weapons." Shuji didn't answer. He swung his hammer straight at the old man's head. Zhao Yaoshi leaned aside to avoid it, marveling, "So stubborn in temperament." He smiled coldly and continued, "Now I see which crazy fool raised you. If you surrender, I'll make use of you." Shuji snorted inwardly, typical slippery old man, offering terms while already preparing the next move. As expected, Zhao Yaoshi stamped hard on the floor, cracking the ground and creating a violent tremor. Shuji startled at the danger and saw the old man unleash a bizarre footwork technique, in an instant closing in front of him and launching a sword attack. Shuji barely managed to block one stroke, then panicked as he found he couldn't lift his leg. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Zhao Yaoshi took the chance to swing again, smiling coldly, "That's enough." The sword thrust straight into the exact spot of Shuji's wound at his side. Zhao Yaoshi was somewhat surprised that Shuji didn't cry out and remarked, "Not even a sound. Quite tough, very different from my useless son." He sneered and went on, "My boy would shriek if his hand so much as scraped, so I wanted to marry a strong daughter-in-law." His tone dropped with a hint of regret. "I don't know how long I have left to live. I only hope to see my grandchild soon." He said this with a self-satisfied smile. But at that moment, Shuji suddenly grabbed the blade. The action made the old man's face change instantly, filled with horror. Shuji looked at him sternly and said in a low voice, "You don't know how long you have left to live." The old man tried with all his strength to pull the sword free, but no matter how hard he struggled, the blade did not budge. Holding onto a sword embedded that deeply was utterly incredible. A thought formed in his mind that made him consider using himself. Is this brat clamping the sword blade with his rib bone? The thought made him break out in a cold sweat, his blood running ice cold. Could it be he purposely exposed a gap to lure me into attacking? The more Zhao Yaoshi thought, the more the youth before him seemed terrifyingly inexplicable. Shuji spoke again, calm yet full of killing intent. "I'll tell you how much time you have left." A slow, pleased smile crept to his lips as he spoke the man's name and released a dreadful murderous aura that filled the entire space. This made Zhao Yaoshi panic and stammer, "What terrifying pressure is this?" Only one thought remained in his mind now. He had to flee immediately. In terror, he wondered to himself, "Am I actually feeling fear?" Shuji called his name once more, making Yaoshi clutch the sword hilt in fright, desperately trying to pull it free while thinking frantically that he must wrench the blade out and put distance between them. But when Shuji called him a third time, the image before Yaoshi completely warped. Shuji looked to him like an utterly terrifying monster, like the king of hell come to claim his life. Fear wholly swallowed his reason, leaving his body limp and without any strength to resist. And finally, he released his grip, letting his body be torn apart by the demons. Heartrending screams echoed relentlessly through the great hall. Shuji seized the moment, thrusting his spear straight into the man. Intense pain snapped Yaoshi back to reality. He panicked and screamed inside, "What on earth was that just now? An illusion conjured by killing intent. How can a brat like you possess such terrifying inner power?" Shuji didn't answer. He only gave a cold smile, gritted his teeth and put more force into it, driving the long spear in deeper. He said coldly, "You may have more experience than I do, but it's all arranged duels and rehearsed bouts." The heartrending screams rose again. Shuji held his shoulder tight, killing intent surging as he spoke in a cold voice. fighting to the death against rank-and-file soldiers, the battles I was dragged into and the massacres I once committed just to survive till tomorrow. Compared to that, this is child's play. With that, he pulled the spear free and let Yaoshi's blood spurt out violently. Shuji turned and tossed the long spear aside, then stepped forward to pick up the hammer. Knowing he had no way out, Yaoshi summoned his last strength to beg, his voice trembling, "My son, I beg you spare my son." Shuji coldly raised the hammer and bluntly replied, "No." Blood spurted again like rain. After tormenting him for a while, Shuji withdrew the hammer, coldly thinking to himself that in the end he still wouldn't see his grandchild's face. He was about to treat his own wounds when, at that moment, the demons turned and howled madly, "Ha ha, there's a smell this way, we can smell it." Shuji stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping around once, and quickly he noticed a jar in the corner that the demons were also staring at. He went over and smashed the jar, revealing a man inside clutching his head in panic. The young man trembled as he looked at him and stammered, "Young master, I see you." He backed away in terror, crying and shouting, "Don't come here, someone, please save me." Shuji thought to himself with bitterness, how many people have suffered because of that filthy lust. He grabbed the youth by the hair and lifted him up, saying coldly, "Still got enough breath to shout, huh? Being born into wealth and power made you think you're the center of the universe." The young man bit his lip, tears and snot poured down like rain, and he couldn't even form a plea. Shuji continued in a calm but ruthless tone, "Good, then I'll make you the center of attention. Tonight's leading actor is you." The youth's heartrending screams continued without end. The long night finally passed, and soon notices were pasted all over Anhui province. The notice stated that the Zhao clan, despite their righteous status, had colluded with the Black Dao sect for illicit gain, and so someone had carried out punishment on behalf of the victims. People began to buzz, some exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? The Black Dao sect and the Zhao clan wiped out." Another added, "They say a hidden master slaughtered them all, leaving only a servant." Someone excitedly said, "Good, those monsters who played dirty with the Tiger Pit sect finally got what they deserve." But others doubted, asking who could do such a thing. Gu Yaohu and Zhao Yaoshi weren't ordinary folk. A devotee who once worked for the Zhao clan told the crowd more, causing an uproar. Someone even sneered that a man with that face knowing so many women was something else. A youth angrily shouted, "Shut up." Others whispered that the recluse had called Zhao Yaoshi's name 3 times before killing him. One skeptical voice asked, "He's not a messenger from hell, why call his name and 3 times?" The fat man seriously explained, "They say after being called 3 times, Yaoshi was so terrified he cried and begged." Hearing that, the two turned pale and shuddered. Terrifying, called 3 times and hauled straight to the underworld. Someone tremblingly asked, could the next target be the Tiger Pit sect? At that moment, someone suddenly burst in from behind and shouted loudly, startling the 3 youths. Elsewhere, Aiku rode slowly, pondering inwardly. 3 calls to the underworld, the name people used for the master who destroyed the Black Dao sect and the Zhao clan. She sighed softly, though they were bad people. Taking pleasure in others' misfortunes still made her uneasy. Then another thought troubled her. Was that master even human? Terrifying though he was, she felt intense curiosity. She wondered, why does he only act in ways that benefit our Tiger Pit sect? At that moment, Aiku suddenly recalled something and was startled. Could he be the person Aika mentioned in her letter? She remembered the letter's contents. With the help of a chivalrous guest, we protected the escort bureau and the cargo from bandit attacks. I gave my badge to that guest so he could come to the Tiger Pit sect. Please treat him well, miss. Recalling that, Aiku grew more suspicious and thought, but Aika, no guest carrying a badge has come to visit, right? Just then, the groom tightened the reins suddenly, which jolted Aiku awake, and she chided herself for zoning out. Where am I anyway? Before her was a lake surrounded by lush forest, the tranquil, picturesque scene soothing to the heart. Aiku clapped in delight at the sight, then turned to Shuji with a smile and asked, how did you know I like lakes? Did I tell you before? Shuji nodded briefly in reply. You did. Aiku was even more surprised, tilting her head to think for a moment before asking, really? Since when did I do that? Shuji puckered his face, thinking inwardly, from a past life. For whenever she was troubled or upset, she would sit alone by the lake. He reached into his coat and pulled out something, prompting Aiku to ask in puzzlement, what is that? Shuji used a tinder to light it and set it on the railing by the lake. Only then did Aiku realize and exclaim, is that insect-repellent incense? No wonder I like coming to the lake, those bugs are really a nuisance. She gave him a small smile and continued, For a newcomer, you're surprisingly thoughtful. Did you do this kind of work before? Shuji flinched softly at that and then answered slowly. A gentleman who treats a confidant as one would family, that is, a scholar who sacrifices for someone he considers a companion. He looked at the distant surface of the lake, his voice lowering. If someone treats me as family, then I will treat them as family too. Those words left Aiku frozen in place. After a moment, she smiled to regain her composure and said, "Seems you have your own private matters, I won't pry. But as long as you remain with the Tiger Pit sect, we are family." Shuji looked up at her, memories of the previous life suddenly surfacing. In that dark cave back then, Aiku had once asked him, "Shuji, do you know why I saved you? Because you used to be a fighter for the escort bureau. You once said the sect master and his wife of the Tiger Pit sect were good people, and from then on I treated you like family." The image of the two holding hands in the previous life. In this life were like layers planted atop one another. Just then, the groom suddenly ran over, loudly announcing and shattering the peaceful atmosphere. "Miss, the escort team has returned." Aiku, excited, asked back, "Really?" She tightened the reins and urged her horse to run off immediately. Before leaving, she turned to Shuji and said, "Sorry, I have to go first. There's a big feast tonight. Remember to eat your fill." She rode off to Shuji's surprise while the fat man frantically chased after her, crying out, "Miss, wait for me." Shuji stood there smiling, murmuring softly, "Not bad at all, is it?" That night, the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau held a grand celebration. Everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Shu Aika because the hero of the final mission had safely returned. The crowd burst into cheers at that, the atmosphere becoming extremely lively. Shuji, of course, was there too. He sat with the horse handlers in a corner, and after a few drinks they started causing trouble, looming over Shuji and threatening him. "Who do you think you are, escorting the young miss? Only a veteran escort has the right to do that." Another sneered coldly and contemptuously, "What are you acting like, brat? Behave like this and don't even think you'll get any food. There's no food for you, you arrogant dog." Just then, another voice rang out cold and stern. "What do you think you're doing? I told you not to bully Shuji." The young men immediately shrank back when Aiku approached with murderous energy, meek as puppies. "We were only bringing him food," they said. Aiku sighed helplessly, sounding both annoyed and tired. She took a pastry and directly handed it to Shuji, feeding him as she spoke. "I told you, if someone bullies you, you must tell me. You never eat properly, do you? They not giving you enough to eat. If this happens again, you must tell me, understood?" At that moment, the head of the household waved and called her over. Before leaving, Aiku didn't forget to add one more reminder. "I have to go now, remember to make him eat." No sooner had she left than the others revealed their true colors. "Why is that brat getting the young miss's attention? He's nothing but a lowly nobody compared to us." One sneered with jealous rage. "Pretty face and thinks he's hot stuff. It's only because the young miss ordered us to feed you. Let me feed you properly then." Saying that, he swung his spoon and flung the food straight at Shuji. But Shuji didn't bother to react much. He just tilted his head slightly and easily avoided it. Wu Taiyan grew even angrier at that. "What, you dare dodge, you bastard, will beat that attitude out of you." No matter how he flung his spoon, Shuji calmly avoided every strike. His nonchalance only made the group more furious, and they kept hurling insults. Elsewhere, Aiku had returned to her father's side. The head of the household told the man beside him, "Thanks to Shu Aika, this trip went smoothly. At last we can breathe easier." The matron added, "Do not worry about the family of the fallen escorts. I pledge on my honor to see this responsibility through." Shu Aika bowed politely and replied, "Please don't worry too much. I was only fulfilling my duty." Aiku, holding a wine flask, came over and smiled. "You did well. Let me pour you some wine." Aika didn't decline and immediately held out her cup. While pouring, Aiku casually asked, "All right, what about the guest with the token mentioned in that letter?" Aika suddenly remembered and frowned. "I was about to ask that too. I haven't seen that person. Could it be that the gentleman hasn't arrived at Tiger Pit Sect yet?" Aiku nodded. "Yes, we've prepared to receive him as an honored guest." Hearing that, Aika could only bury her face in her hands and sigh. So he was truly a lone hero wielding a spear. Young though he was, he radiated overwhelming power and single-handedly wiped out the bandits of the Black Dao sect. She silently admired him, regretting that she hadn't had the chance to properly thank him. If only they could recruit that young hero into the escort bureau, not only would the family gain strength, but her subordinates wouldn't have to die so often. Just then, Aiku reached out and took her hand, speaking softly. "Lady Aika, you have done so much for the Tiger Pit sect. Set aside the worries in your heart and drink. It's because you worked so hard that everyone here can smile now." Aika was startled at those words, and slowly set her cup of wine down. She cast her eyes around once, thinking to herself, that's right. She and her subordinates had risked their lives to protect this everyday peace. Just as she was about to lift the cup, she suddenly noticed something, and immediately turned her head towards Shuji's group. His familiar face quickly came into view. It was him. Seeing Aika look over, Shuji immediately raised a finger to his lips to signal silence. Aika was so moved she nearly burst into tears, her heart in turmoil. Why was he over there? Shortly after, Shuji silently transmitted to her, "Not yet, it's too early to use the token now, stay quiet for me." Over on the other side, the three Wu Tian, exhausted from wildly throwing food, lay collapsed where they were. Seeing they couldn't hit him, they changed tactics and decided to rush together to grab Shuji and vent their anger. But before they could move, all three froze simultaneously. Shuji also glanced to the side, where someone was sitting and tapping a bone on a wooden clapper. A cold, indifferent voice rang out, "Keep order while eating." Wu Tian, not the least afraid, snorted with contempt, "What's the matter? You should be thanking the sect master for letting a beggar like you sit here. You stink, finish eating and get out." The other man smiled coldly and slowly raised his hand. "Oh ho, hot-headed aren't we? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." Wu Tian remained stubborn and bellowed, ready to charge. "What did you mutter just now?" But at that moment, someone unexpectedly reached out and stopped him. The man beating the clapper was also stunned by the action. He turned and saw Shuji had stood up, blocking Wu Tian. The man studied Shuji for a moment, then laughed in approval. "Impressive, you saw through my intention. Not bad reflexes, lots of potential." He glanced at Wu Tian and mocked, "Hey, fatty, you should spend the rest of your life thanking this kid. He just saved your life." With that, he turned and left. Wu Tian stood there bewildered, not understanding what had happened. What's wrong with that guy? Crazy or what? The man stepped into the center of the courtyard and shouted sharply, "Everyone, listen up. Thanks for inviting me to this wonderful feast, but unfortunately there is only cold wine here, so allow me to pour everyone a cup of hot wine." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed both hands on the table and cultivated his inner energy. Seeing this, the crowd immediately grew alert and drew their swords in the blink of an eye. The cups of wine on the table began to steam vigorously. "Oh dear, seems a bit too hot. The wine has actually started to boil." Aika's face went pale, sweat pouring down, using only inner power to make wine steam. This person has at least reached the pinnacle realm. The head of the household's face tightened. He asked in a low voice, "Who exactly is this master?" The man shook his head. "I'm not a master. I just happened to bring this clapper with me. It's a bit late, but let me introduce myself. I am the coin-collecting demon of the Evil Alliance, once nicknamed the Club Demon in the Jianghu. My name is Gu Goryu." Gu Goryu was once famed throughout the martial world, one of the two demons who once dominated alone. After clashing with the Evil Alliance and losing to the allied leaders, he was forced to submit and now specializes in collecting tribute from sects. Anyone who resists ends up wiped out. The head of the household blurted out anxiously, could he be the one to whom Aika gave the token? Aika immediately shook her head to deny it. "Not him, I've never met this person." Gu Goryu poured wine leisurely, his tone full of meaning. "It's been a long time since I came to Anhui. I heard the Black Dao sect and the Zhao clan were crushed, yet you still throw such a grand banquet. Being suspected is only natural." Those around Aika grew even more shocked at his words. The head of the household hurriedly explained, "It's just a coincidence. Gu Goryu has nothing to do with those matters." Gu Goryu curled his lips. "If that's so, then continue your feast. After all, I've heard the young lady's beauty is indeed unmatched." Aika grew tense as he fixed his gaze on her. "What are you saying?" Goryu stroked his chin, staring at her with a leering smile. "They say the Zhao clan met disaster because they were infatuated with your looks. It seems the rumor had some basis. A beauty like this causing two sects to fall is not surprising at all." He laughed loudly, malice filling his voice. "Born with such a handsome face yet powerless, how does that feel?" Saying that, he spat directly in Aiku's face. "You deserve to be spat on like that, understand?" The head of household and his men immediately drew their swords, faces furious. "What do you think you're doing? If you want trouble, don't expect us to sit idly by." Goryu sneered, "You think you can beat me?" The head of the household took a stern face, determination clear in his eyes. "Winning isn't the point. My daughter was humiliated before everyone. I'll ask you to step outside. Don't let the innocent be dragged in." Goryu didn't bother to care and replied coldly, "No need, let's settle it right here." Immediately, both sides began to stir their inner energy, and the atmosphere grew tense at once. Just then, Aiku suddenly spoke up, "Father, please sheath your sword." Having said that, she wiped her face with her hand, then calmly stepped in front of Goryu and personally poured him wine. Thank you for your instruction, sir. This girl offers a toast in return. This action astonished Goryu, spat in the face, and yet she pours me wine. A martial family's daughter acting this way, pathetic indeed. Aiku showed no anger, she simply folded her hands and said calmly, I am not bowing in submission, sir. You are a master who has reached the pinnacle. I only show the respect of a younger successor. Goryu laughed loudly. So you mean a grand master like me would bully a little lady? Aiku answered calmly, my speech is poor. If I have caused any misunderstanding, please forgive me. I only ask that you take this cup of wine. With that she bowed sincerely in a heartfelt salute. Seeing this, he threw back his head and laughed like a madman, then decisively raised the cup and drained it. He turned to the head of the household, clasped his hands and said, my rudeness, please sheath your sword. I did this to preserve your face. Let today's matter end here. The head of the household had no choice and grit his teeth as he sheathed his sword. Goryu strode away with arrogant bearing, taunting, your daughter is sharp indeed. If I were 50 years younger, I'd have married her. He'd walked a few steps when he stopped, as if remembering something important. Right, I almost forgot the main matter. The Black Dao sect has been destroyed. I no longer receive the tribute payments. If I return empty-handed, my reputation suffers. The head ground his teeth and asked, what do you mean? Goryu turned back to face him. I'll be blunt, I don't care who wiped out the Black Dao sect in the Zhao clan. I just need to bring that money back. The head's face contorted. He asked in a low voice, do you intend to collect tribute from the orthodox sects? Goryu sneered, tribute? It's more like condolence money. The head pressed on, do you mean to squeeze condolence money from the Namgung clan too? Goryu exhaled, Namgung clan? Ha, you must be joking. If I went there, I wouldn't touch a coin before those old men killed me. He glanced at the head with loaded meaning. Didn't the Tiger Pit sect profit handsomely from this trip? That should be enough condolence money for the unfortunate Black Dao sect, right? The head had no alternative but to agree. All right, give us some time. No sooner said than Goryu slammed his staff on the ground, sending bricks and stones flying. Listen carefully, time is money. The head held his head helplessly, thinking if they angered Goryu, the Tiger Pit sect would be wiped out tonight. Even pleading with the Namgung clan might not get help in time. In the end, he could only choose to compromise. Shortly after, he sent men to fetch the money. Quickly, a large bag of gold was placed before Goryu. He took it excitedly and without ceremony. The head ground his teeth. I've given the money, please don't touch anyone in my household. Goryu inspected the gold and replied, I'm no devil, I have standards. But if it's freely given condolence money, your tone is a bit fierce. Saying that, he tossed a gold ingot toward Aiku. Fine, I'll gladly accept this money and consider this a little apology for spitting in your face. Aiku dared not refuse and immediately bowed to pick it up. The head trembled with anger, humiliation washing over him. Goryu put on his hat, chuckled, and turned to leave. I'm off, no need to see me out. The moon's bright tonight, I'll find my way back. A while later, in the horse temple area, two young men whispered to each other. Did you hear? The escorts say the old man is strong enough to kill everyone there. Lucky they paid him off. Truly terrifying. Just then, Wu Tian H letter 1 EDBT H letter 1 EA3 I came running over. Where is he? The two saw him carrying a chicken and immediately grew excited. What's in the big brother's chest? The feast's over and we thought we wouldn't get to eat. Only big brother would think of us. Wu Tian angrily swung a kick. Not you two. I'm asking where Shuji is. The two panicked and hurriedly replied, we don't know, haven't seen him anywhere. Wu Tian stood there, his face dark, and the earlier words suddenly echoed in his mind. Hey, fatty. You should spend your life thanking that kid, he just saved your life. Thinking that, he ground his teeth and snapped, Shuji, you dare hide my stuff. At that moment, Shuji was standing guard on a suspension bridge, waiting silently. Not long after, a humming sound rose from the forest. Goryu stepped out slowly. As he walked, he suddenly stopped when he saw Shuji, because the murderous aura around the boy surged fiercely, pressing on people until it was suffocating. Goryu glanced and sneered, I thought it was some monster, turns out it's only a human. You're the stable boy from earlier, right? Following me for what? Because I insulted the girl you like. He shrugged, his tone full of sarcasm. If you're here for revenge, you've picked the wrong man. I did spit in that girl's face, but she wasn't led by the nose by me. In short, I humiliated her and gained nothing, so what's the point of revenge? At that, Shuji spoke coldly. Pretending to be a half-baked monk makes you spout nonsense. Enough talk, give the money back. As soon as he finished, he charged straight forward. Goryu showed no fear, instead he burst out laughing. Holy shit, I haven't heard that line in years. First the evil alliance, now you. As he spoke, he swung his long staff, knocking aside Shuji's attacking stance. Shuji was a bit surprised to feel the recoil make his spear-holding arm tremble. Goryu was slightly surprised too and asked, "A spear, huh? Does it have a name?" Shuji calmly shook his head, replying no. Goryu laughed coldly, twirling his staff in his hand. A spear worthy of a small gentry family, yet without a name. Yeah, this used to be a proper spear, but since the tip broke I use it like a staff. Still, it's made of black iron, very sturdy, just a bit heavy. If the tip were intact, I'd be a spear demon, not a staff demon. What a pity. Shuji didn't answer, only set up his stance again. No matter how tough it looks, it's still a blunted spear. A stray dog with its fangs pulled out, just like you now. With that, he took the initiative to attack. Goryu's expression instantly tensed. Go crazy. Shuji's spear tip cleanly skimmed across his hat, shattering a large piece, fresh blood pouring out. He spun his staff in anger and roared, fighting a man's fight yet striking from behind. Truly cowardly. Immediately after, he counterattacked fiercely. Shuji used the bridge railing to dodge, then spun and launched a volley of hidden weapons, which caught Goryu completely off guard. What the hell is this now? What a clumsy trick. As expected, a lowly move, but it won't do anything to me. While he dodged the hidden weapons, Thien Tan flashed past Goryu's side. Goryu spat at him, but he easily avoided it. Tougher-headed than I thought. Does it bother you to have your spear spat on? Truly a foolish brat. Shuji paid it no mind and launched another attack immediately. His leg swept back over the top of his head, just managing to block that spit, and at the same time kicked straight into Goryu's face. Struck, Goryu cried out in horror, "What the hell is this? Is the saliva corrosive? Are you from the Sichuan Tang clan? What kind of freak are you? Why is my vision like this?" Shuji didn't miss the chance and pressed the attack relentlessly. Goryu's vision was severely damaged. One eye almost temporarily blinded. He could only swing his staff wildly before him to defend. Seizing that opportunity, Shuji drew out a hammer and aimed straight for his leg. After a fierce bout of exchanges, the two finally pulled apart. Goryu, clearly harmed, now said soberly, "It seems I underestimated the tiger pit sect. A stable boy like this is surprisingly strong." He said that aloud, but inwardly Goryu denied it. Not right, such ferocity absolutely couldn't have been cultivated by the tiger pit sect. The gap is too great, and this martial art couldn't have come from the orthodox schools. His movement completely abandoned decorum and formality. Each gesture was a killing technique, his whole body like a living weapon. Thinking this, Goryu spoke sternly. "No matter what demonic origin you come from, come on then, brat, I'll drag you down to the netherworld." Shuji swung and pulled his spear back, and murderous intent erupted violently from him. What's the use of talking? Both simultaneously began to circulate their chi seriously. The atmosphere instantly fell silent, only the sound of falling leaves tinkled. After a moment, they both launched their attacks at the same time. The two weapon tips collided head-on, making the bridge tremble and wobble violently. Both pressed their power toward the other, neither yielding an inch. Shuji suddenly bent low, concentrating all his weight onto the spear. The spear tip aimed straight for the opponent's head and thrust forward. Seeing that, Goryu laughed in admiration. "Not bad, take my left hand, but in return I'll take your heart." At that moment, his long staff thrust straight into Shuji's chest, fresh blood spouting non-stop. He couldn't bear it and collapsed on the spot. Goryu stood there moved. Victory is mine, but the price is not cheap. Unbelievable that a puny brat like you could push me this far. Could this kid have been raised by the demonic path? Having said that, he suddenly coughed up blood, realizing his internal injuries were worse than he thought. No, this brat absolutely cannot be allowed to live. He must be finished now. But before he could strike, the sight before him filled him with horror. Demonic chi surged violently from Shuji. He rose slowly as if he'd never fallen. Goryu couldn't believe it and roared, "What the hell is this? How can you still stand? For the gods, for pride, for fighting spirit, or for love, what exactly is controlling you?" Shuji, face fierce as a demon, coldly uttered two words, "Fear." That answer stunned Goryu. He was completely at a loss. Shuji glanced at him sternly and continued, "Do you know where the dead go?" At that moment, the aura around him shifted once more. Shuji bowed his head and looked down, where a bottomless hell seemed to open, echoing with countless wails of tormented souls. They kept calling him to join their revelry, trying to drag him into the endless abyss. Shuji lifted his head to face his opponent, growing more resolute. The more he thought of what comes after death, the more he refused to let himself die. Hearing this, Goryu laughed with feeling. "What are you imagining?" Outwardly, he put on a calm front, but inside he was extremely tense. What had risen in him from fear of death? What had the kid actually seen? He didn't want to know, but one thing was certain. He had no intention of dying here. "I want to die peacefully in old age." With that thought, he swung his staff at Shuji again. Taking that blow, Shuji was knocked backward once more, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Now both of them bore a fierce will to live. After another brutal exchange, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Goryu clicked his tongue in dismay, lost 2 more fingers, and you brat are finished. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly realized several hidden blades were stuck in his face. He screamed in pain and cursed, "Bastard, what did you just spit at me?" Shuji's expression was fierce as he snapped, "Your end has come." Goryu's eyes hurt so badly he couldn't open them. His vision was completely obscured. All he could do was swing his staff wildly to keep the enemy at bay. So many mortal wounds, and yet it keeps coming after me. What kind of demon is this? The more he thought, the more desperate he became, screaming in hopelessness. Finally, he decisively hurled his long staff straight at Shuji, shouting, "Die, you demon." The move froze Shuji in surprise. Blood streamed from his head like rain. Though he tried to dodge, the staff still grazed his head, injuring him. Believing he had the upper hand, Goryu burst into loud laughter. "I win, this is my victory. Lie still, I'll end your misery with one blow." But contrary to his expectation, Shuji still stood firm. Goryu's face went pale, it's still able to move. I crushed its head already. At the same time, the bridge beneath them was severed. Only then did he realize. Shuji had accepted the blow to collapse the bridge at the same time, intending to drag him down to die together. But Shuji coldly retorted, "Nope, only you die." Goryu didn't hesitate. He immediately turned and ran toward the shore. Shuji pursued from behind, radiating murderous intent. A nameless dread rose in Goryu's chest. What is this feeling? Don't tell me that brat is really still alive. Even if he were alive, he couldn't possibly counterattack in that state. He must be thrashing in his last moments before death. But the thing called Shuji clearly can't be measured by ordinary logic, and that realization made Goryu begin to feel true fear. Thinking this, Goryu turned his head to look back. And in that instant, he saw Shuji still standing tall like a demonic statue. His whole body bristling with killing intent, each step carrying suffocating pressure. In the blink of an eye as Goryu turned, Shuji's spear point drove straight into the center of his head. Only then did he truly regret his earlier arrogant words. "I thought you were human, but it turns out you're a monster. No, it's more accurate to call you death." The fierce battle had finally reached its conclusion. Shuji won the victory, but the price was that his body was now falling freely down the chasm. He forced himself to tighten the rope that was tied to the spear still stuck in Goryu, clinging to that slender, desperate hold. Only now did Shuji have time to feel his wounds. His body was nearly crushed, his skull split open, organs shattered, and his legs showing signs of tearing away. Yet he calmly thought that as long as he wasn't dead, he could still recover, because he possessed the spring ghost demon art. Old Ko Kufu had once said the reason he could keep avenging despite a battered body was all thanks to this demonic art. It was precisely because of it that Shuji had snatched back his life countless times from the brink of death. Thinking that, he even wondered whether he should be grateful to the old man. At that moment, an unexpected anomaly appeared above. Goryu, whom he had assumed dead, was struck by a sudden heavenly thunderbolt from the sky, and his body, pinned to the cliff, was blasted free and sent plummeting down. Shuji's final point of support vanished as well. He couldn't believe it, shouting in despair, "Don't be kidding me." The two of them, along with countless rocks and debris, fell into the abyss. Shuji struggled to dodge the boulders, using every ounce of strength to cling to life. Not long after, he was buried under a heap of rubble. His consciousness grew hazy. Countless vengeful spirits appeared again, jeering with relish as they surrounded him. Pathetic, buried alive, might as well die. "Die, you bastard." Among those spirits was a familiar silhouette that seemed to be Goryu. That ghost growled, raised his staff, and stepped toward Shuji. Shuji glanced at him and called his name. The first time, the other showed no reaction, and kept advancing. The second time was no better, and instead it only made that spirit angrier, its teeth grinding. In the blink of an eye, Goryu lunged and swung his staff down toward Shuji's head. At that moment, the third call rang out. As soon as the words ended, the aura around them shifted abruptly, and Goryu's movement stiffened. His ghostly form began to disintegrate bit by bit, finally transforming into a stream of pure energy absorbed, flowed into Shuji's body. After who knows how long, Shuji slowly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly, thinking to himself that to fully tame a spear demon that had reached such a pinnacle would surely take a lot of time. Still, it was like a rare elixir, enough to help him break from the depths to the next level. Now it's time to return. But the moment he stood, Shuji stumbled and collapsed again, unable to hold back a biting curse. "Damn it, with legs like this I'll have to focus on healing once I get back. Some meridian work later." He pulled the cord to retrieve his weapon, but found his spear shaft had broken, leaving only the blade. He couldn't help feeling regretful. He couldn't even use it as a pole now. While feeling disappointed, he suddenly noticed Goryu's staff. He stepped forward and lifted it to test it. The staff was heavy and solid in his hand. If that had been a complete spear, I would have been the one to die today. Thinking that made Shuji even more determined. To avoid lunatics like that, I need to sharpen my spear point even more. The rain still fell in sheets. Shuji carried his spoils and trudged step by step back, one leg smeared with fresh blood. After who knows how long, he finally couldn't endure it and leaned against a wall in pain. Even after absorbing power from Goryu, his body had not fully recovered. This was the first time since returning to the past that he had struggled so much. Each raindrop felt like a needle pricking his skin, and both the staff and his bag felt unusually heavy. I'll just close my eyes and rest a bit. In his haze, Shuji couldn't help but think of Aiku. She probably had her own matters, he wouldn't pry, but as long as she remained at the Tiger Pit sect, that place would still be home. The moment that thought flashed, Shuji suddenly snapped back to awareness. The corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. As he started to move, Shuji murmured, "A place that's completely not for me." Scene shifts back to the Tiger Pit sect. Though it was already midnight, Aiku's room was still lit. She sat at her study table, her face melancholy, thoughts constantly turning. The martial world is where the big fish swallow the small. If you want to do good, you can't be weak. Only by being strong enough can you hold your boundaries and your beliefs. Her father was like that, and now it's her turn. At that thought, she looked at the scroll on the table, which was the acceptance letter from the Muram Alliance Junshin Academy. This school was directly run by the Muram Alliance, gathering gifted youths aged 16 to 18, who would become the pillars of the martial world in the future. Aiku held her head and sighed, her mind in turmoil. She'd only secretly taken the exam, never expecting she'd actually pass. She also wanted to finish her studies and use what she learned to revive the Tiger Pit sect. But that huge tuition fee was a major problem. Thinking of that, she suddenly remembered the upcoming banquet. But she quickly shook her head firmly. No, using that money to save the Tiger Pit sect from destruction is already fortunate enough. I can't be greedy. She stood, opened the window, sighed, and told herself, maybe I'll go out and get some air. At least it'll lift my spirits a bit. But no sooner had she stepped outside than a sudden downpour began. Aiku held the horse and stared at the sky in annoyance, muttering, "Great, does the weather have it in for me too?" She complained irritably, while the warhorse beside her cheerfully shook its mane, which only made her more exasperated. "What the? Bong, are you the only one enjoying this? I'm about to die here." Just then she sensed something, tilted her head to listen, and said, "There must be a sound, let's go check it out." Bong. She ran a few steps and then froze, for before her lay a long trail of blood across the ground, and a very large amount of it. Horrified, she wondered, who on earth is this? That person, of course, is Shuji. He stood opposite her like a grim god of evil, his whole body stained with blood, making Aiku stammer, "Are you a man or a ghost?" Shuji replied nonchalantly, "As the young lady can see." Aiku immediately declared, "Then you're a ghost." Shuji frowned at that and bent down to inspect himself with a puzzled look. Seeing him about to leave, Aiku hurriedly called out, "Wait, please hold on a moment." She tossed him a cloth pouch and said, "This is some basic healing herbs. They're not expensive, but use them if you need to." She continued, her tone serious yet gentle. "I don't know what you've gone through, and it's not my place to meddle in Muram grudges, but I can't ignore someone in distress before me." Finally, she added, "If you don't like them, toss them away and go on your way." Shuji slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, then bent to pick up the pouch from the ground. Immediately after, he tossed something back. The pouch landed on the horse's back, soaked in fresh blood, which made Shuji recoil in alarm. Her mind instantly spun, not understanding what was happening. Just as she was about to speak, Shuji cut in with a low voice, "Young miss, throw that onto the horse's back." With that, he gradually faded into the night. No matter how Aiku called, it was useless. She stood frozen, staring tensely at the pouch before her, her mind racing with guesses. What could be in this bag? Judging by its size and the smell of blood, could it possibly be a human head? If so, she must confirm it and report to the authorities. With that thought, she swallowed her fear, closed her eyes, stepped forward, and opened the pouch. But in an instant, the dazzling light inside froze her in place. This was the very thing Goryu had stolen earlier today. "This is the Tiger Pit sect's money." Aiku immediately snapped to attention and hurriedly looked in the direction Shuji had just gone, but his figure had already vanished down the opposite alley. She panicked and ran after him, calling out as she went, "Your Grace, wait, why do you have this?" But when she reached the mouth of the alley, she widened her eyes in shock. Shuji had used lightness skill and disappeared completely. All that remained were gold pieces scattered on the ground and his fresh blood stain, leaving Aiku filled with endless bewilderment. She stood silent for a long moment, whispering to herself, "Who on earth are you?" Meanwhile, Shuji had pushed off with all his strength. He hadn't moved far before collapsing to the ground. But he immediately sat up, alertly scanning his surroundings. And his hammer and hidden weapons were out in an instant. He frowned, thinking to himself that someone should be out at this hour. Who could it be? The one who appeared was none other than Wu Tian. Seeing him, Shuji was full of confusion. "That guy again? I don't have the mood to mess around with you today." Wu Tian ran over excitedly, face beaming. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages." He held up the bag in his hand and added, "The meat and rice cakes I brought you are all cold now." Shuji sighed inwardly, thinking this was trouble of a different kind. Only then did Wu Tian notice his condition. His face changed at once and he shouted, "Wait, what happened to you? Were you beaten?" He ground his teeth in anger and continued, "Which bastards dared lay a hand on my lifesaver? Whoever they are, I'll go to war with them at once." Shuji pushed him away irritably and said coldly, "Too noisy. Go to Shu the apothecary and fetch those herbs for me." Wu Tian, baffled, still nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Shuji recited a string of herb names: fuling, lac resin, fenugreek seeds, flaxseed, piljinga, longan fruit, and many others. Wu Tian scribbled them down, sweating and lamenting inwardly. "Wait, where am I supposed to get all this right now?" Shuji wearily sat on a pile of dry grass and replied calmly, "I told you, go to Shu the apothecary and get them." Wu Tian blurted out in surprise, "Shu the apothecary? You mean Shu Aika, the apothecary head at the Howling Tiger Escort Bureau?" He trembled inwardly and cursed under his breath. "This lunatic, how could I dare ask that person for herbs?" Shuji remained utterly calm and said lightly, "Just tell her I sent you and Aika will give them to you." Hearing that, Wu Tian shook with anger, his whole body trembling as he snarled, "Say something that makes sense for one." He took a deep breath and forced himself, "Fine, I'll not beat you up this time." After a moment of inner struggle, he turned and left, muttering that, since it was a request from his lifesaver, the worst that could happen was being called crazy once more. A few steps later, he turned back and shouted, "When I'm there, what should I say?" Shuji instructed sternly, "Just say that person sent you, Aika will understand." Wu Tian paused, sighed, and walked off, thinking to himself he'd rather say a mule driver sent him than that. Shuji said nothing more. He sat still and began to circulate his chi. At this time, the demonic contest in his body gradually began to manifest, and before him a dark crimson blood gate swiftly appeared. Shuji stared tensely at that blood gate, fully aware that to break through he had to clear the Du Mai and Mai channels, drain the blood from his body, then refill it with spirit elixirs. Dangerous as it was, the battle with Goryu had already fully opened his acupoints. Moreover, he had lost a considerable amount of blood in that fight, and the missing medicinal power would be replenished by the very demonic creature just refined into a spirit vessel. Thinking that, Shuji clenched his fists. The pitiful wails of the demon rang out, and the blood chi within him erupted violently. He squeezed his eyes shut and began to circulate his chi and refine. Some unknowable time later, Wu Tian finally returned. He still couldn't believe it. Shu Aika's reaction when she learned Shuji had sent him was truly unbelievable. Not only was she not angry, she immediately worried, "What? He's injured. I must go see at once," then changed tone. "No, he probably has his own plan. If you need anything, come find me at once." Wu Tian stared at Shuji dumbfounded and couldn't help wondering silently, "What kind of godly person are you?" Shuji opened his eyes, took the pouch of herbs, nodded, and said, "I'm fine." He instructed seriously, "Before I go out, don't let anyone enter this room. If anything happens, immediately inform Shu Aika." Though Wu Tian was full of suspicion, he didn't dare ask more and only nodded silently. Shortly after, the door was closed and the room sank back into silence. Shuji sat down, relaxed his body once more, and then stilled his demonic aura. He knew clearly that if he passed the obstruction and reached the anomalous realm, no one would be able to recognize it as demonic arts anymore. Except for the one who founded it, Kokufu. But where is that old man now, and what is he doing? Is he being hunted by the Murim Alliance and the Evil Alliance? Or are those two old men still reigning in the heavenly demon cult, holding the title right divine palace keeper, red-eyed in search of heirs like me and Aiku? Lost in such thoughts, memories of his past life surfaced unexpectedly, of being trapped amid layers of danger, and then meeting Kokufu together with Aiku. And at that very moment in the present, Shuji stepped before the blood gate. He placed his hand on the dark crimson door. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. "You want to go, little brother. Looks like you really want to go." Shuji raised his hand and caught the object tossed to him. The other smiled and added, "Take your time, my brother." Shuji pushed the door open and stepped in, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he replied, "Stay strong, good brother." After an unknown span of time, he finally jerked awake. Did it succeed? It seemed that the fat guard had been keeping watch outside very carefully. Shuji rose, pushed the door open, and stepped out, only to find Wu Tian lying on the ground, asleep like the dead. He had barely taken a few steps when Wu Tian suddenly woke with a start. And panicked, "Shuji, are you all right? Where are you going? What's that smell?" Shuji didn't bother to answer and strode off. He had successfully broken through to the first level of the anomalous realm. This is precisely the consummate peak stage that martial fighters often speak of. He walked while thinking. The preparation phase was finished now. Should I move on to the next step right away? After the Black Dao sect in the Zhao clan, the third power I need revenge on is the overlord of Anhui City, the pinnacle of the 5 great families, the Namgung clan. The scene shifts to the Tiger Pit sect. Low voices echoed in the room. The Namgung clan has sent an invitation, saying their grand feast this year will be held earlier than usual. The person opposite asked in surprise, a grand feast? Why have they called us to a gathering of Anhui's major righteous schools? Ko Jenin sighed and replied, you know already, the representative of Goryeo, the Zhou family, has disappeared, so we're being promoted to fill that spot. Madam, hearing that, grew even more anxious and said softly, although we are clean, their looks toward us will surely be unpleasant. He nodded in agreement, probably so. The martial world speaks by strength. If you're weak, you have to swallow your grievances. Moreover, standing before a mountain named the Namgung clan, we can only be powerless. Madam tried to reassure him, husband, don't worry too much. Have you heard any news? He asked suspiciously, what news? Madam continued, I've heard that the Golden Branch and Leaf Miss of the Namgung clan is currently studying at Dunshin Academy and will soon return. He exclaimed in surprise, you mean the Sword Blossom Miss Namgung Yul? Madam nodded to confirm. Yes, the ladies are whispering that this feast is for the Namgung clan to show off that talented girl, an opportunity to present her and let her display her skills. He laughed, if that's really the purpose, fine, brag about your daughter as much as you like. Then he added in a lower voice, honestly, our Aiku is by no means inferior to Miss Namgung. Madam asked doubtfully, why would you say that? He sighed, just a bit of pride. Miss Aiku lacks nothing from looks and talent to virtue. He looked down at his cup, voice turning grave. The only thing holding the girl back is these useless parents. We must push her forward, give her a chance before it's too late. Having said that, he drained his cup in one go. Just then, Aiku hurried in from outside, calling loudly, Father, Mother. Ko Jenin looked at her in surprise, smiling, my treasure, it's been so long since I heard you call us father and mother like that. Aiku quickly cut in, now's not the time for that, I've brought something for you to see. She held the item out and the two were terrified at once. It was the admission notice from Dunshin Academy. Madam said shakily, my heavens, look, mind, virtue, and body all top marks. Our treasure is the top scorer. Ko Jenin laughed excitedly. This is great news. We must throw a grand feast. Aiku worriedly asked, Father, Mother, what about the tuition fees? He said sternly, don't worry about trifles. Even if I had to uproot the sect's main pillars and sell them, I'd cover your schooling. Madam added quickly, yes, just focus on your studies. Aiku shook her head, that's not it. Then she put her hand behind her back and set a heavy pouch of gold down on the floor before them. Both were stunned into silence by the sight of the pouch. Aiku smiled at them and said softly, you needn't worry so much, I've brought back enough money. Quickly dawn began to break. Aiku and Shuji stood by the stream enjoying the view. The clear water reflected the morning light. She looked at the youth before her, feeling moved. Strange, ever since Shuji appeared, everything seemed to go unnaturally smoothly. She stepped to his side and smiled, my lucky charm. I haven't seen your face lately. Where have you been wandering outside? She watched him a moment longer, then added, besides, it's only been a few days, but you seem changed, haven't you? Shuji was silent, giving no reply and showing no reaction. This began to irritate Aiku. She knitted her brows and cursed inwardly, this brat. Where has your mind wandered off to? I called you several times and you didn't answer. Shuji finally frowned and answered, I'm just noodling over a few things. But inwardly he calculated coldly. I'm thinking of turning the Namgung clan into a complete mess. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. Back then, an elder of the Namgung clan colluded with the Zhao clan estate and the Black Dao sect to conceal the truth of the Tiger Pit sect incident, causing that school to fall into ruin under false accusations. The Namgung clan had strength enough to crush any force they wished. As a gargantuan power granted autonomy in Anhui City, they should have intervened in disputes to maintain order. Yet corrupt forces existed within the Namgung clan itself. They turned a blind eye to dirty schemes among weaker sects in exchange for bribes. And it was those so-called elders, monsters in name, who meddled in the Tiger Pit sect massacre. One of them had once been the pursuer, who drove a sword into him in his previous life. Thinking of that, Shuji's expression grew even colder. Just then Aiku asked, have the stable boys still been bullying you a lot lately? Before Shuji could answer, she continued, saying a mere warning won't make them fear you. That's not good. She looked him squarely in the face and said seriously, Shuji, do you want to leave here with me? Those words stunned him. Aiku didn't give him long to think and continued, I'll tell you something, I'm enrolling at Dunshin Academy this time. In that instant, Shuji remembered his past life. Back then, Aiku had said the same, but her voice had been full of regret. She'd passed, even top of the class, but couldn't attend for lack of money. Now Aiku before him wore an uncontainable radiant joy. She said excitedly, I'll definitely get into Dunshin Academy, gain knowledge and lineage merit, then return. I want to rebuild the Tiger Pit sect bigger and stronger. Then she looked at Shuji and spoke gently, Shuji, you're taciturn but honest and talented. If you don't mind, come with me to Junshin Academy. The life there will certainly be more comfortable than here. The corner of Shuji's mouth lifted slightly, and inwardly he felt moved. The dream she couldn't fulfill in their past life. This time, once I finish everything, she can walk that path herself. Aiku eagerly awaited an answer. Will you come with me? Shuji didn't give a decisive reply, only saying he'd assess the situation first. Hearing that, Aiku's face immediately fell. What, still playing coy? Fine, I'll take that as your agreement. She continued more seriously, Junshin Academy is far. If there's anything to settle, handle it quickly. You haven't lent money to anyone or gotten into trouble, have you? Shuji answered tersely, I have a debt to collect. At this, Aiku jumped, her face flushing. A debt? You have a debt, then go settle it quickly. You must reclaim everything, hear me? No more delays, go now, I'll help you get it all back. Shuji rose, eyes cold. Of course, I'll retrieve that debt no matter what. He vowed inwardly that from the estate down to the last drop of blood, everything must be returned. The scene shifted to the Namgung clan, a vast complex of architecture, solemn and majestic. Carriages and crowds poured in and out like a flood. Shu Aika bowed in greeting, Master and Miss, you've had a long journey. Ko Jenin and Aiku returned the polite bow. Aika, you've worked hard too, thanks to you we arrived so quickly. Let's go inside. Behind them, Wu Taiyan and a few brothers led horses, staring at the scene in shock. Is this the Namgung clan? It's truly enormous, and everywhere you look there are handsome men and beautiful women. Seems the rumor that the Namgung clan recruits maidservants and laborers based on looks is true. Compared to us, it's like night and day. Just then, a commotion rose from behind. Shuji found himself surrounded by a crowd of women. Where did little brother come from? So handsome. Look at those arms, so solid. You're sweating so much, let sister wipe it for you. Shuji showed clear annoyance, inwardly sighing at the hassle. The three Wu Taiyan stood nearby, were none too pleased. Didn't that bastard promise to treat Shuji well? Wu Taiyan suddenly remembered. Right, I did promise. At that moment, Shuji abruptly vanished from where he stood, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wu Taiyan. He said softly, leave them to you. Before Wu Taiyan could react, the group of women surged forward aggressively. Wasn't there a handsome young man who just ran past here? Where is he? Wu Taiyan beamed, are you all looking for me? But what greeted him were countless knife-sharp glances, making him panic and hurriedly apologize. The women angrily dragged themselves away, muttering as they left. What was that? Such delusion. So annoying, sisters, let's go. Wu Taiyan stood there feeling sorry for himself, tears streaming, cursing that bastard Shuji in his heart. The scene then cut to another place. Shuji was now standing on the eaves, silently observing the activity below. Beneath him, a steward was shouting, what are you idiots standing there for? The banquet's about to start, get to work, you lazy lot. At that moment, a servant tripped and dropped an item to the ground. The steward immediately flew into a rage, roaring, you idiot, are you crazy? Do you know how much this piece of meat is worth? Even if we cut you up and sold you, it wouldn't fetch as much, understand, you low-born scum. He beat the servant a while, then sighed tiredly, cursing in frustration, damn it, already swamped with work and now this happens too. Then he barked, move that idiot elsewhere, quick. Has the sacrificial animal for the blood oath ceremony been prepared? Another servant hurried over to reply, Master Steward, we've brought everything as you ordered, no bloodletting, done exactly as you instructed. The servant hesitated, then added, it's just that the wolf chosen as the offering is too large, it's hard for just a few of us to move it. Hearing this, the steward angrily lashed out with his whip and yelled, you bunch of idiots, did you just grab someone random and tell him to carry it? The servants were terrified and bowed quickly. We understand, sir. The steward snorted coldly, thinking irritably that every one of them was as dumb as the next. Just then he sensed something, turned his head to look back and muttered in puzzlement, what is that? From inside a crate, a surge of demonic aura rolled out and a pair of blazing red eyes appeared. The steward immediately threw his whip to the ground, gripped the sword hilt tightly, gritted his teeth and cursed, those bastards brought the sacrificial beast without checking if it's dead. Wait till they come back, I'll chop each of them a leg off to feel better. He complained in frustration, why does my life have to be so miserable? Saying that, he hurried toward the cart, barking as he went, where are you, you damn wolf? But very quickly he realized something was off and frowned. What is this? It's only a wolf cub, why bring such a young thing as the offering? No sooner had he finished than a giant wolf suddenly roared and charged forward. The steward panicked, raising his sword to block and shouting, damn it, what kind of monstrous wolf is this big? But after a moment he calmed, burst into loud laughter and said, with a wolf this large, this blood oath ceremony will surely be a smashing success. He chuckled smugly, those idiots had somehow scored a huge haul and the family head would be very pleased. At that moment he froze, because the wolf was nowhere to be seen. Behind the curtain, Shuji stood silently, feeling wistful and thinking, I wonder how the Namgung clan estate is actually laid out. I'm really curious. Suddenly, a rope tightened around the steward's neck. He howled in pain. What do you think I'm going to say? The corner of Shuji's mouth curled with interest as he replied coolly, you don't need to say anything. The steward's eyes gradually went white. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. At the same time, demonic chi around Shuji flared violently. He murmured softly, indeed, the dead are always more honest than the living. Cut to Wu Tian and the others. Wu Tian, being dragged away, kept explaining, I've told you we're not people of the Namgung clan, we're from the Tiger Pit sect. No matter how much they protested, the Namgung clan servants ignored them and hauled them off. One servant said apologetically, sorry, I'll fetch meat and food for you later, just help carry this wolf one end. Just then he bent to look at the ground and muttered in puzzlement, where's the master martial artist? Another servant hurried over to urge, what are you standing there for? Before we get scolded again, lift it and move. Wu Tian, unwilling but resigned, stepped forward to help carry it, grumbling as he went, why do we have to do this? You must keep your promise. He frowned and squinted. Why is this wolf so heavy? Did it just give birth to the cub or something? The servant replied, I'll give you 3 portions of meat. Wu Tian immediately shook his head. No, 4 portions, because we also have Shuji with us. Cut to another side. The grand banquet had now officially begun. The Sword King Namgungchen sat on high, with a plainly bored look, saying, this is unbearably dull. The family head Namgung Pa, standing beside him, spoke up. Father, because the Zhao clan was exterminated, the atmosphere in Anhui is very chaotic. If the Sword King revealed himself now, wouldn't things settle down soon? Namgungchen sighed and replied, those same matters again. Namgung Pa continued, besides, the Zhao clan was originally a branch of the Namgung clan. The master of the Zhao family, Zhao Yaoshi, is even a distant relative of Namgung Pingsing in the Council of Elders. Namgungchen nodded, I'm aware of that. I even met Zhao Yaoshi a few times. He's rather cunning. He added slowly, his collusion with the Black Dao sect has already been exposed to the world. Namgung Pa said sternly, our Namgung clan is a pillar of the righteous path. We must ensure there's nothing shameful. It's time we showed our face. Namgungchen replied nonchalantly, those weaklings, if a few of them die in a fight, what's the big deal? He looked at his son and added slowly, you've always been quick to anger over trivial things. When you lost at cricket fighting as a child, you'd be upset for days, remember? Namgung Pa helplessly held his head. Father, how can you compare the Zhao clan and the Black Dao sect to cricket fighting? Besides, that's ancient history. Just then, someone entered to report, Father, grandfather. The eldest daughter of the Namgung clan, Namgung Yul, has arrived. It's almost time to enter the banquet. When Namgung Pa saw her, he immediately became ecstatic and shouted, our proud daughter has arrived. Father, you can see how much Yul has grown, right? The old man nodded in confirmation and slowly replied, indeed, has Yul found a proper suitor at the academy yet? Hearing this, Namgung Pa angrily shouted, Father, how old is she that you're already discussing marriage? He covered his ears with a disgusted look and said, you're being too noisy. Namgung Yul spoke up calmly, Father, grandfather isn't wrong. Perhaps I should marry soon to become someone useful to the family. Upon hearing that, Namgung Pa panicked and hurriedly said, whatever the case, thinking about marriage right now is far too hasty. He asked suspiciously, or are you secretly seeing some man? Namgung Yul shook her head and explained, there's nothing like that, but after graduation I can't be sure. Father should mentally prepare himself. The old man chuckled and advised cheerfully, if she seeks a husband, let Namgung Yul find one from somewhere a bit farther away. Don't pick one of these boring local types. Namgung Pa immediately objected, no, her husband must be chosen by her own hand before we decide. The old man turned away irritably, muttering, damn it, she'll probably bring back someone as stiff as you. Namgung Pa paid no mind and went to his daughter, saying, so it stands, remember Namgung Yul, you haven't forgotten, right? The blood oath ceremony is about to be held. Namgung Yul nodded solemnly in confirmation. The blood oath ceremony is a ritual of drawing blood from the throat of a large, ferocious beast into a bronze basin. Afterwards, the participants will drink that blood in turn. It is a binding ritual for families deciding to form an alliance. Namgung Pa reminded her that her duty was to use the clan's sacred sword to draw the sacrificial blood into the basin. It is the most prominent role in the event. Namgung Yul nodded and said, I will do my utmost to elevate the Namgung clan's dignity. Namgung Pa waved his hand, very well, then let us attend the banquet now. Father, please rise as well. He glanced down, frowned and muttered, that old man again. Then he turned and said, "Father, I'll take my leave first." Before departing, he called back and instructed, "Yul, do not let anyone snatch that sword from you, understand?" Namgung Yul bowed her head to look at the long sword in her hand, a trace of puzzlement crossing her eyes, but she gave no reply. Below, the guests began to murmur among themselves. Someone whispered, "This time the invited party isn't the Zhao clan, but the Tiger Pit sect. I thought the Tiger Pit sect had already wiped out the Zhao clan and the Black Dao sect." Another person immediately cut in, "Make your argument sound reasonable. Tiger Pit sect has no money or influence. How could it possibly have destroyed the Zhao clan and the Black Dao sect?" Ko Jenin clenched his teeth in fury at the taunts, but he forced himself to restrain his temper. As Aiku was about to speak up to calm things, another voice rang out. An old gentleman stroked his beard, smiled, and stepped forward, saying slowly, "Oh my, why does everyone's face look so glum? Are you not satisfied with the terms of the joint decree?" He continued with a smug tone, "I personally devoted myself to drafting this joint decree." The speaker was Namgung Pingsing, the elder of the northern branch of the Namgung clan. The crowd rushed forward to flatter him as soon as they saw him. The content of the joint decree was clear. All righteous organizations present must submit under the banner of the Namgung clan. The Namgung clan would share part of its secrets with those who joined. In return, each quarter those organizations must pay a protection fee to the Namgung clan. Everyone inwardly felt extremely annoyed, silently cursing the sly old fox for presenting himself while preaching fairness, laughable. Yet outwardly no one dared voice opposition. After all, receiving the Namgung clan's secrets felt like a dream come true. Namgung Pingsing sneered furtively, "Indeed, I think so too, but who is this? Isn't this the rumored sect master of the Tiger Pit sect?" Father and son immediately rose and performed a salute. "Yes, honored elder, to behold you is truly our privilege." Namgung Pingsing stepped forward, patted Ko Jenin on the shoulder, and laughed loudly. "Privilege nothing, we'll be seeing each other often from now on." He feigned lament, "It's a pity the Zhao clan was wiped out." Ko Jenin replied solemnly, "Namgung Pingsing, I swear the Tiger Pit sect had nothing to do with the Zhao clan's extermination." Namgung Pingsing pressed strongly on his shoulder and said, "I'm not saying I don't believe you. Precisely because I trust you, I invited you here." He continued to cajole, "Today's blood oath ceremony will be a great opportunity for the Tiger Pit sect. If you grow stronger later thanks to the Namgung sword techniques, the protection fees will be considered repaid." He changed tone and turned his gaze to Aiku. "By the way, since the marriage with the Zhao clan fell through, Miss Aiku, what do you think about marrying into some other household?" He added with a thin smile, "Of course not as a principal wife, but as a concubine." Namgung Pingsing slowly uttered the insult. "Young people these days prefer to become concubines of powerful old men rather than principal wives of useless young ones. Am I right?" As he spoke, he reached a hand toward her. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept by, accompanied by a cold voice. "What are you doing over there?" Namgung Pingsing's face immediately went ashen. The person who appeared was Namgung Pa. Namgung Pingsing inwardly felt a pang of emotion. The troublesome party crasher had finally shown up. He drew his hand back and forced a smile, nothing special. He continued placidly that he'd merely recognized a familiar face among the honored guests and wanted to say a few words. Namgung Pa warned sternly, "Whether it's special is for me to judge. I'm asking you what exactly you're doing here." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, but Namgung Pingsing burst into laughter. "With the important event approaching, the host seems a bit oversensitive, doesn't he?" He continued at ease, "I merely offered a few suggestions because Master Ko Jenin mentioned he was curious about the decree." "Am I right?" Ko Jenin, unwilling to offend, nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Namgung Pingsing laughed excitedly. "See, it's really nothing serious, so host, you needn't worry." He turned and continued, "Very well, I'll take my leave. You two carry on with your conversation." Passing Ko Jenin, he lowered his voice and reminded, "Today's topic isn't finished, we'll continue next time." Namgung Pa's face darkened as he watched them go, saying nothing further. After a moment he sighed and said, "If Namgung Pingsing has misspoken about anything, oh no. I'm sure he's misspoken. Allow me to apologize to you on his behalf." Namgung Pa turned and continued, "Ko Jenin." Ko Jenin hurriedly waved his hand. "How could I accept that? Why would the host have to apologize to a lowly person like me?" Namgung Pa replied gently, "Why say that? You will become a staunch ally of the Namgung clan." He went on, "I apologize so you will forgive the rudeness of Namgung Pingsing. That is proper. After all, I am a man of courtesy and decency." Namgung Pa shifted his gaze to Aiku and said, "Furthermore, our elder spoke discourteously to you. I apologize on his behalf to you." Aiku immediately bowed and answered, "It's nothing, Mrs. Fine, you needn't worry." Namgung Pa appraised her inwardly. This girl, I heard she topped the entrance exam to Junshin Academy, indeed an impressive bearing, clearly well refined. Perhaps she could become a worthy rival in the future and also a good friend to our Namgung Yul. Thinking that, he smiled and said, "Very well, hearing you say that puts me at ease." Namgung Pa looked up toward the high platform and asked, "Is it time?" Just then Namgung Yul arrived. Namgung Pa turned and said, "You came at the right moment. This is the daughter of the Tiger Pit Sect's sect master." Greet each other. Namgung Yul politely bowed. "Pleased to meet you for the first time. I am Namgung Yul." Aiku returned the greeting likewise. Namgung Yul pondered secretly. Is this the top candidate who passed Junshin Academy's exam this time? On her side, Aiku quietly observed the sword blossom that is Namgung Yul. Namgung Pa turned to his daughter and asked, "Is everything prepared?" Namgung Yul nodded. "Yes, father, everything is ready." Having said that, she drew her sword. Namgung Pa turned and announced loudly, "All right, the time has come." On the main platform, a white wolf was being tightly bound. The blood oath ceremony was officially underway. Namgung Pa slowly stepped up onto the platform, and as soon as he reached the top, he turned around, pressed his hands together toward the gathered on-way heroes. He boomed, "I, Namgung Pa, wish to offer my thanks to you all." The crowd was taken aback. His internal strength was truly formidable. Namgung Pa continued loudly, "We all take up the sword for justice and the balance of the martial world." He called out, "But what is the reality?" Namgung Pa went on, "The northern demonic sect runs rampant. The eastern migrant clans act without shame. The western dark paths are rising, while the strength of the Murim alliance weakens by the day." He spoke solemnly, "So today, right here, we will bind ourselves with this oath into one righteous cause, so that the balance our ancestors guarded will be defended by us." The entire venue erupted at once. The great drumbeats thundered without pause. Namgung Yul moved up from below, holding the sacred sword against her chest, and quickly stood before her father. Namgung Pa smiled and instructed, "You go up there." Namgung Yul nodded, then immediately executed her footwork and leapt onto the platform. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the summit. Namgung Yul spoke with resolve, "My sword is also the Namgung sword. Today here, I will let the gathered heroes see all I possess and restore honor to the Namgung name." She lifted the sword and began to perform the blade dance. Those below were stunned by the spectacle. Namgung Yul thought to herself that this was the final stage of the ritual. Wherever the tip of the sword reached, she would pour everything into completing it. Peerless sword of the vast sky. Heavenly dance single line she sliced out. The blade's tip aimed straight for the white wolf's head. At that moment, a laugh rang out. A hand suddenly reached out from the wolf's body, and a figure lunged directly toward Namgung Yul. She jolted in alarm. Unconsciously, her mind echoed with her father's earlier warning that she must never let anyone snatch the sword from her. But at that very instant, her neck was seized in a tight hold by the attacker, which left her incredulous. What just happened? Someone crawled out of the wolf's belly? That's absurd. No, this chokehold feels all too real. Wait, where's the holy sword? Namgung Yul bowed her head to look down. The sacred sword was clutched tightly in the other's hand. Then he rested the blade against her throat and said coldly, "From now on I will bind your acupoints. If you struggle, I'll cut off your ear first." Her frightened cry immediately drew the host's attention. Those below began to murmur. Someone gasped, "What was that? It looked like something came out of the wolf just now." Another added, "It looked very human." Namgung Pa ceased circulating, his chi, worry tightening in his chest. Namgung Yul's chi was in complete chaos. What on earth had happened up there? His gaze immediately landed on the holy sword. That was certainly the sword's scabbard. Atop the platform, the man suddenly shouted, "You damned lot of the Namgung clan, listen up." Namgung Pa saw the scene and roared in fury, "You filthy bastard, won't you release my daughter at once?" The other side replied nonchalantly, "I have two demands." Before he could finish, Namgung Pa cut in with a roar, "You scoundrel, didn't you hear me say release my daughter first?" Just then Namgung Chin stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Be quiet for a moment, it's too noisy, I can't hear what he's saying." He continued sternly, "Don't be impatient, you've been the head for how long and still haven't fixed this habit." Namgung Chin reasoned that if he wanted to kill Namgung Yul, he would have done so from the start. He must have some purpose for staging this. He concluded, "Am I right?" The other sneered, "Clever old man." Namgung Chin smiled, "Flattery won't get you far, young man." The man warned coldly, "Fine, if anyone else interrupts me, I'll slit this wench's throat first." Though furious to the core, Namgung Pa dared not act rashly. Only then did the man begin stating his terms. "As I said earlier, I have two conditions." He raised the sword and said coldly, "First, today's blood oath ceremony must be nullified because it is utterly unfair." He taunted that the Namgung clan, famed as a pillar of the righteous, would hold such a base and unjust pact. He added gravely that no wonder the great righteousness of the martial world could not stand firm. He continued, "Second, the one who created this covenant must be killed." The man sneered, "If you present that person on the altar, I'll release this woman and guarantee she won't have a scratch on her." Namgung Pa, upon hearing this, raised his hand to signal he wished to speak. The man saw the gesture and nodded in assent. Namgung Pa said in a low voice, "I can agree to amend the covenant to make it fairer, but killing the person who wrote the clause is absolutely out of the question." The man cut in with a cold laugh, "Before you say no, why not ask the person concerned first?" Namgung Pingsing heard this and bellowed angrily, "You fiend. Do you think the Namgung clan will be fooled by your silver tongue?" The man looked at him coldly and said, "Just step up here and I'll release the woman and guarantee she comes away unscathed." Namgung Pingsing immediately objected fiercely, "You madman want to barter for a hostage. What are you planning?" He roared, "You intend to force me to seal our martial arts, right? Say something reasonable for once." The man snorted coldly, "When did I tell you to seal your martial arts?" Namgung Pingsing stood stunned and blurted, "What?" The man laughed contemptuously, "No sealing required. For scum like you I can just kill him outright." He urged, "Enough dilly-dallying, crafty old man, crawl your rotten self up here." Namgung Pingsing immediately turned and shouted, "Clan heads, let me go up there. I will rescue Namgung Yul." The crowd buzzed once more. Someone whispered, "Is the elder really going up there?" Another replied, "His granddaughter's life is at risk, how could he not go?" But Namgung Pa hesitated inwardly, thinking he could not trust that crafty old man. Yet if he stalled any longer, Namgung Yul would be in greater danger. Besides, if it were Namgung Pingsing. With that thought, Namgung Pa turned and said, "I know, go ahead, you may go up." Namgung Pingsing had volunteered to go up, but when he saw the head's agreement come so easily, he was stunned. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Does this mad clan head really want me to go up there?" He worried the other had prepared something. Was it safe to go up like this? All eyes in the crowd turned to him. Some admired his decisiveness for his granddaughter's sake, calling him sentimental. Others sighed, saying confronting the Namgung elder was pitiful for the man. Namgung Pingsing bristled and cursed inwardly, "What do these bastards know about my heart?" Just then Namgung Chen barked loudly, "Namgung Pingsing, you lazy bastard, how long do you intend to keep this old man waiting?" He urged him on, "Hurry up and climb up there." Namgung Pingsing panicked and ran toward the platform, calling out as he ran, "Yes, venerable clan head, I'm coming up right now." He said it aloud, but inside he was furious and uncomfortable. He kept cursing under his breath, "Damn it, am I being played by someone like this?" He resolved that having come this far, he would face it head-on. He observed the other, though covered by a beast's hide, one could tell at a glance he wasn't old and frail. Hostility rose in him. "If you aren't a super master who can restore youth, then today I'll personally kill you." The man across narrowed his eyes, sizing him up. Finally, they had met. Namgung Pingsing was at the top of his personal hit list. He ground his teeth and thought bitterly it was because the other was kin to Zhao Yaoshi. He resented him for covering up the annihilation of the Tiger Pit sect without investigation. He was furious. "You hunted Ko Aiku to prevent future trouble and left me grievously wounded." He coldly accused, "I destroyed the 5 Venom sect, remnants of Ko Kufu, yet you manipulated public opinion and painted me as the common enemy of the martial world." Thinking this, he said aloud, "I've heard the slaughterhouse butchers say you ordered them to capture these wolves. Is that true?" He did not hesitate and nodded in confirmation. "Yes." The youth pressed on, "Then why was capturing the mother wolf not enough? Why did you take the cubs as well?" He laughed coldly, tone full of contempt. "Why bother with a reason? Dangerous species must be uprooted." He continued, "If left alive, they'll only become beasts harboring hatred for humans." The youth felt vindicated. Indeed, nothing had changed. He thought to himself that the cruelty and deceit from past lives persisted now. Between us, there could be no reconciliation. With that, he turned to the dead wolf beside him and said solemnly, "Sorry I led you to this fate." He continued in an icy voice, "That venomous old man, I will send him to hell." Having finished, he struck the acupoint at the back of Namgung Yul's neck. She was forced down to her knees and screamed through clenched teeth, "You scoundrel, to dare do this in the Namgung clan, do you think you'll walk away unpunished?" Unexpectedly to her, the youth replied calmly, "Perhaps." At once the faces of those below turned ashen. To everyone's horrified gaze, he bent down and kissed Namgung Yul squarely on the lips. This kiss was far from simple, not an ordinary kiss at all. The moment he released her, streams of deathly chi immediately emanated from her body. Her agonized cries echoed across the ceremonial altar once more. Namgung Pa below roared in fury, "What are you doing?" His voice trembled with rage. This was not what had been promised. The youth answered indifferently, "I did not injure her. He added, I only poisoned her, I have not broken my promise. Having said that, he tossed Namgung Yul down below. The people below immediately panicked and shouted. Namgung Pa quickly leaped up and caught his daughter. He hurriedly checked and was horrified to find Namgung Yul's inner energy in disarray. He ground his teeth. This is dispersing poison. He frowned, a poison whose name even I don't know. As he landed, he shouted, quick, fetch the medics here. He barked on everyone else, go and capture that man at once. Above, the youth produced a vial and held it aloft, saying, this is the antidote. He warned coldly, if anyone else dares to climb the altar, or if you, Namgung Pingsing, try to run. He emphasized, the vial of antidote will instantly shatter. Hearing this, no one dared move. They could only stand below and curse. The youth paid them no mind, slipped his hand into the corpse of the wolf, and pulled out something, which turned out to be his true weapon. Namgung Pingsing cried out in terror, this looks like you have ties to the money-collecting demon of the evil alliance. The youth raised the weapon and snorted coldly, that's none of your concern. Namgung Pingsing hurriedly dodged aside, then suddenly counterattacked. He shouted, you damned madman. A heavy staff came down, instantly shattering a section of the altar. Namgung Pingsing was thrown into fresh panic, one blow having ruined the ceremonial platform. He gaped and exclaimed, right now I understand. He roared, so it's you who slaughtered the Zhao clan and the Black Dao sect. He shouted 3 calls to the underworld. Having said that, he swung his sword to counterattack. Shuji immediately dropped the weapon in his hand, and then drew 2 short blades. Namgung Pingsing, unable to react in time, was stabbed through. He clenched against the pain and swung his sword to strike back, but Shuji leapt up and evaded that attack. He cursed under his breath, damn it, this rat. While he was still shouting, Shuji's strike came from behind. Namgung Pingsing hastily rolled away. He angrily bellowed, how dare you attack me from behind? He continued, your kind is deceitful, but you're far too obvious. Yet as he landed, his face went pale, for he had stepped on a hidden needle Shuji had set earlier. Shuji stood watching his agonized cries, then sneered coldly, play fair. He asked, don't you want the antidote anymore? Namgung Pingsing struggled to compose himself, looked up at him and spat, you cur refuse to fight me honorably. He shouted, yet you resort to such dirty tricks. Shuji picked up the staff, tilted his head slightly and said, dishonorable. He added, not honorable, is it? He paused briefly, stroking his chin in thought, then casually shot back, so what? At that moment, a loud explosion rang out. The entire altar trembled violently, and the people below immediately panicked and shouted, Namgung clan, what are you doing? Someone cried in alarm, the altar is about to collapse. All of the Namgung clan's fighters promptly received orders to protect the clan head's family. Another group ran up to Namgungchen to ask for orders, but he merely waved his hand gently to signal them to stop. Namgungchen squinted in thought, a brat not yet of age who already possesses such martial skill. He muttered, 3 calls to the underworld, huh? The corner of his mouth twitched up. He thought to himself, this bastard is truly interesting. On the altar, Namgung Pingsing rose again. He roared in anger, are you insulting me? You arrogant brat. Shuji stood still, calmly watching the attack come. He said coolly, I told you so. He added, someone like you I can easily crush. With that, he swept his hand and deflected the man's strike. Namgung Pingsing felt extremely annoyed. This was maddening. His martial skill was superb, but his fighting style was a mess. Where on earth did someone like this crawl out from, and why does he hold such a grudge against me? More importantly, if I don't kill him, I'll be the one who dies. Thinking this, he swung his sword and unleashed the peerless sword of the vast sky. Shuji once again dodged that strike. The corner of his mouth curled up with obvious sarcasm as he said, lazy donkey roll, is it? He continued, although this is a move every fighter fears to use, I knew someone like you would surely use it. No sooner had he finished than he launched another move. This time Shuji was struck on the shoulder and blood spurted out. Immediately after, he swung and used his own blood droplets as hidden projectiles. The blood beads shot out all at once, racing straight toward the layers of sword chi surrounding his opponent. He paid it no mind and laughed loudly, letting the blood beads tear into his body. At that moment, the spot where Shuji had been standing suddenly erupted in an explosion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and grabbed his throat tightly. Below, the crowd couldn't see the battle at all. They could only judge by the sounds drifting up. Someone anxiously said, I think that was Namgung Pingsing's voice just now. Another worried person added, the dust is so thick we can't see anything. Over here, Namgung Pa remained extremely worried for his daughter. He clenched his fist and whispered, Namgung Yul, hang on a little longer, okay? On the battlefield, the smoke and dust quickly began to clear. Judy stepped out from the smoke. Though bloodied and rotten-looking, he was truly worthy of being from the Namgung clan, dangerous indeed. Opposite him, Namgung Pingsing was now collapsed on the ground, coughing incessantly. Shuji recalled in silence the words Ko Kufu once said, One who masters the shattered ghost spear is called a DI letter 1 EC7T letter 1 ED1C. The blood of a DI letter 1 EC7T letter 1 ED1C is like a deadly poison to ordinary martial artists, for it burns and drains inner energy not native to them. Shuji pondered silently. Because my realm is still low, the effect won't last long. He thought further that it would still definitely cause a huge shock. He tossed a vial in front of him and said, "Choose." He asked, "Will you have your granddaughter take this antidote, or will you drink it yourself?" Namgung Pingsing, without hesitation, reached out and picked up the vial. Without thinking, he poured it all straight into his mouth. This action left Shuji utterly astonished. The Namgung clan people below were equally surprised. Someone cried in horror, "Has Namgung Pingsing already drunk the antidote?" Another couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing? Namgung Pa's face darkened. Inwardly he cursed Namgung Pingsing, that bastard. He ground his teeth. How dare he be so bold? After drinking it, Namgung Pingsing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm alive." He forced a laugh. "As long as it's not poison, I can still find a way out of here." But at that moment, a cold voice rang out. "Fool." The voice continued, "What you just drank is the river tribe's poison." The voice sneered, "Slowly die in the darkness along with the crimes you've committed." Namgung Pingsing's eyes immediately bled and he cried out in terror. "What?" He panicked and shouted, "I can't see anything ahead anymore." He screamed in despair, "What did you do to me?" No matter how he screamed, the monster did not answer. Right then, a dry cough laugh sounded in his ear. That voice said, "You look pathetic, Namgung Pingsing." Namgung Pingsing jolted and shouted, "Who are you?" The other advanced, wound around him, and said with a laugh, "How could you forget me so quickly?" He continued, "Don't you remember?" He recounted slowly how he took bribes. He added, "I was ordered to bury the concubines you beat to death." He emphasized that he killed anyone who stood in your way and placed you in the elder seat. He sneered, "Wasn't it all done by me?" At this, Namgung Pingsing seemed to realize something. He cried in horror, "You're Zhao Yaoshi." He trembled, "But you were dead." The vengeful spirit snorted coldly, "Dead?" He smiled darkly, "Would I leave you here and go alone?" He continued, "Wasn't I one of the merit men who put you into the elder seat?" Namgung Pingsing growled in anger, "Merit man?" He laughed scornfully, truly overestimating himself. He spat, "Zhao Yaoshi, someone like you is nothing but a hunting dog." He shouted, "Not only you but the entire northern pavilion of the Namgung clan." He went on, "And all the sects and noble families under your command." He concluded, "All were only my hunting dogs." The vengeful spirit laughed and replied, "Indeed." He continued, "All this time you've ordered me to do countless dirty deeds." He ground his teeth. "Out of gratitude to you I met that madman." He laughed tragically, ending up like a bowl of dog meat stew in an earthen pot. Namgung Pingsing stubbornly retorted, "You brought all this on yourself." He hissed, "Since participating in the blood oath ceremony, you willingly became my dog." He yelled, "A dog must obey its master." He sneered, "Get lost to the netherworld." Even as he swung his blade to cleave the other in two, the vengeful spirit only smiled cheerfully. The spirit said, "You will follow my steps soon, Namgung Pingsing." He whispered, "This place is cold and lonely." He warned, "Prepare yourself well before descending." Namgung Pingsing snorted in anger. Who cares about the words of a vengeful spirit? Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. He muttered in panic, "Can my eyes see already?" He trembled. What exactly was that just now? He wondered if it was a hallucination. At the same time, voices from below called his name. Namgung Pingsing heard and shouted, "That's right." He bellowed, "Someone!" He cried out desperately for help. "Is anyone there?" He yelled, "Please save me from this madman." He screamed in panic, "Don't you hear me?" Namgung Pa ground his teeth angrily and shouted, "That bastard Namgung Pingsing." He roared, "You knew that was the medicine to save Namgung Yal, yet you dared to drink it." Namgung Pingsing broke out in a sweat as if bathing and said in alarm, "I had no choice." The surrounding people immediately clamored with questions. Someone shouted, "Namgung Pingsing, are your words true?" Another angrily asked, "Does the Namgung clan treat its subordinate organizations who joined the blood oath ceremony as hunting dogs?" Someone barked, "We are not the Namgung clan's dogs." A voice full of indignation rang out, "What did you do to the late Zhao Yaoshi?" The speaker pressed, "Spit it out." He stammered in terror, "No, what did I say?" Shuji, standing behind, spoke to explain. When poisoned by the river tribe, the eyes, nose, and ears are disabled, but the mouth still works normally. He continued, "Why it's like that is something you've experienced, right?" Shuji said coldly, "They say the root of all evil starts with the tongue. This line fits you perfectly." Having said that, he gave him a solid strike with his staff to the mouth. Shuji gritted his teeth and said, "That very tongue made me an enemy of the martial world. It caused my sworn brother to be hunted, and they even stabbed both me and my sworn brother with swords." He trembled and said, "What? I never did those things." Shuji swung the staff again and said, "You did." He added coldly, "You just don't remember." His pitiful cries rang out once more. I don't even know who your sworn brother is. Shuji paid no heed and continued swinging the staff, saying, not knowing is fine, such is this life. Immediately after, he delivered a heavy strike straight to the old man's leg. The heart-wrenching screams echoed to the sky again. He wailed and begged, please stop. Members of the Namgung clan below had by now climbed up. Shuji still had his back to them and warned coldly, if anyone comes any closer, he continued, I'll kill this old man immediately. He added, don't just stare, he's the hostage. For the moment they dared not move. They could only stand there sullenly, not daring to take another step. The old man trembled and asked Shuji, so you will spare my life? Shuji grabbed his throat tightly and replied, of course not. Immediately after, fresh blood spurted everywhere. Shuji swung and flung his body away. The corpse fell like that in front of the Namgung clan people. Aiku and his father standing in the crowd were both frightened. Again, 3 calls to the underworld. Is this really just a coincidence? Shuji bowed his head to them and said, so your brother's enemy has been notified. He added in a soft voice, now go live the life your sister wishes for. Aiku. A martial brother stepped forward to check Namgung Pingsing's pulse. Then he shook his head to signal. The crowd around them was once again stunned. Namgung Pingsing was dead, truly a top-tier master. Who would have thought this would happen right in the middle of the Namgung clan? Namgung Pa stepped forward, looked up and said, keep your promise. Shuji squinted in thought and replied, the toxin in my blood will only last about half an hour more. He continued, Namgung Yul's poison will soon be cured. He emphasized, but I can't just tell you easily. With that thought, he took out a vial and held it up. Namgung Pa asked suspiciously, what game are you playing? Everyone here can clearly see that's poison. Do you intend not to keep your promise? Shuji calmly poured out some of the liquid and said, used in the right dose it becomes medicine. A tiny amount, just a needle's drop smeared on the tip of the tongue will do, though there isn't much left. Namgung Pa ground his teeth, thinking to himself that he couldn't trust the man. But he also understood that he couldn't simply disbelieve. If this dragged on, Namgung Yul would be in danger. After a moment he finally calmed down. Namgung Pa nodded and said, all right, I understand. He ordered, bring it here at once, if so, I'll spare your life. Shuji replied with a cold smile, pick it up quickly or it'll all spill out. Saying that, he tossed the vial backward, to where the pit from the earlier battle had formed. Seeing this, the faces of the Namgung people all drained of color. Namgung Pa loudly waved his hand and shouted, find the antidote quickly, we must save Namgung Yul. Why team, hurry and find the antidote. The rest of you seize him at once. Shuji inwardly reflected, the Namgung clan's impending doom. It's dangerous indeed, but if I were afraid of being caught, I wouldn't have done this. Immediately after, he shot downwards like a gust of wind. Below, Namgung Pa loudly cursed while cultivating his breath. Shuji coldly reminded from behind, you'd better go have a look. Because that's the last bit of antidote. Namgung Pa glanced at his daughter, gritted his teeth and said, if anything happens to Namgung Yul, even if I must chase you to the ends of hell, I will kill you. With that he ignored Shuji and lunged upward. Still, Shuji was surrounded by Namgung martial artists. Someone shouted, stop right there. Another yelled, 3 calls to the underworld dared to cause chaos in the Namgung clan. Did you think you could leave here alive? Shuji paid them no mind and used his body technique to flee. This scene stunned everyone present. Someone cried out, my heavens. What kind of lightness skill is that? It's unbelievable he's that formidable. The vengeful spirits Shuji stepped on angrily cursed at him. How dare he use us as stepping stones, we curse you. Shuji let out a quiet breath. He thought he was about to escape. With only the highest wall of the Namgung clan left, cross that wall and he'll be safe. But as soon as he landed on the roof, he froze in place. Because he saw a vision of himself having his head cut off. His head severed from his neck. He startled and cursed inwardly, what the hell is this? He immediately understood that one more step would certainly mean death. Thinking that, he deliberately stepped back. Shuji gritted his teeth, damn it. He thought to himself that in his previous life, he assumed the old man had retired and put down his sword. But he never expected him to show up here. What terrible luck. The former leader of the Murim Alliance, a living legend of the martial world of the day. Sword King Namgung Chin, the old man hoisting his sword atop the wall, smiled faintly and said, a child with keen instincts. Shuji's face tensed to the extreme, and a chill ran through him. He thought that if he'd taken just one more step a moment ago, his head would already have been off his shoulders. Indeed, the power of the sword mind is entirely different. The old man looked at him and leisurely said, you brat, why are you still not gone? Shuji calmly replied, isn't it you who just gave off that killing aura? Besides, you yourself haven't left either. No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man suddenly vanished from the spot, as if he'd never existed. Moments later, Shuji saw him appear beside his granddaughter, which puzzled him. this wasn't a time to be strolling about. Shuji's face immediately contorted as he realized the old man was channeling internal energy into the girl's body. Instantly, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her mouth. Only then did the old man withdraw his hands with satisfaction and chuckle softly that she was now all right. He let his attendants carry Namgung Yul away, then turned to Shuji and asked if that was acceptable. Shuji kept his tense expression, thinking quickly. With such absolute internal force from the start, he could have detoxified Namgung Yul and nullified all my moves. Yet he didn't do that and deliberately waited until now to appear. Thinking this, Shuji said that if the old man had wanted to kill him, he would have acted at the beginning. He must want something else. The old man brightened with interest at that and praised him for being clever. Shuji gritted his teeth and returned the thanks, his gaze never leaving the man. At the same time, the Namgung clan martial artists closed in around him, ready to capture him. Someone loudly ordered that this was a new decree. They must capture the villain alive and bring him before them. Just then, Namgung Chen put up a hand to stop them. Namgung Pa's men asked their patriarch in confusion why he did so. The old man answered nonchalantly, "You were the ones who let this brat slip away, and I'm the one who caught him, so don't spoil my fun." He went on to say it had been nearly 20 years, no, 35 years, since he'd seen something this entertaining. He even told his son to be filial, for within the Namgung clan his word was law, and even the emperor must give priority to his opinion. Incidentally, he said he wanted to enact a new rule: no one may leave the Namgung estate without his permission. Shuji silently calculated, sneaking inside to hide in the slums gives only about a 30% chance of escape, practically a life or death gamble. But having been backed into this corner, there was no other choice. With that in mind, he bluntly asked what he had to do for the old man to allow him to leave. The old man immediately raised his hand and said he would grant him 5 moves. He promised he would not use his sword. He merely dodged and asked if Shuji wanted to wriggle about one last time. The moment he said that, everyone present was shaken. No one could believe that the world's greatest sword king would put it that way about yielding moves. And only 5 moves, could it be that in his eyes Shuji is worth so little? Shuji seriously analyzed in his mind. These 5 moves clearly aimed to make him give his all to please the old man. There was no reason for him to refuse. Immediately after, Shuji concentrated his breath, and the demonic chi within him surged violently again. Namgung Chen watched with growing interest, silently pleased he hadn't misjudged the man. He ordered Shuji to give his all to entertain him. Very quickly, Shuji's first move was executed. The old patriarch remained calmly in place, waiting, his eyes suddenly flashing with blue light. Shuji's attack the moment it arrived was tossed aside by him. The redirected strike flew straight into the ceremonial altar, collapsing it and causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. Shuji lightly landed on the ground, but the arm holding his staff shook violently. Seeing this, the old man asked suspiciously what was wrong. Shuji snapped angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't draw your sword?" The old man startled and explained that at his realm using the sword is as natural as moving one's limbs. It sometimes moves on its own. He added that when Shuji reached his age he would understand, and that his recent bouts of forgetfulness had been recurring. Shuji thought to himself that a senile old man was better than a promise breaker. The old man continued his monologue, saying Shuji's first move was merely a probe. He even suggested Shuji withdraw 1 strike. Shuji said nothing and directly swung his staff to refuse. The old man's mouth curved with interest. He said he had predicted Shuji would do that. He declared that from now on he would truly take the blows without using his sword, and the remaining 4 moves would be worth looking forward to. Shuji seriously considered. Before him stood the Sword King Namgung Chen, a wall he could not easily breach with a single step. He had to focus all his strength on 1 strike, surpassing the deepest limits of himself. When the power of the snail-slaying technique erupted, the old man couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Had he known such a thing would come at him, he probably wouldn't have yielded. The staff in Shuji's hand thrust straight at the old man's dantian. Unexpectedly, the old man avoided it with ease, and even reached out and caught the staff. Shuji was immediately forced back. The old man's sleeve was also torn to shreds by the move. He ground his teeth and smiled, saying, "They say that even brushing a hem can be fate. It seems there really is quite a bond between the 2 of you." Shuji snorted coldly and said he declined such a fateful bond. The old man waved his hand and laughed that even if the brat refused, the bond between them remained, and there were still 3 moves left. Shuji tightened his grip on his weapon, and the demonic chi within him swelled once more. With that, another miraculous staff strike was unleashed. The old patriarch bent over, his face growing serious and contemplative. He thought that if the previous strike was like a spear, then this one was nothing less than a gigantic battering ram. Even so, he still raised his hands to receive it head-on without evading. Shuji's arm immediately absorbed an extreme recoil, fresh blood spraying like rain. His body was knocked back and dragged along the ground. The old man had to clutch his wrist as a numbness spread through him. He sighed and said that whenever it rained from now on, this wrist would suffer. The old man looked at Shuji and asked if the brat had ever been on a battlefield. He went on to analyze that this wasn't staff technique but spear technique. Moreover, a spear style learned on battlefields fighting foreign tribes. It was the army's spear method, not the commander's style, but that of the rank-and-file soldiers. The old man said Shuji had trained only the most basic spear moves to the highest realm, purely practical combat. But such a realm was not something someone Shuji's age should reach. Hearing that, Shuji couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this old geezer was truly hard to deal with. The old man then raised his hand and said, "There are only 2 moves left. I can withdraw the first of these now. Do you accept?" Shuji spun his staff again and refused flatly, saying it was unnecessary. Hearing this, the old man laughed loudly, finding the whole affair increasingly entertaining. Demonic chi swirled wildly along Shuji's staff. He stomped hard on the ground, cracking the tiles beneath his feet. He gripped the staff with both hands, teeth clenched, and the 4th move was unleashed. The old man immediately raised both hands to block in front of his chest, again choosing to receive it head-on. The 2 of them strained against each other, teeth grinding, their auras colliding fiercely. After a moment, they finally separated. The old man rubbed his wrist, marveling that a single sweeping heavenly mopping strike was so good it made his bones go numb. Shuji inwardly regretted he was only a hair's breadth away. Only then did the crowd around them notice Namgungchen's stance. Half a step. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe that Namgungchen, hailed as the supreme, near-peerless fighter, had been pushed back half a step by a young man. Countless horrified gazes turned to Shuji, wondering who on earth this youth was. Namgungchen waved his hand again, saying there was now only 1 move left. He demanded Shuji pour everything he had into this final move. Shuji bent and swung his staff back to gain momentum. An vengeful spirit appeared, swirling around the tip of the staff. He couldn't help but feel moved inwardly. Finally, you've been tamed, Namgung Pingsing. This move was the 2nd level of the snail-slaying technique. The old man's face tightened and his internal power rose sharply. He thought that indeed what the brat had shown before was not all there was. Shuji gently crouched down, and then his figure vanished from the spot. The staff in his hand was now blessed by the vengeful spirit, transforming into a razor-sharp spear tip. Seeing the 5th strike aimed straight at his crown, Namgungchen couldn't help but panic. He immediately realized that if things continued, it would be dangerous. With no other choice, the old patriarch was forced to draw his sword. The 2 tremendous techniques collided, and a terrifying aura burst forth at once. A horrifying storm of energy spread outward, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. Someone shouted warnings for everyone to be careful. At the center of the clash, Shuji inwardly marveled that the Sword King's internal power was indeed terrifyingly strong. In that case, he decided to use his opponent's force against him. Immediately after, Shuji took the initiative to step back and then spun away to run. Namgung Pa landed beside the old patriarch at once and asked whether they should give chase. Namgungchen shook his head and told him to let the fellow go. He said Shuji had intended from the start to use the final move to flee. Even if they caught him and brought him back, he would have no face to meet him. The first slip-up could be excused as unintentional, but the last one was not. Namgung Pa, puzzled, asked why his father had used the sword at the end. Before the old man could answer, the long sword in his hand snapped and fell to the ground. Namgungchen sighed and said it was because he was afraid of dying. What else could he do to stay alive? He admitted that if Shuji's weapon had been a spear rather than a staff, he might have been the one dead. That bamboo staff of his was certainly spoil taken after Shuji killed Gu Goryu. That Gu Goryu must have died under Shuji's spear. In any case, drawing his sword at the last moment wasn't a mistake. Life matters more than pride. But breaking a promise 2 or 3 times and then being badly bested by some brat like that really stripped the old man of all face. Namgung Pa then clasped his hands and loudly ordered people to clear the scene. He declared that Namgung clan would compensate for all the losses incurred today, and offered apologies, asking the fellow heroes and martial brothers for forgiveness. The banquet thus came to an end. Cleanup operations were swiftly carried out. The 2 Namgungchen and his son stood to one side talking. 3 calls to the underworld, a master whose sect, background, age, and identity were all obscure. Who on earth was he? Namgungchen felt that his fighting style was ragged and roguish, his spear technique only third-rate. Yet his martial skill reached the utmost peak and his lightness skill was superlative. His cunning had even reached a transcendent realm, truly an incomprehensible man. Namgung Pa, helpless, covered his face, letting that man escape had truly sunk the Namgung clan's face to the bottom. Namgungchen nonchalantly asked, "Be honest, aren't you secretly pleased?" Namgungpa froze, not understanding how he could possibly be pleased. Namgungchen slowly explained, "The thorn in your side, Namgung Pingsing, has had his head bashed in and is dead, hasn't he? He relied on his position in the Elders' Council to oppose the family head on everything, an old god from my time, so you couldn't touch him." Namgung Pa, alarmed, hurriedly denied it, saying, "That's not so, why would you say that, father?" Namgungchen remained composed, saying that in everything one must know how to turn a disadvantage into an advantage for oneself. Namgung Pingsing truly did many evil things, then investigate thoroughly and repair all the damage he caused. But let all the family's mistakes be blamed on Pingsing this time. That way the Namgung clan's reputation won't just survive, it'll be firmer than the face we lost today. The sacrificial beast for this blood oath ceremony will be Pingsing. Saying that, Namgungchen suddenly asked how Namgung Yul was doing now. Namgung Pa replied that thanks to father expelling the poison, the girl should have regained consciousness by now. The old patriarch smiled and said, "Then leave the next matter to Namgung Yul. Tell her to go capture 3 calls to the underworld alive and bring him back." Those words shocked Namgung Pa greatly. He couldn't understand why they'd let the girl take on such a dangerous task. Namgungchen immediately grew angry and asked, "Why are you even asking? She's not married yet, and some strange man hugged her, even kissed her. Consider her romantic prospects ruined. If that's the case, she must go find a husband herself. Are we supposed to have someone else do it for her?" Namgung Pa objected, saying, "What era is this? Besides, he had already said he'd handle finding a son-in-law himself." The old patriarch showed clear displeasure, saying they weren't going to limit finding a son-in-law to the orthodox circle. He stressed that one should not restrict friendships and learning to only the orthodox path, because only then could they survive the unpredictable storms coming to the martial world. Namgung Pa disagreed, insisting the Namgung clan was an ancient 1,000-year tree. How could a few small waves sway it? The old man narrowed his eyes at his son and asked if he truly thought that. Seeing his stubborn look, he couldn't help but feel frustrated and held his head, sighing. Namgungchen said the martial world was like the ocean. When the sea is calm, you can fish and drink, but once a storm rises, it will churn violently. Xinjiang is already stirring. Hearing that, Namgung Pa's face immediately darkened, for Xinjiang is the headquarters of the spear demon. The old patriarch warned in a low voice, "Prepare for the coming upheaval, for a true tidal wave is about to strike." Cut to the tiger pit sect. Shuji placed something on Aiku's table, and said that Aiku's opponent had been paid off, and as for the tiger pit sect, he had to leave. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an old memory. Sleeping here in all this mud would really be too much. Knew it, so I brought this along. Aiku carried over a bundle of straw, smiling and saying that having some place to lie down was great. "Spread it out and sleep. You'll have to fight again tomorrow." As Shuji brushed the straw aside, he found it full of insects, and shouted in alarm, "It's all cockroaches. What did you pick up, brother?" Recalling that memory, the corner of Shuji's mouth involuntarily curved up. He stepped forward and offered a short incense stick, softly saying, "In your next life, don't suffer anymore. Live well, all right." Then he slipped out through the window. Very quickly, Shuji returned to the stables. He was about to leave through the back gate, when a voice from behind suddenly called for him to stop. Shuji, startled, turned and glared, seeing several people approaching with unfriendly expressions. They snapped that it was ridiculous to think he could leave safely like that. Shuji ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this is trouble." Those guys were the Wu Tian gang. One of them snorted coldly, asking if he was going to leave without a word. What a jerk. "Go on then, we're not seeing you off." Shuji put his hand into the bushes and nodded. Wu Tian asked again where he intended to go. Shuji put on his hat and replied that he was heading west. The fat one in the group couldn't hold back tears, crying as he said, "All right, go then, you heartless, ungrateful fellow, take care of your health." He also told him that if he ran out of places to go, he could always return to the Tiger Pit sect at any time. They would be waiting. Shuji gave a small smile, then sprang up and jumped onto the roof. Wu Tian still called after him, asking where exactly west was. Standing high, Shuji looked into the distance and answered, "Henan." Night quickly fell. As Shuji walked, he suddenly halted, then lifted his head to stare at the sky. Immediately after, someone behind called his name. Aiku Hot Hai came running up from behind. Shuji turned to look at her, and waited quietly. She quickly produced her token to show her identity. It turned out that Shuji was, indeed, 3 calls to the underworld. She said that Bong was generally friendly with everyone but was afraid of exactly 2 people. One was Shuji, and the other was the person who paid for the golden wound medicine on that rainy day. She also smelled horse dung around here. Seeing Shuji's expression, she hurriedly explained she was only joking because the rain had suddenly poured down. She stepped up in front of him and seriously offered her thanks. "Thank you for saving my life, for driving the carriage, and for listening to my troubles. From the matter of the Zhao clan and the Black Dao sect, from Gu Goryu to the events at the Namgung clan this time." She knew Shuji had quietly intervened in all of them. She felt grateful and curious why he had helped her so much. But she also understood that if he wanted to speak, he wouldn't have hidden it from the start. Shuji gave no answer, only turned, gripped the brim of his hat, and silently walked away. She hurried after him, reaching out to grab his sleeve tightly, trying to hold him back. "Don't go, we're family." Shuji's face did not change at all. Then he decisively tore his sleeve free. Aiku froze in place, her eyes blank, panic surging in her chest. "You're still going, really leaving?" At that moment, Shuji finally spoke a short sentence, "Stay well." But Aiku took another step forward. This time she wrapped her arms tightly around him from behind, and suddenly gave him a passionate kiss. "We must meet again, okay?" Dawn came very quickly. In the forest, a group of people moved at high speed. This group was the Violet Moon Search Unit, the separation team of the Namgung clan. Leading them was Namgung Yul. She squeezed her eyes shut, the family's orders ringing in her head. "Bring 3 calls to the underworld back here for me, alive, absolutely capture him." Namgung Yul's face turned icy, murderous intent clear. Though she didn't understand why the family gave such an order, she also very much wanted to catch him, and make sure to tie him up right in front of her. Then lash him until he's deservedly furious, just like the first time, beat him until he's bleeding all over before stopping. At that moment, someone came running from behind to report, "Miss, we found his trail." Namgung Yul unconsciously flushed, her body trembling slightly. "Fine, don't think of anything else for now, just catch him. Even if we must exhaust everything, even if we use any means necessary, we will certainly make him kneel before me." Cut to another place. Here a stream runs across, boats packed shoulder to shoulder. Judy stood by a cliff, looking down with a sigh of feeling. He hadn't been here in ages. This was Passy, a floating market formed by the gathered boats. As he stepped down, countless sellers waved big fish and called out, "6 catfish here, surely a big shot from the Dragon Palace. Lotus red fish filling the hold, buy some. Come on, have a bowl of fish noodle soup before you go, only 3 coins." Shuji sat at a small stall and ordered a bowl of rice noodles with fried tofu and shrimp paste. The owner frowned at the item he set on the table. "What's this? A sable pelt? I only take money, no meal." Shuji coldly shot him a glance. Just then, a little girl ran up and put money on the table. "Here you go, will this cover the meal?" The owner looked at the 2 coins, snorted coldly. "Only worth 2 coins, is that enough?" The girl paid him no mind and made a mischievous face at him. Soon a steaming bowl was brought out. The girl turned to Shuji, curious. "Big brother, are you a beggar?" Shuji shook his head and said no. Still puzzled, she said her mother called anyone with no money a beggar. Shuji, annoyed but holding it in, ate while asking, "What's your name?" She answered that her name was Byok Rayon. She then asked, "Big brother, where is the beggar going?" When Shuji said he was going to Henan, the girl looked blankly puzzled. Shuji explained it's where the Muram Alliance is and there's someone he needs to kill there. Hearing this, she startled into realization. "So Big Brother is also someone of the Jianghu?" Shuji asked incredulously. "You even know that?" She nodded, saying her mother had told her. Her mother said the Ba Dao society that brought her here were also people of the Jianghu. People of the Jianghu are very formidable. Shuji exhaled, so that's it. He said thanks to the child he got to eat his fill today and he'd pay for the meal. The girl saw the sable pelt on the table and hurriedly waved it off. "No need, it's much more expensive. Is the beggar brother really that stupid?" Shuji said he had to pay for the food anyway. The girl immediately put on a pitiful look. "Then Big Brother, do me a favor. If you meet any uncles in the Jianghu later, please ask them to help my sister. My mother is ill, please get her ashore. Mother says only people of the Jianghu can speak their language." While they were still talking, the owner ran over again. But before he could say anything, an arrow pierced his forehead. It turned out he had run over to beg for help, not to do harm. A loud laugh rang from a distant boat. "Hand over all valuables, surrender obediently, and we'll spare your life." Shuji turned his head to glance, frowning. "No more mountain bandits, now it's river pirates." He looked at Byok Rayon and said he'd take care of what she asked for right now. The girl blinked in puzzlement. "Big brother, what are you going to do?" Shuji drew out his long staff. "Do what? Of course, go have a word with them." Over there, a man being dragged along cried out loudly, "Let go, I want to speak to the manager." A scarred big man sitting on a boat sneered, "I am Gongsun Hap, the Beekdu of the Yangtze Waterway Gang. What do you want to say?" The captured old man trembled and answered that he was the manager of Passy. Don't you know Pidoi stands behind us? If you do this, they'll never leave it be. No sooner had the words left his mouth than fresh blood sprayed down like rain. They'll let you bathe, because Pidoi already sold you out to me. Hearing this, the crowd panicked. Sold us out? Impossible, we're about to finish paying. They promised that after this year we'd be allowed home. Please have mercy, we only want to get ashore. The big man snorted coldly. Go where? Too noisy, shut them up. Immediately after, a massacre unfolded. The big man sat there gleefully, saying these were just ignorant commoners with red blood like anyone else. At that moment, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. The waterhead began to churn violently. Byakuraion followed behind Shuji, sobbing as she looked at the corpses floating on the water. Two river pirates stepped forward to block their path. Kid, you're late to the market. Once you're in Passy, whether it's you or that girl, you're ours. Saying that, they lunged forward, preparing to attack Shuji. With a single swing from Shuji, fresh blood immediately sprayed everywhere. Just ordinary river scum, and their blood sure is a vivid red, huh? This line was clearly aimed back at the leader standing further off. The leader's face turned cold, and he immediately gave the order. This one's not to be taken lightly. Everybody, charge at once. Archers, act first, shoot him dead, turn him into a porcupine. As the archers raised their bows at the command, Shuji, unfazed, swung the cloth in his hand hard, stopping every incoming arrow. Immediately after, he counterattacked by launching a volley of hidden projectiles back at the enemy. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. 3 archers had already fallen dead. Only then did the leader become truly serious and ask in a low voice, "Who are you?" Shuji paid him no mind and didn't bother to answer. Seeing that, the leader waved his hand and changed tone. "Fine, I won't ask your name. Let each side go their own way. What say you? If we truly fight, one side will surely die. Wouldn't it be better to avoid wasting men?" Shuji sneered and glanced at him. "The one who dies will be you. Want to bet on whether my body comes out intact?" The remark drove the leader into a furious rage. "This madman really is a calf that doesn't fear tigers. I'll make you regret it." Just as he moved to signal, the great blade in his hand was struck hard and flung from his grip with a clang. The leader bowed his head to look at his wrist, mangled from the blow, his face paling white with terror. Shuji on the other side snorted coldly, regretting it now. "River pirates or something else, drown all you like, the carcass still floats." His men trembled as they stared at his shattered wrist, an overwhelming fear rising inside. One move had crippled a top-tier master like him. This must be a supreme expert. If he didn't run, he'd only face death. But where could he run to? Begging for mercy certainly wouldn't save him. Was this truly the only option left? He gritted his teeth, took something from his person, and hurled it violently to the ground. A signal firecracker shot straight up into the sky. After the signal fired successfully, he laughed triumphantly. "Lord Chengdu and his men are on their way. If you run now, you might still make it." Contrary to his expectation, Shuji remained calm. "No need to worry, I'll kill you even faster than that." Hearing this, the leader sneered and took a heavy step back. "So it goes, but do you really think it's that easy?" Seeing the other side attempting to blow up the bridge, Shuji snorted coldly. "If you're planning that trick, it's far too simple." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The leader laughed with relish and shouted insults. "You fool, I saw you come here with that brat just now. If you take one more step, that girl dies instantly. Now choose, drop your weapon and kneel or watch her perish." Shuji looked seriously at the girl. "Byakuraion, I'm sorry. I can't spare these river pirates just to save you." The girl, understanding, gave a small smile. "I understand, big brother, just please help my mother get ashore, that's enough." Shuji nodded solemnly. "I promise you." Seeing him keep advancing, the leader panicked and screamed, "What are you doing? Are you really going to kill me?" Shuji answered calmly, "Go ahead and kill me. Your price will be the most horrific death imaginable. I'll start with your fingertips and toes, peel thin slices of flesh until only the torso remains. Then I will pull out your teeth, gouge your eyes, cut off your nose, slice your ears, burn out your tongue, and throw you into the pigsty. So you can neither beg for life nor find release in death." The leader screamed in panic. "If you do that, Lord Chengdu and the camp master won't let it slide, and even the evil alliance won't stand for it." Before he finished speaking, his whole body trembled violently at the terrifying murderous aura radiating from Shuji. Gripping her arm tightly, Byakuraion gradually relaxed. "If I release her and surrender, what will you do to me?" Shuji raised his staff. "I told you, go to the pigsty." A while later, someone tremblingly recounted, "I am a merchant trading at Passy. When the Yangtze water pirates tried to rob and kill us, an unnamed wanderer saved our lives." Another person interjected that his black staff technique was wildly supernatural. The young man beside him immediately objected. "What nonsense? It was clearly a long whip, not a staff. Anyway, thanks to that person I'm alive. Not an old man, definitely a youth. I was staring down so I couldn't see clearly, but he was certainly very tall. Across from them, Namgung Yul and the Namgung clan members sighed helplessly as they listened to the arguing crowd. The survivors' testimonies were a messy tangle. Who exactly is 3 calls to the underworld? What he did to the Zhao clan didn't fit the righteous path, yet he punished the Black Dao sect for making the common people suffer. This time he even saved merchants at Passy. So in the end, is he a chivalrous hero or a villain? Namgung Yul unconsciously recalled the forced kiss. Her face immediately flushed. No, he must be a villain. Just as she finished speaking, Byok Ryon ran out to object. Not a villain, Big Brother the beggar is a good person. At that moment, a henchman stepped up behind Namgung Yul and whispered, "Miss, someone's coming from upriver." Everyone looked up, and sure enough, someone was approaching from a distance. The newcomer looked down and ordered in a low voice, "The whole force halt and rest here." Namgung Yul, studying their attire closely, felt a stir inside. They were people of the Murim Alliance. She and the Namgung clan immediately clasped hands in salute. A junior pays respects to Nangwa Jinin of Mount Hua sect. This man was indeed Nangwa Jinin Bimujuk, currently serving as education officer of Junchin Academy. He looked at her with suspicion and then asked, "Long time no see, what are you doing here?" Namgung Yul replied very respectfully, "I had a break from studies so I returned home to visit, but some personal matters came up on the way. I'll handle them and then immediately return to the academy." Then she asked, "May I ask what brings the education officer to such a remote place?" Bimujuk answered that they were hunting an enemy of the Murim Alliance. The location of the villain who assaulted a junior sister and fled and who had intentions of joining the demon sect had been pinpointed to this area. Namgung Yul frowned, thinking, and asked, "You mean Death Plum Blossom?" Bimujuk nodded in confirmation. Yes, originally this was top secret information, but manpower is currently too thin. If convenient, could the Namgung clan lend a hand? Namgung Yul politely declined, saying this matter required her patriarch's direct orders, so she needed to report and ask permission first. Bimujuk sighed and waved his hand. If Sword King already ordered it, then so be it. He then immediately turned to command his men. "The villain is nearby, move quickly, and do not let any more innocent blood be spilled." Having said that, the group hastily departed. After they were out of sight, a henchman stepped forward and whispered, "Miss, we should head downstream anyway, because the trail of the target links from Passy down that way." Namgung Yul stroked her chin, deep in thought. The martial force pursuing by order of the Murim Alliance is Death Plum Blossom, while 3 calls to the underworld's movements strangely coincide. It's possible the killer of the Yangtze Waterway Gang leader is actually the Yangtze Waterway Gang itself. With that in mind, she ordered for now to follow them since they share the route, but if Yangtze Waterway Gang is discovered first, absolutely do not engage, report immediately to the Murim Alliance. She also emphasized that their ultimate target remained 3 calls to the underworld. Elsewhere, Shuji sat before an abandoned grave. Someone slowly stepped out from behind the bushes. Smiling, "Looks like a guest has arrived before me, pardon my rudeness. Are you performing a ritual? Whose grave is this?" Shuji shook his head and said, "Don't know." The other grew more puzzled. "Then why perform a ritual?" Shuji explained calmly. Seeing the grave standing alone in this desolate place with no visitors, he felt pity and simply paid his respects. Hearing that, the other man smirked. "Is that so? Well then, I shall offer my respects as well." He immediately bowed deeply and kowtowed with great sincerity. Then he stood up and continued speaking. "Such a heartfelt tribute to a stranger's grave is truly righteous. That loyalty deserves reward. Accept this sword, it's a treasured blade worth 100 taels of gold." The corner of Shuji's mouth twitched into a slight smile, his voice edged with coldness. "If I really wanted that 100-tael sword, I would have cut off your head earlier to claim the 1,000-tael bounty. Draw your sword, Death Plum Blossom." At the same time, down by the river, the pirate gang, guns in hand, climbed ashore in a noisy, chaotic stream. They kept bustling and shouting. "You saw the Red Lotus signal cannon fired, right?" one of them answered. "Yes, form a line and sweep across. If anyone falls into your sights, kill them all. Don't let a single one survive." Suddenly, one pirate froze when he saw something ahead. It turned out to be Shuji and Oyan. The pirate leader shouted, "There are still some alive here. Seize them and interrogate them. Find the one who killed Lord Bikdu. You miserable lot, I'll make you regret insulting the Yangtze Waterway Gang." Up on the bank, Oyan lightly drew his sword and asked the male lead coldly, "What relation do you have with my father?" Shuji stayed where he was and replied, "No relation at all." Oyan raised his sword and asked again, "Then how did you find this place?" Shuji answered indifferently, "By chance." Ignoring the pirates who were slowly closing in, Oyan stood tall and asked the male lead, "The bamboo leaf wine and dried fish you brought, aren't those my father's favorites?" Shuji replied. They're my favorites too. Oyan frowned slightly at Shuji, his gaze suspicious as he asked, "Tell me, should I believe what you just said?" Shuji put a hand to his chin and a bit cheekily replied, "I'm not saying it for you to believe." At that moment, the pirates leveled their guns and all surged forward. One with a gruesome face shouted, "You brazen bastards, I'll cut you to pieces." When two pirates leapt up right behind Oyan's head, he merely flicked his hand like lightning, his body still standing calmly as he asked, "Where were you heading?" Shuji replied coldly, "Henan." The two pirates behind Oyan didn't even get to act before two slashes opened across their necks. Oyan continued, "Near Mount Hua sect, right? What are you going there for?" Shuji jabbed his staff backward into a pirate's neck and replied coldly, "For revenge." Oyan frowned in puzzlement. "Revenge? Whose revenge?" Shuji's next answer made Oyan go momentarily still. "For someone who could be considered my master." Oyan stood there while his sword arm continued to swing behind him, dispatching enemies. He asked, "A master is a master. What do you mean by considered a master?" Shuji was also slaughtering the pirates, shards of spirit light scattering in the air. He fought with one hand and answered with the other. Some relationships in this world simply can't be neatly defined. By now, the pirates had been beaten to pieces by Shuji and Oyan. The scene looked like two young men competing to see who could clobber more, winner takes bragging rights. Oyan flicked his sword, a spray of sword energy like falling peach blossoms burst forth, residual afterimages trailing lightly behind the blade. He said coldly, "Well then." A blazing sword aura now burned around him like a roaring flame. He frowned, grinding his teeth as he looked at the male lead and asked, "Who is this person you call your master?" Shuji raised his staff to summon the demons and answered slowly, "That's none of your business." The petals fluttered in the wind toward the demons. When a petal touched a demon's head, it was the moment Oyan's swordplay and Shuji's spear art clashed. When the two weapons met, there was a sharp, ear-piercing clang, as if a small explosion had occurred. Shuji opened his eyes wide in amazement and said, "No wonder you're called the Plum Blossom Swordsman." Oyan bared his teeth and snapped angrily, "Don't use that disgusting term to describe me." Having said that, Oyan swung his sword and unleashed countless phantom slashes toward Shuji. Shuji raised his weapon to block the phantom slashes. He glanced at Oyan and, still calm, asked, "Does the name Mount Hua sect make you feel pressured? Why is that?" Shuji's next words stunned Oyan. "You raped and murdered your junior sister, and now you're on your way to enlist with the spear demon." Oyan didn't answer. Instead, he turned eerily cold and continued to swing his sword, preparing to unleash a secret technique. Seeing that, Shuji's face briefly grew serious, and he watched Oyan warily. From the blood-stained tip of Oyan's sword aura surged. The falling plum petals had by now begun to form full plum blossoms. His body and sword seemed to merge. He lifted the blade straight up toward the sky and began the plum blossom sword technique. Then Oyan swung his sword down hard and countless blade strikes erupted from the plum blossoms, rushing at Shuji. The falling plum blossoms become rain, move of the plum blossom sword style. Watching the incoming sword auras, Shuji thought in admiration, "No wonder Oyan is called Death Plum Blossom. Despite his maimed body, he can still display such power." Reining in the thought, Shuji muttered, "Complicated indeed." Immediately after, the male lead slammed his staff into the ground, mud splashing up as he blocked the blade strikes right in front of him. In a flash, Shuji vanished from his original position. Weaving through the sword auras, Shuji considered, illusory blades and chaotic blades, true moves and false moves. Don't be deceived by the countless flying petals mixing orthodox and trickery. Shuji glanced at the petals nearest him and concluded where he needed to strike. The staff tip pierced through the drifting petals and Oyan's silhouette appeared behind them. The male lead reckoned Oyan was hidden among the plum blossoms. Sure enough, the direction Shuji thrust his staff toward was exactly where Oyan stood. The sudden move left Oyan no time to dodge, and he took a staff blow to his right shoulder. Immediately, Shuji surged forward toward Oyan again. He forcefully swung his staff in a decisive strike, but Oyan luckily reacted in time and leapt aside to evade. He dropped to one knee, sword tip grazing the ground, breathing hard from having exerted himself to the limit to narrowly avoid the blow. His face flushed, eyebrows knitted, he glared at Shuji and ground his teeth. "If my left arm were intact, the thing rolling in that mud puddle would be your head by now." Shuji lifted his left hand to pull up his hat, eyes full of wrath as he glanced at Oyan and replied, "True, but right now that right arm of yours is gone too." Oyan clenched his teeth in bitter anger. You. But at that moment, something made Shuji abruptly turn his head to the right. Seeing signal flares shot into the sky, Shuji murmured, "Green means spotted, yellow means encircle." Have the Muram Alliance's hounds arrived? Suddenly, a man in black stepped out of the bushes behind Oh Yan and called out, "How did you know that?" One of the men in black spoke up, "Death Plum Blossom, 3 calls to the underworld, are you two in the same spot?" Shuji glanced back and saw several men in black appear. Another said, nodding how the Yangtze Waterway gang's pirates had been slaughtered en masse in one spot. "Seems like a skirmish just broke out here, huh?" Oh Yan glanced at Shuji and asked, "No, Mount Hua Sect's cultivators must be chasing me, but Namgung Clan's hounds showing up here is a bit unexpected. Did you lure them here?" Bimujuk stepped forward from among the cloaked men and spoke, "Rogue Oh Yan, though you've sullied Mount Hua Sect's reputation, you are still, after all, a plum blossom swordsman. Everyone must not let their guard down." Oh Yan's face changed as he frowned at Bimujuk, and he muttered to himself, "So that's Bimujuk." Oh Yan snapped his fingers with a light click as if calling Shuji and said, "Want to team up with me? It seems you and I are both being hunted." "What do you mean?" Seeing Shuji merely glance at him and stay silent for a long moment, Oh Yan frowned and said, "Fine then." He said, leapt toward the riverbank and called out loudly, "I'm going ahead." Suddenly a red flash flared behind him, making Oh Yan freeze. Shuji turned into a furious demon and lunged, thrusting his staff at Oh Yan's back. Oh Yan clenched his teeth, glanced back and cursed, "That madman." Unable to react, Oh Yan was struck and sent tumbling headfirst to the ground. Shuji gripped his staff tightly and step by step walked slowly toward Oh Yan, who lay trembling on the ground. Bent down, grabbed the collar and lifted him up. Shuji sneered coldly, "Looks like Death Plum Blossom is cornered and decided to gamble. Didn't expect you'd fall for such an old trick." Shuji radiated murderous demon aura, barring his teeth in a cold smile as he continued, "But you don't need to be too ashamed. Even the money-collecting demon once fell for this move of mine." Namgung Yul's followers stood behind her, bewildered and muttering, "What the? Why did he suddenly 3 calls to the underworld, that despicable name?" While they were still confused, Bimujuk suddenly snapped at them, "What are you still standing there for, damn it? Charge up and capture them. Do you enjoy getting beat?" Immediately those disciples stepped forward with weapons ready, scowling as they answered in unison, "At once." Boom! Suddenly there was a commotion on the river. Shuji swung his staff hard and smashed a wooden boat to pieces. Namgung Yul's group froze like statues, sweat on their faces, not yet understanding as her subordinate stammered, "That madman. He dared destroy all the remaining boats. He plans to escape alone by river." Immediately Namgung Yul and her followers surged forward as if chasing a future husband, shouting, "We must capture him. Do not let him escape into the river." She and 2 subordinates ran to the riverbank, chasing Shuji's boat. Namgung Yul shouted, "Stop right there, 3 calls to the underworld." But in response to her shout, Shuji raised his staff as if about to strike. The male lead's eyes went cold and hollow. He swung his arm down with a merciless strike. Boom! When the staff tip hit the water, Namgung Yul's people were jolted back. Using the recoil, Shuji's boat sprang up and skimmed toward the middle of the river. Namgung Yul and her 2 followers retreated to the river's edge. She ground her teeth in fury and hissed, "Damn it." Suddenly, a figure flashed by and ordered, "Everyone in the special ops group, aim at 3 calls to the underworld." He sped past Namgung Yul and darted over the water like an arrow. He was Bimujuk. Bimujuk gripped his sword hilt with one hand, glared at Shuji and shouted, 3 calls to the underworld, hand over Oh Yan. Clang, he slashed forward. Shuji simply raised his staff and parried Bimujuk's blow. He leapt onto the bow, his whole body radiating killing intent. Glancing at Shuji, he said, "You dare try to flee with Oh Yan? Aren't you afraid of the Muram Alliance?" Suddenly, Bimujuk's face froze as if he'd seen something that terrified him. Immediately, he stamped on the boat, leapt into the air, and fell back. He let out a small grunt from overexertion. Seeing him retreat toward the riverbank, Namgung Yul and her subordinates panicked and hurriedly called out, "Master, are you all right?" Bimujuk remained frozen in place, silent, cold sweat on his face, thinking, what was that just now? The strange sensation made his hair stand on end. Could it be fear? At that moment, Bimujuk seemed to sense an incredibly fierce, murderous aura behind Shuji, a danger he could feel in his bones. Flickering behind the helmet slats were eyes glowing red and cold enough to make anyone flinch at first glance. Bimujuk's face darkened. He pressed his lips and cursed inwardly. "Damn it." Namgung Yul, puzzled, hastily warned Bimujuk, "The current river flow is quite slow, we can definitely catch up." Only then did Bimujuk snap back to himself. He gritted his teeth, furious, and ordered them to find an intact boat and pursue at once. His subordinates and Namgung Yul immediately spread out in all directions and called in unison, "Understood." In Shuji's head a memory from a past life surfaced. a stormy night when Kufu and Aiku left. Shuji sat motionless beside Aiku's corpse, arrows still lodged in his back. Suddenly, a large hand rested on Shuji's thin, small shoulder. A man holding a sword similar to Oyan's appeared behind Shuji. He said, "You're a disciple of the right envoy. Punish him a bit for the brothers." The right envoy he referred to meant the right envoy general dispatched by the Kufu demon sect. He went on, "Strange, an envoy taking disciples, and 2 of them at that. He doesn't look like someone who'd do that." This man was Yan from Shuji's previous life, serving as left divine general emissary of the Chinma divine cult. Looking at Kufu's severed head in a wooden box, Yan continued, "This man betrayed the spear demon and defected, founding the blood cult and plunging the world into chaos, becoming an enemy of both righteous and demonic factions." Then the 2 of them burned Aiku at the funeral pyre. Standing before Aiku's burning body, Yan said, "I intended to punish him myself, but you dealt with him first. Seems I owe you a favor." Linking past information together, Shuji now assessed Yan as follows. Death Plum Blossom Yan is a man of both softness and stern integrity, so upright he scarcely seems like someone of a demonic sect. If not for being wronged by some incident, in his youth he would have lived like a knight-errant, and in old age likely wandered off like an immortal. The Muram Alliance had relentlessly hunted and pursued him. Seeing him always stand alone against his pursuers, I learned a great deal from him. Yet I never truly regarded him as my master, and he felt the same. At that time, Yan knew Shuji had been following him, but he didn't care and only warned, "If you can't keep up, then go your own way." Shuji only frowned and replied bluntly, "When I feel I've learned all I need to, I'll leave on my own." Back in the present, Shuji thought further. Whether facing me or slaughtering pursuers, Yan always wore the same expression. Except for one time, at the riverside grave with the inscription in Go Sakai Mo. The male lead sat nearby while Yan bowed and burned incense, introducing, "The one resting here is my father." After that he stepped back, earnestly knelt and bowed his head, pressing his forehead to the ground before his father's grave. After finishing the rites, Yan sat down beside the male lead and looked at the grave, saying, "In life you loved bamboo leaf wine with dried devilfish. If only I'd brought some to offer, that would have been nice." He paused slightly and sighed softly. Later on, "If I die under the fangs of the Muram Alliance's hounds, could you gather my body and bury me beside this grave?" Shuji frowned, pondered for a moment, then sighed and replied, "All right." Back in the present, Shuji thought further, "Yet I couldn't fulfill that promise." One day, Shuji saw Yan's severed head hung up to sun on a pole, and beneath it a white cloth bore an accusation. Alone against 91 pursuers, Yan had died after taking 32 sword strikes. Afterward, his eyes were gouged out and hung at the east gate of the Mount Hua sect. His head was displayed on a high pole as a warning, while his body was stuffed into a sack and thrown into the Zhejiang River. Then, long after time had passed, I took up my spear to fulfill that belated promise and saw the male lead charging alone into Mount Hua sect. The disciples immediately shouted, "How dare someone barge into Mount Hua sect? Who are they, an evil alliance or followers of the spear demon?" Shuji's blood-stained spear tip clanged on the steps with a chilling ring. Another disciple blurted, "No way." They saw a terrifying figure, face darkened, eyes white and hollow, a murderous aura rolling off him. The disciples panicked and cried, "A lone spear, single-handed, he broke through our east gate by himself." Another shouted in alarm, "What is this? How can this be possible?" One disciple then recognized something and stammered, "Wait, hold on a second. That old spear and those clothes, could he be the Spear King?" At that moment, Shuji had stepped before the Mount Hua sect leader. The leader grew anxious, cold sweat on his brow, and asked, "Spear King, famed far and wide, pray tell what business brings you to Mount Hua sect?" Shuji replied coldly, "I'm here to take back what you dismembered and tore apart." Shuji raised his spear forward, murderous intent exploded from him, demonic visages surged forth as his cold voice rang, "I'm here to find Yan's body." In that moment, Shuji's title changed from Spear King to Spear Demon. Cut to a cave high on a rocky mountain. Inside, light from the fire glowed beautifully against the walls. By the fire inside the cave sat 2 people. One was Shuji brooding and the other was Yan lying motionless. Suddenly Yan sat bolt upright, his face twisted in pain and panic as he raised his right hand to clutch his head. Sitting opposite, Shuji leaned against a rock, looked at Yan and asked, "Awake now?" Yan, still bewildered, stammered, "Why you?" Shuji's face was cold and impassive as ice, while Yan grimaced, clutching his head and glancing at Shuji. After a moment, once calmer, Yan exhaled and said, "To be honest, I don't know who you are, my neck still aches anyway." But at that time, Shuji cut Yan off, "You're alive because of me. Oh Yan had no reply, only ground his teeth and cursed, damn it. On the fire, 2 devil-faced fish were skewered and roasting. Look at these ugly fish, my friends. Picking one up and taking a bite, Oh Yan said, not bad. Ah, right, I forgot. He bowed his head slightly toward the male lead and continued. I should thank you first, shouldn't I? Hearing that, Shuji ground his teeth in anger. He recalled Oh Yan saying the exact same line in a past life. Shuji thought, he's stubborn just like before, the youngest prodigy once chosen as Plum Blossom Sword Master, yet overnight became an enemy of the martial world. Thinking that, Shuji looked at Oh Yan and asked, why are they hunting you? Oh Yan clenched his fists and replied coldly, you already know, they spread rumors that I raped and murdered my junior sister. Shuji tossed a log into the fire, voice edged with anger. When in the world would you do such a thing? The hero's words startled Oh Yan. He froze, eyes wide as he stared straight at him. He bowed his head, closed his eyes briefly, and answered, those who stood by my side for decades now call me a lecherous, brutal demon, making people despise me. Yet a stranger I met today trusts me like this. Honestly, I don't know what to say. Shuji said nothing. He gnawed on the fish and kept his gaze fixed on Oh Yan. The two sat in silence, neither speaking, quietly beside the crackling fire. After a while, Oh Yan spoke up, catching the hero's attention. What I'm about to tell you, hear it, then forget it. In his head, the hero thought, the story Oh Yan is about to tell is one even my past life self never heard, a tale no one in this life is willing to listen to. It's the truth. The story begins like this. In a certain village there was a young man. It started with a martial contest. A man in white was knocked stumbling backward, and immediately a sharp sword thrust came and stopped at his throat. A handsome, dashing young man, this was Oh Yan before misfortune struck, said the loser, I yield. Oh Yan exhaled in relief, and at that moment someone loudly announced, then the winner of this martial contest is the young hero from Bongmanhyeon who is on the path of cultivation. Oh Yan. He gestured toward a girl dressed in yellow and continued, the victor will be granted the opportunity to marry Lady Kang Ah, the heiress of Azure Dragon Gate. And what say you? The young man married a gentle, stunningly beautiful wife. He even drove off all those who dared set their eyes on his wife's family sect. Thus his fame shook the region. Precocious and talented, dignified bearing, handsome looks, formidable martial skill, and a prosperous family background. So people gave him the somewhat embarrassing nickname Jade Dragon Prince. That's how it was. Facing him, Shuji, still chewing the roasted fish, asked curiously, and then, tell it, don't leave the mouth hanging. Oh Yan continued. His renown grew ever wider, drawing the attention of senior figures in the martial world. Mount Hua sect, a righteous school, was among them. The young man answered Mount Hua sect's call and became a Taoist. Before long, he was granted a sword engraved with a plum blossom. At that time, everything seemed perfect, those days blurred like a dream. He was respected by brothers, loved by masters, and became the Plum Blossom Sword Master. Of course, the most beautiful wife in the world always blessed him. At this point, Oh Yan suddenly clenched his teeth and, furious, continued the tale. But beside that young man, there was a very close junior sister, a woman named Mingyong. She too was beautiful and exceptionally talented. They were often mentioned together as a pair. Gossipmongers even dubbed them Wu Yue, Spring and Autumn of Mount, a playful way to say they were equally talented, like two rival states of Wu and Yue. One day, Oh Yan went to see that junior sister and said, Mingyong, sister, could you spare a moment? Mingyong turned in surprise and asked, yes, senior brother, what is it? Oh Yan, blushing and scratching his face, stammered, I want to ask, what kind of fruits do women like to receive as gifts? Seeing Mingyong blush and hesitate, Oh Yan quickly said, ah, would asking this be rude? Mingyong felt a flush rise through her. She bowed her head shyly and replied, perhaps things like hairpins, for example. Oh Yan was overjoyed. He stepped forward, placed both hands on Mingyong's shoulders, and exclaimed, ah, hairpins, right, thank you, junior sister. Immediately after, he spun around and ran off happily, leaving Mingyong watching his retreating figure, inwardly misreading his feelings toward her. Mingyong put a hand to her shoulder and began to daydream about a beautiful future. That afternoon, Mingyong descended the mountain and strolled along a crowded street. Suddenly, she was surprised to see a figure that looked familiar. She called out, senior brother. As she waved to call louder to her senior brother, she froze mid-gesture. In Oh Yan's hand at that moment was a hairpin shaped like a plum blossom. But that hairpin was not meant for Mingyong. It was for Oh Yan's wife. At that moment, the world seemed to collapse for Mingyong. Her face went pale with fury, unable to accept the harsh truth. Sensing something amiss, Oh Yan turned to look back. Kang Ah was still smiling and asked, "What's wrong, husband?" He glanced at the crowd passing on the street and seeing no one he recognized, Oh Yan replied, "It's nothing. I must have been mistaken." After that day, the junior sister no longer spoke to that young man. She refused his training and avoided sitting at the same table. Oh Yan sought out Ming Yong and asked, "Junior sister, why are you avoiding me? Have I done something wrong?" Ming Yong replied that from the very first moment she saw her senior brother, she had fallen in love with him. As they endured harsh training and time together, that feeling only grew stronger. Tears sprang to Ming Yong's eyes as she cried, "So now, even if I become a concubine or take on any rank, I don't care, just turn and look at me, brother, that's all I ask." Seeing Oh Yan not answer, Ming Yong called, senior brother." Afterwards, the young man's attitude changed completely. More cold and distant than anything the junior sister had experienced, he shut her out with a ruthless indifference. He even went to the sect leader to request permission to leave the mountain. His resolve was ironclad. And then, after an unknown number of days, on one night, a deep moonless night just like tonight. At this point, Oh Yan faltered. He pressed his lips together, pain tightening in his chest. Shuji listened intently. Oh Yan's eyes seemed bloodshot as he shouted in anger, "That day, my wife was poisoned." At that moment, Oh Yan had rushed back from Mount Hua, running and panting. When he arrived home, he found everyone standing silently around a coffin in the center of the house. The father-in-law had become cold and indifferent. He snapped, "You're only showing your face now." Sweat beading on his face, Oh Yan stammered, "Father-in-law, this is." The father-in-law stepped forward, grabbed Oh Yan by the collar and scolded. "When Kang Ah ended up like this, what on earth were you doing? If you couldn't even protect your own wife, what use are the Mount Hua sect or the title of Plum Blossom Sword Master?" Although his father-in-law grabbed him by the collar, Oh Yan still reached out toward the coffin. When he pulled the shroud down, Kang Ah's face gradually revealed a pale, ashen hue. The veins on her skin had darkened, a sign of poisoning. At a glance, one could tell Kang Ah had suffered greatly before death. Oh Yan stood frozen as if dead. He could not speak, only moaned, Then he seemed to go mad and shouted loudly, One day, when that man had been mourning his wife for 3 years, someone came to the man's thatched hut in front of her grave. It was Ming Yong, the junior sister. She was shocked at the pitiable state of Oh Yan. Ming Yong rushed forward, embraced Oh Yan tightly, and sobbed, "Brother, look at how miserable you are now. The dead are dead, please forget and move on." Tears welled as she pitied Oh Yan. She stroked his cheek and imploringly continued, "Those still alive must go on living, please, forget everything and be with me." But in return, there was only coldness as Oh Yan flicked Ming Yong's hand off his cheek. Ignoring Ming Yong's calls, Oh Yan crawled out of the hut and avoided contact with her. That man remained resolute in his refusal, for his love for the deceased wife was exceedingly deep. He decisively left the hut where his junior sister stood, descended the mountain, and headed into the cold, bone-chilling night. And then the next day, that man was suddenly arrested and escorted back to Mount Hua sect. Shuji asked in surprise, suddenly. Oh Yan answered abruptly. Before he could understand what was happening, he had been seized and taken to Mount Hua. There he was shackled and brought to his knees in the courtyard before the other disciples like a criminal. Standing before him was Bimujuk, the one who had relentlessly pursued him to the bitter end. Seeing Bimujuk, Oh Yan was stunned and asked, "Bimujuk, when did you return? Wait, more importantly, what's this about? Why are you arresting me?" A murderous aura radiated from Bimujuk as he barked coldly, "Shut that mouth. You bastard dared to rape junior sister Ming Yong, and worse, you took her life." Oh Yan froze again. "Ming Yong, junior sister, what?" Immediately followed were the other disciples' furious curses. "How dare you soil Mount Hua sect's reputation? You think you can go unpunished? Pay with your life, kill him, kill him, kill him." Back in the present, Oh Yan continued. The man accepted every punishment as long as he could prove his innocence. From the smallest faults to the slightest shame, he confessed everything. Not stopping there, he even severed his own left arm. Yet his injustice still could not be washed away. "Thus, I became the villain accused of raping and killing my junior sister. I became the Death Plum Blossom. I heard that on Ming Yong's chest there remained a plum blossom-shaped sword mark. The culprit must have been a plum blossom sword master like me." Sitting opposite, Shuji frowned and thought, indeed, he had fallen into a trap someone had set. Oh Yan continued, "After that I wandered aimlessly. At first I tried seeking out the Evil Alliance, but those bastards actually planned to sell me out to the Murim Alliance. How ridiculous! Turns out righteous or evil, they're all the same when it comes to selfishness." Shuji added, "So you thought joining the demonic path would be better?" Oh Yan reached down and picked up the sword from the ground and replied, "Yes, after all I already carried the reputation of colluding with the spear demon. so I thought making it true wouldn't be so bad. And after gathering our strength there, I swear I will make the one who killed my wife and my junior sister pay dearly. Shuji's face grew serious. He fell silent and contemplative. Right after that, the protagonist pointed his thumb toward the cave entrance, which puzzled Oh Yan. Shuji nodded toward the distant stronghold and said, "The city wall you see there is Chajang County, the outermost periphery of Hubei province. Once you get past that wall, there's a secret passage that leads straight to Xinjiang, the Spear Demon's headquarters. I'll open a bloody path so you can reach the Spear Demon." Oh Yan was stunned and cried out in amazement. "What? Why would you do that? Wait, more importantly, how do you even know that? Aren't you a man of the Spear Demon?" The protagonist picked up his bamboo hat and replied calmly, "Those things don't matter much, it's just that. If you feel you can't keep up with me, then you can go your own way." Hearing that, Oh Yan could only sigh helplessly. "All right, let's assume everything you said is true. But Hubei is Wuding's turf and the Murim Alliance has already laid out a web to catch me. How do you plan to bypass that wall?" Shuji retorted. "Why the hell would we avoid it?" Startled, Oh Yan was very surprised. Shuji continued, "We just need to pierce straight through it. And the moment we break the wall, I'll return to ambush and rout the Murim Alliance pursuers. They'll be wiped out without a trace." Oh Yan froze. He thought his ears must be failing him. Pierce a city wall, ambush, wipe them out. Aren't those just unreal fantasies? Few, calm down and consider this rationally. He muttered that first, they had no means to breach that wall. Second, if they wanted to ambush the pursuers then. Muttering to this point, Oh Yan suddenly shouted madly, "Shut up, enough already. What crazy nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know what a death trap really is?" Shuji touched his chin and replied thoughtfully, "Of course I know. It's a pack of elite righteous fighters with swords in hand, hunting a target like rabid dogs." Oh Yan barked, "Knowing that, you still want to break the wall." Shuji answered, "Piece of cake." Oh Yan blinked in surprise and asked, "Piece of cake?" The protagonist picked up his staff and continued, "Maybe because this is your first time as a martial adversary you can't picture it yet. Then just follow me." By the time they stepped out of the cave it was morning. Shuji looked back at Oh Yan, smiled and said, "Within half a day, I'll get you inside that city wall." Cut to Hubei province, Chajang County, where defenses are tight and everyone wishing to enter the city must undergo strict inspections. And of course, this special treatment was aimed at Oh Yan. Shouts and jostling from adults and children rose in a din, and at the end of the line stood a man with a staff and a large pack on his back, moving along in irritation. On top of that, he swaggered forward, swinging his staff to strike the person in front and cursed, "Hey, move, get out of the way." Those who had been struck glared angrily and shouted, "What are you doing? You almost knocked over our baby." The man hugged his child, his face flushed like a ripe gak fruit as he continued to shout, "Apologize now, move, you rude old man." The other man gripped his pack strap, ground his teeth in anger, and muttered, "HMPH, what a nuisance." Then he pulled out a paper, held it up for them to see, and sneered with contempt. On the paper, passage permit name Dong Go Gong, occupation, physician, purpose of entering the city, delivering medicinal herbs on behalf of the pedo sect. Reading the paper, the others' voices showed fear. Pedo sect. Emboldened, Dong Go Gong tucked the paper into his chest with his right hand, waved his staff with his left to shoo the crowd, and barked, "Understand now. If this batch of herbs is delivered late because of you bastards, and something happens to our young master's reputation in the pedo sect, can you bear the responsibility? Now get out of here, quickly." Suddenly, a tutting sound drew the physician Dong Go Gong's attention. Annoyed, he glanced toward the source of the noise. A young man in torn clothes sat by the road holding a stick like a beggar. He spoke up, "Called a doctor yet not knowing your end is near, you go meddling in other people's nether regions." Unable to stand the insolence of someone beneath him, Dong Go Gong raised his staff to strike toward the youth and shouted, "What, you beggar, what did you say?" The beggar was unfazed and continued coldly, "On the way here. You stepped on and killed a snake, didn't you?" The beggar turned out to be Shuji. Hearing Shuji, Dong Go Gong froze, clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and stammered, "How do you know?" Shuji pointed at Dong Go Gong's right foot, still stained with blood, and said, "See, I was right, you stomped it to death with your right foot." Instantly, an image of a red snake appeared, coiling around Dong Go Gong, making his body feel heavy. Only Shuji could see it. The protagonist continued, "Your shoulders must feel very weighed down now, right? The snake's vengeful spirit has latched onto you. It's pressing down on your shoulders right now." As Shuji spoke, the snake tightened around Dong Go Gong more and more, making him struggle for breath, moaning, Unable to bear it, he immediately dropped his staff and took off the herb pack on his back. Shuji rose slightly and said, "Next you'll feel a chill down your spine." Shuji stepped closer, pressed his face to Dong Go Gong's, and said, Because the snake's vengeful spirit is slithering down along your body. Then it will reach your right foot. Your crime began with your right foot. Soon that foot of yours will rot away. The snake tightened its grip on Dong Go Gong's right foot until his leg went numb and he couldn't move it. At the same time, Dong Go Gong heard hissing in his ear like a snake, sweating and terrified. Soon after, Dong Go Gong's head was filled with snake sounds, driving him mad as he screamed, He immediately knelt before Shuji and begged, little brother, no sir, please spare my life. What must I do to move you? I'm begging you. Shuji looked at him coldly and said, it's too late for you, now you can only save your family. You live in Chajang County, right? Do not return home under any circumstances. Tears and snot streaming, Dong Go Gong crawled to Shuji's feet and pleaded, yes, I won't return home. Sir, please open a path for me to live. If you help me, I swear I'll live honestly for the rest of my life. Boo-hoo. Shuji scratched his ear, sighed, and replied, bah, I felt sorry for you so I stirred it up. Now I'll reveal a secret, listen carefully. Dong Go Gong looked up at Shuji like a supplicant and hurriedly answered, why yes, of course, sir. The protagonist leaned close to Dong Go Gong's ear and whispered, throw away everything you have and leave this place immediately. Dong Go Gong froze and still trembled as he asked, everything, sir? The protagonist glanced at him and replied, yes, herbs, clothing, throw it all away and do not descend the mountain for 3 months. You must strip away worldly traces so the snake's spirit will release you. Saying that, the protagonist suddenly fell silent, his gaze momentarily faltering. This made Dong Go Gong even more flustered. He asked, why did you suddenly go silent? Shuji pointed at the passage permit peeking from Dong Go Gong's chest and said sternly, there is something on you giving off a strong scent. Dong Go Gong trembled as he pulled out the permit and asked, sir, do I need to throw away this pass too? Shuji barked, are you kidding me? That's the first thing you must toss. Do you want the snake spirit to hound you for the rest of your life? Immediately Dong Go Gong stripped off all his clothes, answering in panic, I wouldn't dare, I'll throw everything away right now. After stripping down to his loincloth, he remembered and asked, but even if I escape the snake's vengeful spirit, I'm still worried about what comes next. I still have to deliver the herbs to the pedo sect. If I vanish like this, who knows what disaster my family will suffer. Shuji glanced back at him and said, don't worry about that, I'll cover for you. Dong Go Gong asked in surprise, sir, you'll do that for me? Shuji tipped his straw hat and said, I'm on my way to the pedo sect. I've been invited to read the leader's mother's face. I'll explain your situation there and hand over these herbs for you. Go on, don't worry. Dong Go Gong bowed in thanks and hurried, oh, many thanks, sir. Shuji took Dong Go Gong's pack, slung it over his shoulder, and urged, all right, go now, unless you want to die. Dong Go Gong Tran Nhu Nong immediately ran toward the mountain, shouting as he ran, thank you for saving my life, sir. Shuji summoned the snake's spirit back, pocketed Dong Go Gong's permit, and chuckled inwardly, ha, getting that pass was as easy as candy. A while later, at the city gate, a soldier compared Dong Go Gong's permit with Oh Yan's wanted notice and announced, Physician Dong Go Gong's purpose for entering is to deliver virility herbs to the pedo sect. Let's see, this wanted notice is very different from Oh Yan's, isn't it? Let him through and close the city gates now. After Shuji passed the gate, he slipped down a nearby alley. A gate guard turned to a Mount Hua disciple and said, everything's been smooth so far today, but do you think Oh Yan will actually head this way? The Mount Hua disciple replied that the Murim Alliance Pursuit Squad reported sighting him nearby, so it's likely he'll come here. Hearing that, the Mount Hua disciple clenched his fist and ground his teeth. Honestly, he's a terrifying villain. I only hope not to cross paths with him, but if I do, I'll risk my life to eliminate that scoundrel. The gate guard laughed, ha ha, no wonder Mount Hua disciples are so reliable. In a small nook nearby, Shuji smiled, tossed aside the hat and herb pack on his back. In Shuji's head, he calculated that sure enough Mount Hua sect had already deployed forces inside the city. He needed to draw their attention. Looking toward a brightly lit, ornate tower not far off, Shuji decided he'd have to cause a little commotion. Cut to inside the tower. A den of revelry, feasting, and women for the spoiled young men. Bang! Suddenly Shuji appeared and kicked the main door wide open, startling those inside. The girls inside cried out in alarm, ah, what's happening? The protagonist's voice rang out like a carefree rogue, fine wine, beautiful women, top-notch food, bring it all out for me. When the protagonist entered, the people inside froze, not daring to speak loudly, only whispering, daring to pull such a stunt on pedo sect's turf? Someone come out. Hey, don't push me. Shuji looked extremely displeased. He scowled, leaned over, dragged a chair back, and plopped down. He kicked his feet up on the table with an air of superiority. Shuji called out loudly, "Wine, meat, beauties, bring it all here." Someone approached from behind Shuji and asked, "Little brother, do you have any money?" Shuji tilted his head back, slicked his hair like a heartthrob, glanced at the girl and said coldly, "No." And just like that, the script caught fire. Immediately, several pretty girls stepped up to surround Shuji and cooed, "Oh my, if it's little brother here, you don't need money. Money comes and goes, you can earn it back. Stay and enjoy yourself today, we'll take care of the drinks." Tiantin sat there stunned, thinking, what the how are they reacting like this? I didn't expect any of it. Suddenly, a large hand slammed onto the table and a voice roared, "You brat, you sure do have a lucky streak, don't you? Are you the one who broke our main gate?" The protagonist turned to see this man and silently thought, perfect, this is exactly how it should be. The man continued shouting, a runt still smelling of milk yet so bold. Before he could finish, a bowl smashed into his left cheek, splattering soup everywhere. Shuji glanced at him and asked coldly, "Looks like whatever's on you still isn't dry, huh?" The red-clad man who'd been struck ordered his goons forward and shouted, "Bastards, seize him, kill him for me." Grabbing a bundle of chopsticks from the table, Shuji flung them hard at the attackers. The men angrily covered their faces and yelled, "Hey, you expect to do that with just a few chopsticks?" Shuji stretched both hands out and caught 2 chopsticks flying in midair. His body a blur, Shuji darted past the 2 men, leaving slashes across them that spurted blood. Seeing their 2 underlings felled, the red-clad man collapsed down in fear, clutching his face and crying, "Why you, don't come any closer." With the chopstick in his left hand, Shuji slowly prodded toward the red-clad man's remaining right eye. Just as the tip of the chopstick neared the eye, a voice rang out, "You kids, if you're not just joking, keep some order." The red-clad man looked up to see someone standing on the upper floor and blurted, "Hoo, Lord Yukdu, please save me." Yukdu, scarred on the left side of his face, looked down and said coldly, "Do with him as you please, but the young master inside really hates noise, so play quietly." Hearing that, Shuji grew even more pleased, thinking, finally exposed. Pedo sect bringing Oh Yan into the city will be much easier now. Smiling at the thought, the protagonist replied, "My uncle doesn't like that." Okay. Yukdu frowned, narrowed his eyes, and growled, "What did you say?" Shuji then proceeded to poke out the man's remaining eye and said coldly, "Me. From now on I'll put on a noisy show for you all." The red-clad man below writhed on the floor upstairs, clutching his face in pain and groaning. Yukdu, holding a sword hilt, looked at the protagonist and said, "In that room rests young master JWA Yun of the Pedo sect. If you want to die, keep making noise." The red-clad man below writhed on the floor upstairs, clutching his face in pain and groaning. Yukdu, holding a sword hilt, looked at the protagonist and said, "In that room rests young master JWA Yun of the Pedo sect. If you want to die, keep making noise." Shuji tapped the chopsticks against his chin as if in deep thought, then said, On second thought I can play quietly too." Hearing that, Yukdu loosened his grip on the sword hilt and snorted coldly, "HMPH, you know your place after all." Suddenly below, Shuji stepped back and hurled his staff forcefully upward toward Yukdu on the upper floor. The staff spun, shattered the railing, and plunged toward the rear. Luckily, Yukdu managed to dodge in time. Yukdu looked down and growled, "Unguk Shuen, you're rushing straight into death." Before he could finish, 2 chopsticks had already crept up to press against his ears without him noticing. It turned out the protagonist had leapt up from below and gifted each of Yukdu's ears a chopstick so he might find it a bit quieter. Yukdu staggered, terrified, glancing back and muttering, "Oh, what's this?" Shuji also turned his head, glanced at Yukdu, and asked, "How's the view, Scarface?" The protagonist pointed to his own ears, glared at Yukdu, and added, "Now be absolutely quiet, okay?" Shortly after, Yukdu collapsed with a thud to the floor and lay motionless. On Yukdu's chest was the emblem of the Pedo sect. This Pedo sect is based in Zhejiang County, Hubei Province, and at the height of its power it dominated Hubei second only to Wudang sect and the Zhuge clan. To those reputable orthodox schools, the Pedo sect is the strongest evil faction contesting supremacy with them. Their main source of income comes from human trafficking. And the pleasure house built on the blood and tears of countless victims born of that trade is this very Bacharu. The decadent playboy here is Du JWA Yun, the son of the Pedo sect's leader, Du Maxing. He held a girl while waving Oh Yun's wanted notice and laughed. "Ha ha ha. I heard this Oh Yun used to be called the Jade Dragon Young Master, right?" He pressed the wanted poster to his face and asked the girls in the room, "So between this guy and me, who looks better? If this fellow looks like a rugged manly type, wouldn't I just look like some effeminate brothel dweller?" The girls around eagerly flattered Du JWA Yun. "I prefer Du JWA Yun's looks, my lord." Me too, how could he compare to Du Jwa Yun? Suddenly Du Jwa Yun's expression grew stern and unhappy as he looked ahead. His gaze fell on a girl dressed in yellow who had been sitting silently the whole time. He asked, "Who is that woman with the mournful face? What's your name?" The girl in yellow hurriedly clasped her hands and replied, My name is Byok Rai Hyung." A girl in green sitting beside Du Jwa Yun whispered, smiling, that her mother and younger sister had been sold to Passy. She's worried about that, so she looks like this every day. Du Jwa Yun asked in surprise, "Is that so?" He then coldly threatened, "If it's the Passy, then my father likely sold them off to the Yangtze Waterway gang, then they're done for." Hearing Du Jwa Yun say that, Byok Rai Hyung went pale and broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Du Jwa Yun continued to relish the threat, saying the pirates would squeeze even washed-up courtesans dry to the bone. Ha ha ha. He lifted Byok Rai Hyung's chin with his forefinger and went on, "So if you don't want that fate, then tonight you had better serve me well." Byok Rai Hyung was completely broken. With panic she trembled all over. Suddenly a noise at the outer door made the guards startle and turn. Du Jwa Yun did the same. Du Jwa Yun, displeased, frowned and asked a guard, "Ildu, what's going on?" The white-bearded old man known as One Blade glanced toward the door and replied, "The doors of the neighboring rooms were smashed in, sir. Someone's causing trouble." Du Jwa Yun demanded, "Which madman dares?" Before he could finish, Shuji had shattered the room door with his staff, dragging a Du Jwa Yun guard in with his right hand as he entered. Du Jwa Yun's face flushed with anger as he snarled, "Yuck Du, what the hell are you doing not stopping him? I told you to block the stairs." Hearing Du Jwa Yun, Shuji glanced at the guard in his grasp and uttered an "ah," as if he'd just remembered something. Then the protagonist flung Yuck Du's body toward the dining table and loudly asked, "You just mentioned this fellow." Du Jwa Yun looked down in horror to see Yuck Du's body on the table, a chopstick stuck in each ear. Du Jwa Yun ground his teeth and angrily ordered, "Everyone listen up. For every wound inflicted on that man, you get 1 tael of silver. If you chop off a hand or foot, 10 taels. And if you bring his head before me, you'll be rewarded 100 taels." The guards brightened at this and, eager for payment, charged at Shuji. As they all swung their swords, Shuji didn't stand still. He countered with a swing of his staff. One staff strike was enough to block the first attack from the notorious pedo sect guards. Then, agile and flowing, Shuji dodged the next sword blows as easily as pushing a cart. Whack! With the next strike, Shuji lunged forward and swept across, blinding one guard in both eyes. The man behind, seeing the one ahead spurt blood, panicked and blurted, "Ugh, damn, we've hit a tough one." Immediately after, he became the next to take Shuji's blow. In a flash, the sudden disaster froze those behind. One guard sneered, "HMPH, you worthless fool dare cause trouble here and you'll suffer the consequences." At the very back, Il-Du squinted and warned the others, "This troublemaker isn't a small fry. He's a prepared killer. Report this to our hall at once." Peeking out from behind the bodies of 2 guards, Shuji showed his face and hurled several spiked hidden weapons toward Il-Du and the rest. Il-Du saw this and hurriedly stepped back to dodge. The thrown weapons skittered and stuck into the floor, preventing them from moving freely. Seizing the chance, Shuji acted immediately. He lifted his staff, left hand gripping tight, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Shuji thrust the staff forward, impaling another guard. He only managed to gasp before meeting his end. The old man One Blade and his companion angrily raised their swords overhead and charged at Shuji, shouting, "Samdu, you bastard." But as they swung, Shuji suddenly used Samdu's corpse as a shield, pushing it forward so Samdu took 2 more fatal slashes across the face. Old Il-Du and his companion staggered back and exclaimed, "What the? This lunatic dares use a corpse as cover." Il-Du glanced at the man behind him and quietly called for Yidu, who, understanding, leapt up together and vanished from their positions. They rushed at Shuji and in unison combined into a single sweeping slash, yelling, "Blade formation, united strike, crescent moon chain." Shuji still held Samdu's corpse out in front, his eyes cold as he considered. Their coordinated attack was better than he'd thought. Bending to look at the body at his feet, Shuji flicked the hidden weapon on the corpse's head into the air with his left toe, thinking that blocking all their moves wasn't impossible, just troublesome. His gaze blazing red, he eyed the airborne weapon at eye level and muttered to himself that he'd prefer the easier route. Putting the thought aside, Shuji shoved the corpse to one side and shot the sharp projectile through the gap between Il-Du and Yidu. Shuji's target was the young master Du Jwa Yun sitting all the way in the back. Seeing the projectile fly toward him, Du Jwa Yun panicked and threw his arms up in fear. Ah, ah. Il-du turned pale at this and shouted, "Young master." Then he darted away from his spot. He rushed to Du Jwa Yun's side, stretching his right arm out to try to take a blow meant for Du Jwa Yun. Although his right arm was pierced by the hidden projectile, Il-du still anxiously turned to check on Du Jwa Yun. "Young master, are you all right?" Du Jwa Yun was trembling with fear, groaning in his throat and unable to speak. Il-du then glanced over at Shuji and the remaining guards. Il-du shouted in horror for Yidu when he realized Yidu had long since been pierced through. Shuji shouldered the staff, skewering both Yidu and Samdu. He glared, gritted his teeth at Il-du, and growled, "This is called meat on a skewer. It's been ages since I put on a show like this." Shuji, with Yidu and Samdu impaled on his staff, coldly stepped toward Il-du, who was trembling on the ground. Pale and sweating cold, Il-du stared at Shuji in terror and asked, "Did you take money to do this? Do you too hold a grudge against the pedo sect?" Shuji continued to step forward coolly and answered, "Neither of those things." Hearing that, Il-du let his arms drop and sighed heavily. "I serve my master. But right now, I don't know what I can possibly do to protect him." Du Jwa Yun behind Il-du trembled at this, looking up at Il-du and blurting, "What did you say?" "Il-du, what the hell are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. Quickly clean up that bastard's body for me." Il-du didn't answer Du Jwa Yun, but continued in a desperate tone, "Even if I wanted to throw myself at you as my master ordered, it would be pointless. The deaths of those before prove that." Suddenly, Il-du dropped to his knees, clutching the hilt of his sword and begging, "So I want to accept death in a different way." Seeing Il-du's strange reaction, Shuji was surprised and glanced at him. He hadn't expected Du Jwa Yun to have such a loyal, valuable retainer. With both hands on the blade, Il-du pointed the sword at his own throat and offered his final words, "I will not resist you. I will end my own life. So in consideration that my death saves you time, I beg you to spare my master." After speaking, Il-du resolutely ended his life. The sword pierced his neck, blood spouting from the nape in a grisly sight. While Il-du's blood still sprayed through the air, Shuji's gaze shifted and fixed on Du Jwa Yun at the back. Du Jwa Yun's face grew paler by the moment, death seeming to close in. He was dumbstruck. Seeing this, Shuji said, "He's not exactly the kind of master worth you risking your life for, is he?" As for Du Jwa Yun, hearing that, he ground his teeth and angrily cursed Il-du. "You stupid bastard, what am I supposed to do now that you've died like this?" No sooner had he finished than Shuji suddenly appeared right in front of him, coolly glancing down like a grim reaper. Du Jwa Yun, sweating as if showered, fumbled into his robe, pulled out all his gold and jewelry, threw them on the floor and cried, "Spare me. If you have grievances, take them out on my father. I did nothing wrong, I swear. If it's money you want, I'll give it all to you. Take it. Nanny, that worthless brat, he even told enemies to find my father for revenge to save his life. That kid deserves to croak, damn his luck." Indeed, Shuji raised his staff and roared, "I don't need your damn charity." Strangely, though, Shuji didn't strike him straight away. Instead, he smashed several bowls on the table with the staff while Du Jwa Yun clutched his head and cowered, screaming, "Ah!" Then Shuji swung again, chasing past Du Jwa Yun's head. Tears streamed down his face. He cried louder than someone mourning a dead relative. His face a mask of utter terror, he kept shrieking and making a racket, "Ah!" But when he turned back, he saw only the table behind him shattered to pieces, nothing left. Opposite him, Shuji was bending down to pick up a candle rolling on the floor. It turned out the hero had grabbed the candle to set the shattered wood on the floor alight, planning to torch this filthy place. Behind Shuji, the flames roared. He raised his staff high in his left hand. Shuji declared coldly that out of respect for that loyal retainer's spirit, he would spare the young master's life. Du Jwa Yun stammered hurriedly, "Thank you, sir." Before he could finish, something sliced across his left shoulder. Then another identical cut slashed across his right shoulder, spraying blood everywhere. It was so fast he hadn't felt the pain yet. Only when two more cuts struck his knees did he manage a grunt. After that, he lay on his back with the tendons of his arms and legs severed. Now he's utterly crippled, good and done for. Continuing, Shuji knelt on one knee beside Du Jwa Yun, reached behind with his right hand for something, and said, "I'm not finished yet, stay conscious." He pulled out something like a hammer and glanced up, save the most important act for last, of course. Seeing Shuji's apparent target was his singing bird, Du Jwa Yun ground his teeth. "No, don't." Then a piercing scream shattered the air. From that moment, the nightingale fell silent. In pain, he trembled, foaming at the mouth. Shuji didn't stop his torment. He pricked his finger and dropped a single drop of blood into Du Jwa Yun's mouth. As that drop slid down his throat, a blade-like pain surged from his gut and Du Jwa Yun's pupils contracted. After finishing his cruelty, the lecherous, arrogant Shuji coldly left the scene, leaving the flames to creep toward Du Jwa Yun. Then the hero glanced at Il-Du, head bowed on the ground, and said, I kept my promise to spare him, but harboring a useless man under your sleeve and indulging him isn't necessarily a good thing. Just as he stepped out the door, a few figures blocked his path, surprising Shuji. Turns out they were Du Jwa Yun's girls, each scowling at Shuji like sworn enemies. One of them angrily demanded, what the hell did you just do? Others shouted, this is our livelihood, we were living peacefully and nearly paid off our debts. Because of you we've lost all our businesses and places to hide. Shuji stood silent as they cursed. You think you're some righteous hero? If you want to be a hero, go be one somewhere else. Whoosh! Suddenly Shuji swung his staff across in front of the women, causing one to stumble back in fright. The women broke out in a cold sweat hearing Shuji's talk of righteousness and heroics. What the hell does any of that have to do with us? The hero strode past the women and declared coldly, I'm simply walking the path I must walk. Live your lives as you wish. Among them, Byok-rai Hyung had been watching him differently from the others. As he passed, Byok-rai Hyung unexpectedly called out, thank you, benefactor. Tears brimmed in her eyes, she clasped her hands together, choked with emotion. Truly, thank you, thanks to you this girl can return to her family. Seeing Byok-rai Hyung, Shuji recalled the innocent girl at the dock. Thinking that, Shuji gave a small, faint smile at the corner of his mouth, subtle enough that no one would notice. He kept walking while Byok-rai Hyung remained kneeling there, waving casually and saying, I'm not anyone's benefactor either. After a while, the pleasure tower burst into roaring flames in the night, like a torch lighting up the whole fortress. The city gate guards looked alarmed. One asked, what's happening over there? The man beside him ground his teeth and replied anxiously, I don't know, that's the pedo sect's turf, it's their patrol area. Just then another guard came running up in a panic, shouting, report, it's on fire, the Bacharu is burning. The flames were spreading behind the pavilions. We're screwed. The commander broke out in a sweat, bewildered, damn it, why does it have to be the pedo sect's Bacharu? Immediately he shouted orders, sending men to fetch well water at once to extinguish the blaze. Move, hurry. The nearby guards rushed off to carry out the command. At that moment, two figures approached the city gate. It was Shuji. He dropped to one knee, panting, looking exhausted. The guard, surprised, asked, hey, are you the one from earlier? The hero tipped his hat, yes, I'm Dong Go Gong, the physician supplying herbs to the pedo sect. Forgive me, but please open the gate for me, it's urgent. The commander startled and replied, what? We can't open the gate without orders. Besides, we're busy right now, come back later. Shuji continued his act, clutching the guard's leg and pleading, a noble is gravely ill inside. If you don't bring the herbs I'm carrying in immediately, something terrible will happen. One guard frowned awkwardly and answered, I don't care who the noble is, rules are rules. Before he finished, Shuji cut in, it's Du Jwa Yun, the pedo sect young master. Hearing that name, the guard's eyes widened and he froze. He looked back at the guard behind him and asked, is what he said true? The subordinate quickly replied, yes, it's true. I've heard Du Jwa Yun's limbs are shattered, even his lower parts aren't right, and he seems poisoned by some strange toxin, one moment lucid, the next not. The commander held his head in distress. Rumor has it the pedo sect leader spoils his son terribly. If Du Jwa Yun dies because we didn't open the gate, I'll be facing his wrath. Sensing his chance, Shuji said, if you open the gate for me now, I will do everything I can to treat the young master. If I succeed, you'll become a benefactor to the pedo sect. The chief guard pondered deeply, unsure whether he should then. Couldn't resist the temptation and gave the order. Someone open the gate a bit, enough for the physician to pass through. Shuji bowed his head in thanks, much obliged, sir. Suddenly, as Shuji and Ya-un were about to pass through, the chief guard called out, wait, stop right there. He grabbed the sword hilt and said coldly, I didn't see that fellow walking ahead just now, who is he? State your name. Immediately sensing something was off, Shuji's hand tightened on his staff, ready to counterattack. Suddenly, the man accompanying the hero pivoted his foot and turned toward the chief guard. Seeing this person, the chief guard's eyes froze. He looked at the man and immediately assumed a battle stance, mumbling, aren't you a servant of the Bacharu? What on earth happened there, and what's with your state? The servant, sweating profusely, stammered in reply, the thing is. Sensing trouble, Shuji stepped forward, put a hand on the servant's shoulder and said, I'm nearsighted at night and weak, so in the emergency I brought him here. He'll carry the bed for tonight and pack my luggage for me. Hearing the explanation, which sounded reasonable, the chief guard glanced and ordered the gate sentry to open the gate, saying, "All right, go on then, we still have to close the city gate quickly." Immediately Shuji and the little servant ran toward the gate. The hero kept thanking them frantically. "Many thanks, sir." The gate cracked open just enough for people to slip through. The real reason was they were waiting for Shuji's group to return, which must have taken a while, hence the chief guard's big yawn. After an unknown span of time, Shuji and the little servant came back in. On the little servant's shoulder was a large sack, like one used for herbs. The chief guard waved him in and signaled the other guards to open the gate. He called out, "Hurry up, close the gate again, I'm going to sneak in a nap." He's so sleepy he could croak. At that moment, not far from the city gate in the forest, a shadowy figure flickered into view. A man was tied tightly to a tree, unable to move. All he could do was sob and whimper. Turns out he was that bodyguard, my friends. He remembered an hour earlier. When he arrived, Shuji, after roughing him up, grabbed his collar and said, "Swap clothes with this man, and from now until tomorrow don't come near the gate, otherwise I'll make your brat look half man, half woman like that do fellow." His face was mangled beyond recognition. The little servant cried bitterly. "Sob sob, that bastard. This poor servant looks both comical and pitiful, right? Ha ha ha, well it's fate. If you don't lose your teacups you can't complain about life." Cut back inside the city. Oh Ya-un lifted his hand and pulled the cloth covering his face down, glancing over as the hero spoke. "What did I tell you? Breaking into the city was that easy, right? As simple as pushing a cart along." As they moved deeper into the city, seeing people in chaos, some carrying buckets, others shouting to douse the flames, Oh Ya-un asked in surprise, "What? You stirred up the pedo sect just to get me in easily?" Shuji kept walking, leaning on his staff, and replied calmly, "Yes." Seeing the tower behind them burning like a gigantic torch, Oh Ya-un thought in amazement. Truly impressive. Can a sane person really use a scheme like this? Such cunning at such a young age can't be self-taught. Thinking that, Oh Ya-un frowned and said, "You must have taken a revered master. What kind of great teacher trained you?" Shuji fell silent for a moment, his eyes under the brim of his hat covertly glancing at Oh Ya-un. Remembering the scene from his previous life when he stood with Oh Ya-un burning his close brother, Oh Ya-un said, "That benefactor of mine no longer exists. Now I'm merely returning exactly what I once received." Hearing the hero answer like that, Oh Ya-un was briefly astonished. He looked at the hero with an almost unbelieving gaze, then said, "Frankly, I don't quite understand what you said, but one thing is clear enough." Aha! Suddenly Oh Ya-un clenched his fist and slammed it against his chest as if proclaiming something. He walked alongside the hero, bowing his head slightly and saying, "Shouldering some of another's hardships is called benevolence. Saving someone drowning in misfortune is called courage. The world calls those who have both benevolence and courage heroes. You are someone who possesses all of those qualities. I'm ashamed that I doubted and hesitated toward a hero like you." While they were still moved, two men ran past in a panic, exclaiming, "The Bucharu's on fire. Heard some madman set it ablaze." The other cried out in alarm, "What? Truly a damned lunatic." Hearing himself called a damned lunatic, Shuji said nothing and just glanced at Oh Ya-un. Oh Ya-un, embarrassed, lowered his hand and changed the subject. "Ahem, where shall we go now?" the hero asked. "Ignore him, food first, salvation later, let's eat a proper meal," came the reply. Cut to the next morning at an inn somewhere, the sun just peeking over the roof. Inside, Oh Ya-un was picking up a piece of meat with a look of almost disgust. He wondered how long it had been since he'd eaten a proper meal like this. Facing Oh Ya-un, Shuji folded his arms, half closed his eyes and urged irritably, "Shut it and eat, you're too noisy. Please quiet that rumbling stomach of yours." Oh Ya-un hurriedly replied, "Ah, right, I'm on it." As Oh Ya-un, trembling, lifted the meat toward his mouth, chatter erupted at the surrounding tables. "Have you heard about the Bucharu being burned down?" Someone else asked in surprise, that again?" The other said, "I heard the courtesans from the Bucharu, having nowhere to hide, packed up and went back to their hometowns." Another despondent voice added, "Well then, where will we find our pleasures from now on?" A third angrily blamed it all on that damned arsonist who burned the Bucharu. The man in blue across from them smirked, but that lunatic did do one thing that satisfied a lot of people. The other smiled. "Ah, you mean the pedo sect young master being turned into a cripple? Now we shouldn't call him a young master, call him a eunuch instead." At that remark, everyone around cheered excitedly. "Exactly, today we drink to celebrate that lecherous bastard being made a eunuch." Another man joined the clamor, shouting, "Count me in, serves him right. Ha ha ha." Shuji said nothing. He quietly picked up a small blue pill and prepared to put it in his mouth. eyes flicking around the room. Across from him, Oh Ya-eun suddenly said, "Don't pay any mind to that chatter." For some reason, Oh Ya-eun's face was damp with sweat. He looked at the meat in his hand and continued, "A true knight's nature isn't to fight for the weak because they're weak, it's the courage to stand up to the strong. This world is full of weak fools and greedy men, and plenty of educated strongmen whose hearts are full of wickedness. What you did was entirely justified, so don't bother yourself with that nonsense." Just as Oh Ya-eun was about to bring the meat to his mouth, he was suddenly startled by a thud behind him, and the meat slipped from his chopsticks. A tall, shirtless man radiating a chilling aura had kicked the door open and entered right behind Oh Ya-eun. He strode over to the table of men, mocking the pedo sect young master until they broke into a cold sweat. The tall man snarled, "You lot who were just making mouthy noises, where are you now?" The tall man grabbed the top of one fellow's head. The man, face turning purple, dared not resist or utter a sound. The tall man was Du Maxing, head of the pedo sect, wielding terrifying strength with his blade. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He ground his teeth and growled, "So it was you, huh? Look at this Du Maxing holding the line, no wonder. Only with constant training do you get a body like mine." The man whose head was squeezed stammered in fear, "I know I've sinned, please spare me, sir." But it was too late. The pedo sect treated lives like trash. Du Maxing crushed the man's skull with a single blow. After crushing a man's head to set an example, he raised his bloodied hand and thundered, "Hear me well, you vermin, this lord is Du Maxing, head of the pedo sect. Whoever harmed my child, get out here now. I know you're hiding here, so I'm coming for you." Hearing him, Oh Ya-eun and Shuji immediately frowned and glanced toward Du Maxing. Du Maxing growled on, "You won't show your face, huh? Fine." With that, a group outside thundered in and surrounded the entire eatery. They were Du Maxing's henchmen, likely the sort who'd rather kill by mistake than let anyone go. Du Maxing slung his blade over his shoulder, scanned the room, and snarled, "Everyone present here, I'll kill you one by one. Sooner or later you'll be hauling bodies out anyway." Du Maxing radiated murderous intent, gripping his great blade so tightly that the tavern patrons panicked, their faces drained of color. Oh Ya-eun and Shuji sat at the same table, with Du Maxing's men looming behind them brandishing blades, yet the two did not make a move. After sitting for a bit and getting impatient, one leaned toward the hero and whispered, "I think we'll be found out sooner or later. At this point, why not just lay all our cards on the table?" Shuji didn't answer. He popped a small blue pill into his mouth and chewed casually, showing no sign of worry. Oh Ya-eun grew increasingly agitated, his hands slowly reaching for his sword as he whispered, "Look, I know you're brave, but if we don't step out, innocent people will die." Just as Oh Ya-eun's hand touched the hilt of his plum blossom sword, Shuji spoke to stop him, "Stay calm." It turned out someone with blue hair had stepped out on the second floor. Shuji glanced back and told Oh Ya-eun, "That one didn't come looking for us." The mysterious person on the second floor slammed a hand on the wooden railing and complained loudly, "The pedo sect really knows how to make a noisy entrance." She was a blue-haired woman, a sword at her side. Leaning over, she shouted, "If anyone should be angry here, it should be me. Your habit of stealing and then crying wolf is absurd." Du Maxing's face flushed crimson as he bellowed, "Ha, so it's true, the Yangtze Waterway Gang pirates. I heard my child at the Bucharu received your special attention." The blue-haired woman, startled, shot back, "Bucharu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Du Maxing's hand tightened on the sword hilt as he roared, "You whore, don't play dumb." With that he swung, sending a blade wave at the blue-haired woman above and continued shouting, "You're the one who turned my child into a cripple, aren't you?" The blade wave sliced through the upper walkway like cutting a banana. The blue-haired woman leapt aside to dodge and muttered, "That blade's strength is no joke, the rumors were true." Yet, before she finished, the blue-haired woman dropped from the upper walkway to below in an instant. With two small blades in her hands, she lunged in, counterattacking toward Maxing and shouted, "That power alone isn't enough." Her cold eyes glanced at Maxing below as she introduced herself icily. "For your information, I'm Hibik Jiang, one of the Chindu of the Yangtze Waterway Gang." Below, Maxing raised his blade to parry. Upon hearing the name Chindu, his brow tightened, showing a clear hint of respect or fear. He swung forcefully to push Hibik Jiang back, thinking to himself that Hibik Jiang, one of the 12 Chindu commanding 1,000 pirates, was indeed the most mysterious among them. Thinking that, Maxing said, "So the Hibik Jiang of rumor turns out to be a woman." Hibik Jiang's face showed displeasure. Frowning, she said, "Cut the tough guy act now that you know who I am, sheath your sword." Maxing still radiated dense murderous intent as he replied firmly, "That won't do. Even if you lot are unruly pirates, there are limits you must respect. My son's condition is not something I can easily let slide. Hearing Maxine, Hibik-jiang looked puzzled and said helplessly, "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? I only came to catch the one who killed my subordinate." Maxine, startled, blurted, "What?" Rubbing her twin short blades together, Hibik-jiang continued, "Bikdu underling, I'd used funds to buy that worthless piece at Passy, so I went to deal with him. But before I arrived, he was killed by some anonymous nobody, so I'm here to confirm it." Maxine's face froze as he asked, "What about my son?" Hibik-jiang frowned and answered, "Who knows? I'd only met him once a few days ago to verify the buyer of that junk, otherwise we had no further connection." At that moment, a henchman ran up to Maxine and then whispered some important information into his ear. After hearing the news, Maxine sheathed his blade at his back and sighed, "Ha, I'll investigate whether what you said is true." Hibik-jiang also stowed her twin blades at her waist and said, "Do as you wish, but if what I said is true, what then?" Maxine turned to leave, still sounding irritated. "If it's proven you're innocent, I'll officially apologize and treat you as an honored guest of the pedo sect." From behind him, Hibik-jiang replied, "Fine. Anyway, having the pedo sect's support would make my job much easier." When Maxine's pedo sect men left, the tavern patrons stared in disbelief and stammered to one another, "Is it over? We're alive, phew." But suddenly Maxine stopped, and the tavern fell silent once more. He glanced back and ordered his men, "Don't sheath your swords yet." Gritting his teeth, he glared and barked, "Those cowards who dared insult my son, cut out all their tongues and bring them to me." No sooner had he finished than wham, those who had been loud moments before fled screaming. Lesson learned: even if you hate someone, don't badmouth them. You never know how strong their backers are, or you might lose more than your pride. When the pedo sect and Hibik-jiang stepped into the courtyard, they found the interior a blood-soaked scene, stew splattered everywhere and pitiful screams for mercy. Even a brutal Chindu witnessing this was moved, no matter the faction. To commit such atrocities in broad daylight was lawless and monstrous. If not for the camp leader's orders, I wouldn't have allied with these bastards. Sigh. Why did the camp leader order that the one called 3 Calls to the Underworld be captured alive and brought back, and insist I personally go ashore to find him? Thinking this, Hibik-jiang's mind was in knots. She followed Maxine with annoyance, thinking inwardly, "Ah, whatever, for now let's just grab that 3 Calls to the Underworld fellow and give him a good thrashing until Eder Cut back inside the tavern, the hero and Oh-ya sat motionless, staring at the mutilated bodies with tongues cut out and tortured people strewn on the floor. Oh-ya murmured, "Namgung clan, Yangtze Waterway gang, and the pedo sect too, seems you're more welcome here than I am. Still, 3 factions are too many. If we want to get to Xinjiang smoothly, we should thin out one source of trouble, don't you think?" Shuji pondered briefly, then, face darkening, said, "My belly's full. A bit of exercise afterward will be perfect." Oh-ya narrowed his eyes and asked the hero, "So what do you plan to do?" Shuji's gaze was equally cold. He replied, as always, that they'd quietly go in and make a loud exit. Hearing that, Oh-ya covered his mouth, pretended to ponder deeply, and said, quietly, "If that's the case, I have an idea." As he spoke, Oh-ya suddenly grinned in a perverse way and asked, "Wanna hear it?" Shuji found Oh-ya-un's strange attitude puzzling, but shrugged it off and decided to hear him out. Scene cut to the main gate of the pedo sect headquarters. 2 guards stood watch outside, white funeral wreaths flanked the entrance, and a mourning banner hung over the gate. Passers-by gossiped at the odd sight. Did someone just die?" Another hissed quietly, "SHH, keep it down." After that incident, Du Jwa Yun, the pedo sect's young master, was tormented by his insecurity and took his own life. The pedo sect is in turmoil. The other replied, "Can't blame them. No matter how useless he was still the leader's son." The first frowned and snappishly warned, "I told you to keep your voice down." At that moment, a figure darted between them. It was Shuji, wearing straw-like garb, face cold, carrying a staff with Oh-ya at his side. The 2 gossipers stared in surprise and wondered, what the who are those? And who would be growing potatoes here? One of them is 3 Calls to the Underworld, Shuji, and the other is Death Plum Blossom, Oh-ya. Seeing 2 strangers approaching the gate, the standing guards were surprised and puzzled. Shuji glanced at Oh-ya and asked, "I'll ask once more, I'll just stand with my arms folded. Are you truly confident you can handle this alone?" Oh-ya narrowed his brow, glanced at Tianjin, and replied, "Don't worry, I've never tasted defeat." At that moment, a gate guard stepped forward to stop them and announced that the place was in mourning. Don't make a racket here, move along. Before he finished, Oh Ya-un strode forward, something clenched in his hand and swung it up. And he decisively flung whatever it was toward the guard, causing the man to recoil in shock. A wooden bucket of something on the end of the pole stopped in front of the guard, and a sticky goo splattered out, making the guard sickened. Only then did Oh Ya-un pause, take a deep breath, and exhale wearily. Then Oh Ya-un hoisted the bucket of feces high and shouted as he dumped it. This terrified the guard under the spray. Filth exploded into the air in a truly messy spectacle. The visiting crowds filling up the latrine. Time to clean the mess, someone quipped. The guard stared at the stinking bucket, stammering in horror at the smell. Suddenly another guard leaning by the gate spoke up, saying the sex atmosphere was poor, just let them in. As he warned, the latrine was about to overflow. The front guard still hesitated, unsure, replying, huh? But before he could think it through, Oh Ya-un pressed his foul body close to the guard, glared, and said, "Ah yes, first we must frisk you." The guard grew even more terrified, sweating like he'd bathed, and blurted, okay, go on in. Thus the two youths successfully passed the first gate into the pedo sect. As they passed, the guard by the gate pinched his nose and grumbled, "The stench is so bad you can only stay in the back courtyard, and don't let the guests see you." Shuji flushed red and said nothing, while Oh Ya-un quickly bowed, "Yes, sir, understood." After a few steps, Oh Ya-un looked at Shuji, smirked triumphantly, and asked, "Well, learned another trick this time?" Thought Oh Ya-un was all upright and righteous, didn't expect him to come up with something this stinky. Shuji sighed in helpless agreement. Along the way, the hero and Oh Ya-un gave off an overpowering perfume smell that made any passing guard hurriedly pinch their noses and exclaim, "Ugh, this stinks." Bleh. Seeing the pedo sect guards' looks, Oh Ya-un glanced and frowned, muttering, "Ridiculous. These bullies who do nothing but evil have the nerve to complain about dirty shit. They don't even know they're worth less than a pile of dung." Hearing Oh Ya-un grumble so much, Shuji leaned over and quietly warned, "Drop it. We've blended in, but something might still go wrong." Oh Ya-un startled and murmured, "Ah, are those the Yangtze pirates?" The hero nodded, "Yes, Hibik Jiang. If he steps in to help the pedo sect, things will get really messy." Oh Ya-un fell into thought and asked, "Before we act, we need to figure out their relationship. How should we do that?" Shuji let slip a line that made Oh Ya-un start and look over. Suddenly the hero cocked his chin forward and said to Oh Ya-un, "Hey, look." Ahead were three pedo sect soldiers. Seeing Shuji and Oh Ya-un approaching, one of them pointed right and barked, "Mind your manners, you dogs, move it." Shuji added from their side, "The one who will become your master still has many unknowns like us." The man shouting wore a white armband that read, "Head of the guard team." A murderous aura began to emanate from Shuji and Oh Ya-un. Their eyes flashed red and their grins turned sickly, like bloodthirsty demons staring at the three pedo sect guards. Before anyone could react, one guard was on the ground motionless, eyes rolled back, tongue protruding. On the ground, Shuji was drawing something with a stick. Turns out they'd grabbed that man and beaten him for information. Shuji was sketching the pedo sect layout while Oh Ya-un spoke up. "So Hibik Jiang and Du Maxing have joined forces. Luckily Du Maxing is based in the west, and Maxing has a separate tower residence in the east." Oh Ya-un was questioning the hero when suddenly another group of guards happened to pass. One of them looked over and gasped, "Huh." He looked and saw a comrade lying motionless on the ground. Signs of severe bodily violation, no, severe bodily harm. Immediately the guards bristled, glowering at the hero and Oh Ya-un, one shouting, "Intruders." Opposing them, Shuji gripped his staff and headed west. Oh Ya-un had already removed the disguise from his sword and replied, "Fine, I'll take east." The pedo sect guards surged forward, their leader barking, "Bastards, who are you?" At this point, there's no need to hide. Shuji raised his staff ahead, cold-eyed, introducing himself as three calls to the underworld. Oh Ya-un rested his sword on his shoulder, lightly withdrew it from its sheath, frowned, and introduced himself as Death Plum Blossom. The guards barely had time to blurt, "What?" before Shuji and Oh Ya-un swept past them, cutting throats like slaughtering chickens and giving them no chance to resist. After dealing with the four, Shuji and Oh Ya-un pressed on without pause, this time splitting up, one heading east and the other west in a straight run. Nearby, a guard hearing the commotion glanced back and saw a red liquid like blood spraying out from an alley. Before he could make sense of it, whack, he got hit on the head and sent splattering. That's surely a goner, 100%. When four more guards came chasing from behind, Shuji had already leapt onto the rooftop and sprinted away. One guard shouted, "There, chase them." Suddenly, three men climbed onto the roof ahead. Two of them gripped their sword hilts and jumped toward the hero, shouting in unison, "This ends here, 3 calls to the underworld." Seeing that, Shuji showed no hint of fluster. Instead, he let out a soft breath, his throat emitting a sound as if pitying the 2 deluded fools before him. In an instant, the hero swung his staff past the 2 men. Both doubled over as ichor sprayed everywhere and they gagged and choked from the wound. After dealing with those 2, Shuji lightly landed on a bridge in front of a large gate. Bang! Suddenly a group of other guards pushed open the great gate behind them and rushed forward. Who are they? Their murderous aura was intense. These ones were likely higher ranked than the earlier small fry. The red-haired leader growled, "Are you the 3 calls to the underworld from the rumors?" Another man behind him asked, "Is that him? Younger than I expected." One of them shouted, "He's the ringleader who killed Yuk-do and the young master. Don't be careless. Attack together." At that, guards from all directions charged with drawn blades, ready for a fight to the death. Shuji didn't stand idle either. Like a gust of wind, he vanished from one spot and reappeared in another in the blink of an eye. His body slipped constantly between sharp blades. Shuji spun and swung his staff down, smashing at the blades below. While continuing to dodge the attacks, Shuji frowned and thought, "Tusk, these lot are quite troublesome this time." Thunk! Suddenly the hero planted one end of his staff on the ground and stomped hard with a foot against the bridge rail. With attackers hemming him in from both sides and no way back, Shuji didn't hesitate. He chose to leap from the bridge down below. Seeing the intruder jump into the river, the pedo sect men stared in shock and asked each other, "What?" He jumped into the river. Murmurs. As the hero plunged into the water, a guard on the bridge smirked and said, "Ha, more foolish than I thought. He thinks that by avoiding encirclement he can handle us. Drenched, he'll only be slower. When he surfaces, focus your attack." But before he could finish the sentence, he frowned and yelped, startled as he looked down. On the water, a white fish was rising up from the depths. Then suddenly that fish surged up with a mass of water as if breaching the surface, opening its mouth wide. The smug guard was abruptly struck by the water column and the fish, which swept his head clean off. Ichor sprayed from the neck, scattering and causing the men behind to stagger back in panic. At the same time, huge white water silhouettes began rising from beneath the river's surface. Shuji burst up from the water, swung his hand forward, firing columns of water that struck down the guards. The guards on the bridge fell like rotten fruit into the river. The bridge deck was pocked like a honeycomb. The remaining men scrambled to the sides, shouting, "Madness! He used water to punch holes in the bridge. Everyone off the bridge, get to dry ground." Not in the mood to toy around this time, Shuji jabbed his staff into the river and stared coldly without a word. With a sweep, a great wave like a wall rolled and washed the remaining guards off the bridge into the river. Their bodies tumbled and flailed in the strong current. One of them bobbed up coughing and hacking after swallowing a good mouthful of river water. Another hauled himself up, teeth clenched, scanning around as he croaked, "Cough, cough, damn it, where is he?" At that moment, Shuji appeared like a ghost right behind the guard, holding a sharpened wooden stake to the man's nape. Nearby, another band of guards was racing toward the bridge, panting as they ran and shouting, "Hurry, where is the intruder now?" Someone answered, "Word is he made it all the way to the guild's front manor." But after taking a few more steps, the leader and his men suddenly froze. He spat a curse. "Damn it, the guildmaster is there." They saw the bridge snapped in two, the banks and the water strewn with the bodies of other guards. The red-haired man stammered in panic, "What the hell is this? What on earth happened?" Suddenly someone in the water grabbed a root chunk, lifted his head and looked up at the guards on the shore, wheezing, "North, cough, cough." He pointed north and shouted, "The wounded intruder has crossed the north wall. His martial skill is roughly at the peak of the first-class level." The red-haired man turned to his comrade. "North, he plans to flee over the mountains. You stay and gather the survivors, then follow after." The man beside him immediately turned to reply. Plop, plop. The red-haired man jumped from the far bank into the water, stepped on a corpse, then paddled back to this side, standing beside the one who had pointed north. He said, "If we let this one get away, the pedo-sect's honor will be mud. He must be captured or killed." Looking around, the red-haired man blurted in surprise, "What's this? You're the only survivor?" The man below groaned, Never mind us, go after him quickly." The red-haired man replied, "Don't worry, he's injured. Those others will be enough." Before he finished, the hand of the man below suddenly lunged up toward his face. Holy crap, it was Shuji, brothers. The hero held a sharpened wooden stake and said, "In that case you won't be surviving. Your family line is cursed." And then what had to happen happened, a flash of red. Oh no, Liuum, the red-haired brother is officially making his entrance. After wiping out the lackeys on the riverbank, Shuji was wrapped in murderous energy, ghostly souls flitting around him, emitting unpleasant wails. Kai Babat. The 8 formation of the pistol master, the 64 trigrams. Hearing those sounds made Shuji feel surprised and a little puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Shuji vaguely figured something out. He muttered, "All that nonsense earlier, so it's a formation, huh?" Entering through the gate, Shuji froze. Before him was a formation with green-white squares hidden beneath the ground. From it, he could see dark silhouettes hovering above. With memories from his previous life, Shuji stepped confidently onto the white squares, thinking to himself that this formation was the 8 Spirits 64. The Heavenly Charge is a front and rear assault, composed of 24 arrays. The front charge is the Blazing Tiger, the Wind Serpent is the base, and passing through here leads to the Life Gate. After walking a while, Shuji passed the formation called the 8 Spirits 64 and approached a 4-story tower ahead. A few steps closer to the main door, a chill, oppressive aura flowed out and a deep, low voice suddenly sounded. "Much obliged." Hearing that voice, Shuji's brows knitted tightly and a gleam of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he peered deep inside. Inside stood a tall, muscular figure, Du Maxine. He faced away from the door and continued, "Seeing you make it this far, there's no need to ask who you are. Since you still have this life, I will personally tear you apart to death. I sincerely thank you." Saying this, Du Maxine suddenly turned his head, glancing back. Blue veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "I'll pickle your flesh in sauce to offer on my son's ancestral altar." He clenched his blade and raised it, saying, "This world has a word, Quan Qua Ko Dak. Quan means a man who lost his wife, Qua a woman who lost her husband, a child who lost parents, and Dak someone with no offspring at all." Hearing him, Shuji kept his cool and stared. His right hand slowly lifted his staff in front of his chest. Du Maxine bristled with murderous intent, clutching the hilt as he raised his blade and charged. He roared in furious tones, though there wasn't even a word here to describe parents who'd lost their children. Seeing him rush in, a red death aura radiated from Shuji. He tightened his grip on the staff and held it horizontally before him to brace for Du Maxine's blade. Kang, the clash of steel rang harshly. Du Maxine shouted, claiming there were no words to fully express his rage as one of his blade strikes came down. The hero's staff bent sharply from the impact. The shock pushed his body back and his feet skidded across the ground. Without a wrinkle of pain on his face, Shuji exhaled a breath of death, his cold gaze fixed on Du Maxine as he finally spoke. "Stop whining to heaven and earth, you old ox-strong, pig-headed fool. Haven't you father and son caused plenty to bleed for you? This fate is still far too mild." Du Maxine glared angrily and barked, "Huh, you little brat, what the hell do you know about me and my son to speak so boldly?" He froze mid-sentence, suddenly sensing something unusual from the protagonist. His hands clenched and he stammered, "That breathing technique, damn you, are you from the Miao tribe?" Hearing that, Shuji was very surprised, his brows knitting. He asked back, "Old man, you even know about the Miao tribe?" Du Maxine stroked his thick chin with satisfaction and replied, "Of course I know. Those Miao lot used to brag that that breathing technique was the core art for forging iron skulls." He grinned, flashing his big coarse white teeth, then glanced at Shuji. "Looking at you reminds me of sweeping those barbarians clean with my father. Maybe your parents or brothers are among them, eh?" Shuji tightened his grip on the staff and glanced at Du Maxine, thinking to himself that this was unexpected. He hadn't even heard of his uncle's martial art, yet this old man seems to know it well. Pushing the thought aside, Shuji shot forward like a bullet, appearing before Du Maxine. Gripping the staff, he prepared to swing, eyes wide. Shuji roared, "I will kill you and turn you into a hungry ghost." Clang, once again the metallic clash rang painfully. Sparks flew as the two weapons met, lighting up the courtyard. The corners of Du Maxine's eyes welled with blood. Astonished, he thought, "After taking my ultimate blow you can still counter immediately? A brat who doesn't even look of age yet can do that." Shuji was equally surprised at Du Maxine's strength, thinking, heavy stuff, the nickname overpowering Great Blade isn't an empty title. Suddenly, Du Maxine deliberately stepped back a pace, inhaled deeply, then hoisted his blade high over his head. His hand tightened on the hilt as he summoned all his strength and began his downward arc. Shuji did not flinch either. He gripped the staff with both hands and lunged forward. Kang Kang, again the screeching clash of metal rang out. Du Maxine struck from above while Shuji countered with a fierce staff swing. Neither yielded an inch. The brutal skirmish raged, its aftershocks wrecking the surroundings and destroying buildings. At the battle's center between Du Maxine and the protagonist, the ground cracked and sank into a deep pit. The two of them struck at each other in the fiercest fight scene so far. However, Du Maxine quickly fell into a weak position. He was no match for Shuji. The recoil from Shuji's counterattacks made blood spurt from the corner of his mouth. He ground his teeth and cursed, "Huh, you bastard." At first he had wielded the blade with only his left hand, but now his hand gripped the hilt fully, resolved to use every ounce of strength he had. He brought the blade down with full force, the sword flashed and every muscle in Du Maxing bulged. He barked, "Die." Taking that full power blow, Shuji thrust his staff up to block, but the recoil made blood spurt from his mouth and his hands, which began to go numb. Whoosh! Suddenly Shuji jabbed his staff forward. Du Maxing quickly leaned back to dodge. He ground his teeth and let out a snort from his throat. His left hand snapped up to grab the end of Shuji's staff and hold it, while his right gripped the blade raised high. His eyes were bloodshot as he smiled coldly in satisfaction. "Finally, you'd walked into my trap." Blood dripped from the hero's mouth. Shuji glanced at him and said coldly, "If anyone's trapped here, it's you and your son." Suddenly the drops of blood on his face rose in a strange red smoke. Du Maxing cried out in astonishment, "What the?" He stumbled back, a plume of red gas poured from his left eye. He threw his head back in pain and screamed, "Ugh, what poison is this, you filthy barbarian?" Shuji watched him writhe and curled his mouth into a cold smile. "Your son once suffered this poison too. Truly devoted, father and son, quite the clingy pair, aren't you?" Du Maxing squeezed his right eye shut, the other wide open as he swung the blade in a slash and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you mock my son?" As his blade came down, Shuji nimbly bent left to dodge, his gaze still fixed coldly on Du Maxing. Immediately after, the protagonist swung his staff at a pile of loose earth and rubble beside him toward the front. Instantly, the chunks of earth and rock shot like bullets toward Du Maxing. He flinched in surprise and hurriedly raised his blade to shield himself. Not paying much heed to the flying debris, Du Maxing suddenly darted his pupils back, as if sensing some hidden scheme. Clatter-clink, small stones smashed into Du Maxing's body with dull thuds, while those hitting his blade rang in his ears. The big man's frame staggered backward. Seeing his reaction, Shuji pursed his lips, his eyes puzzled and suspicious. The two froze, staring at each other. Shuji thought it strange. Clearly Du Maxing had more than enough ability to evade, so why purposely take hits to bait him into dodging? Across from him, Du Maxing slung his blade over his shoulder, one hand on his hip. He turned slightly and laughed provocatively. "Ka ka ka, all this while you've been doing nothing but cheap tricks." He spun fully around, beckoned with a finger and taunted, "Come up here and fight properly. You're so weak you make me yawn, you filthy barbarian." Shuji tightened his grip on the staff, ready to rush in, thinking inwardly what that clumsy taunt was about. Surely he was aiming for some purpose. Had I missed something? No, even if that's true, I'll crush every bit of it. Thinking that, Shuji whirled his staff and charged at Du Maxing. Strangely, Du Maxing didn't fight back. Instead, he held his blade forward to block some of the blows while letting others strike his body until he bled. Up to now, Du Maxing deliberately endured the hits, gritting his teeth against the pain, his eyes still glancing back as if waiting for something. Seeing Du Maxing distracted, Shuji seized the moment, thinking a gap. At once, Shuji stamped his left foot hard, rising onto the ball of his heel to gain momentum. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shuji shot forward from his position. Pushing with all his strength, Shuji lunged forward, gripping the staff tight, determined that this strike would cut the guts out of that muscle-bound old man. Time seemed to freeze. Shuji was already up close, one end of his staff pressed right against Du Maxing's face. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across Shuji's throat. His eyes widened and he froze. And that was it. The hero was done for. When that spark swept past, Shuji halted in shock, thinking, this is the thing that had saved my life countless times across battlefields. It was the sixth senses. Astonishingly, Shuji managed to spring backward in time. Two blades of sword chi, one blue and one red, shot past their target and slammed into the ground at his feet, shattering the earth. He swallowed a gasp. Shuji retreated, sliding back along the ground. Someone appeared on the roof behind Du Maxing. It was Hibik Jiang. She held two short blades and clicked her tongue, mockingly crooning, "Oh dear, what a pity. Lord Blade Chief, you haven't forgotten our little agreement, have you?" Spotting Hibik Jiang on the roof, Shuji wondered what exactly she was aiming for in this scene. Damn, I'd heard rumors she was elsewhere. On the roof, Hibik Jiang continued to Du Maxing, "We'll split that guy's corpse in half, each of us takes a piece, okay? What do you think? Holy, I wonder where Oya-un is right now. Shuji fighting two of these clowns alone is going to be quite the slog, huh?" Hibik Jiang appeared on a rooftop, holding two short swords. He took a step forward and his cold voice rang out, "3 calls to the underworld at Passy. My subordinates owe you a great debt." A chilly aura radiated from her. She half-kneeled, eyes wide, the corner of her mouth curling as she looked at Shuji and continued, "But what can I do? My nature won't let me live with owing others. Down below, the male lead looked up at Hibik Jiang above, pursed his lips and pondered. Is Du Maxing's aim to team up with Hibik Jiang? This could get more troublesome than expected. Suddenly, Du Maxing turned to look at Hibik Jiang on the roof and barked, "You ornamental brat, get down from there right now." Hibik Jiang's face showed annoyance. She flicked her finger at her ear and replied irritably, "What? A little late and you're already damp, tusk. Du Maxing, provoked, felt stung but had to hold back. His lips moved, but he didn't want to hurl more curses. Hibik Jiang's figure disappeared from the roof. She sighed and said, such a nuisance, I'm coming down." In an instant, she appeared right in front of Shuji. The two swords in her hands flashed, one red, one blue, her pale eyes fixed on the male lead as she lunged. She said in a low voice, "I don't care about myself, just take the life of 3 calls to the underworld." Hibik Jiang swung, instantly leaving 2 streaks of blue and red blades hanging in the air. Facing Hibik Jiang's active attack, the male lead quickly gripped his staff and raised it to block. The clash of blade against staff went clink clink. Dodging while glancing at Hibik Jiang's closing blades, Shuji thought it seemed Du Maxing and Hibik Jiang had joined forces. But what was with Du Maxing's attitude? No, now was not the time to worry about that. With that thought, Shuji immediately stepped back to keep his distance. Seeing that, Hibik Jiang pressed the attack. Her tone was a bit different from the rumors. "If you made the effort to come here, don't disappoint me. Make a proper move." As she finished, she swung her left hand and slashed again at Shuji's staff. But suddenly, as she bent slightly, a burst of red light exploded from the space behind her. It was Du Maxing. He swung his blade downward, and the blade force shot like a cannonball toward Shuji, forcing the male lead to scramble to dodge, letting out a cough. Indeed, Hibik Jiang and Du Maxing coordinated very well. Hibik Jiang glanced back at Du Maxing behind her and sneered, asking, only now are you awake?" Du Maxing replied in a low voice, "Press him well, I'll be the one to take his life." Seeing Du Maxing dart up from behind, Hibik Jiang, offended, also ran after him. She hurriedly exclaimed, "That's what I was going to say." Suddenly, Shuji grabbed a handful of brown, dusty powder and threw it forward, startling the two. They stopped and squinted through the dust. Du Maxing laughed contemptuously, "Ha, such a crude move." Hibik Jiang clicked her tongue and muttered, "Tusk, who falls for these tricks?" Before she finished, several red spirits appeared before them. Shuji took advantage of that, stepped on the spirits, and ran around from the front to behind Du Maxing and Hibik Jiang. Shuji's eyes widened as he stared at Hibik Jiang and said through gritted teeth, "Caught you." The sudden turn left Hibik Jiang unable to react, her face drained as she glared at the male lead beside her. Giving his foes no chance to recover, Shuji swung his staff immediately, knocking the sword from Hibik Jiang's hand and sending her staggering backward. Clang! Suddenly Du Maxing beside him swung his blade, forcing Shuji to retreat. Du Maxing shouted, "Get out of the way." Shuji instantly pulled his staff back, winding up for a counterattack. The staff moved like lightning, leaving countless red afterimages. By reflex, Du Maxing immediately raised his great sword forward to block. Seeing that, Shuji kept swinging his staff in succession, the metal ringing sharply. He'd taken quite a few wounds, but Du Maxing was still aggressive. His face twisted as he shouted at the male lead, "Ka, so itchy, these things think they can stop me." Shuji coldly ignored him, his gaze flicking down toward the ground. Then, with his superior skill, Shuji summoned several spirits and stepped onto them one by one, rising into the air. Seeing the male lead walking on air, Du Maxing was astonished, eyes wide, mouth agape as he craned his neck to look up. Shuji crouched to gather momentum, causing the spirits beneath his feet to shriek with each move. From midair, Shuji leapt, both hands gripping the staff as he pointed one end downwards. The staff's tip pressing right before Du Maxing's eyes, making him panic and lurch backward, though it seemed he couldn't dodge in time. Just as he drew his sword back to counter, a hand wielding an axe swung across his face, stopping Shuji's attack. It turned out Hibik Jiang, who had just had 2 swords knocked from her, quickly drew 2 axes from her back and came down to block Shuji's strike, protecting Du Maxing behind her. She narrowed her eyes, glancing at the male lead above and taunted, "Now you're the one trapped." Facing that provocation, Shuji stared back, teeth clenched, a crooked smile, and a muttered, "So that's it." Hibik Jiang slammed the end of the staff into the ground, looking extremely annoyed as she glared at the male lead and shouted, "Don't sneer at me." Hibik Jiang and Du Maxing struck at the same time, but Shuji braced the staff and blocked them. But when they pulled their hands back, both Hibik Jiang and Du Maxing were stunned to find only the staff. Shuji was nowhere to be seen. Du Maxing's gaze darted down and he asked in confusion, "Where did he go?" Jiang glanced upward, muttering, "Damn it, we're screwed." Up there, and when the two looked up, they saw Shuji propping one hand on the top of the staff high above, surrounded by countless hidden weapons with barbed tips raining down like autumn leaves. Du Maxing hurriedly raised his great sword above his head to shield himself, while Jiang swung her axes wildly, saying, pulling out every trick in the book, huh? Taking advantage of the opening, the male lead gripped the staff with both hands, turned, and coiled his left leg to kick. Whack! A swing of the leg struck Du Maxing. He cried out in pain, head thrown back, mouth wide as phlegm came sputtering from his throat like water struck by a stone. Du Maxing staggered back, clutching his face with his right hand and groaning in pain. Shuji, having struck, also fell back to keep his distance, leaving the two scoundrels standing amid the scattered hidden weapons on the ground. Jiang tightened her grip on the axes and muttered with a frown, managed to keep your life and escape, Beside her, Du Maxing ground his teeth and growled. Then suddenly he threw his head back and shouted so loudly the air seemed to vibrate and gather. Jiang beside him hurriedly covered her ears, scowling and glancing at Du Maxing while complaining, my ears are going to burst. Shuji stood still, watching cautiously. He knew the situation was far from simple. As Du Maxing's shout ended, several henchmen immediately appeared on the surrounding rooftops. On his right arm, he wore a white armband labeled Head Guard. That man spoke up, following the orders of the pedo sect master. 32 elite guards had all assembled in full. Seeing Du Maxing's henchmen swarming the roof like piglets, Shuji tightened his grip on the staff, thinking to himself, 32 elites plus 2 top-tier masters, Thinking that, Shuji closed his eyes briefly, sighed, and muttered, "Using this as post-meal exercise is a bit too much." At the same time, the entire band of special guards dove down from the rooftops toward the male lead. They shouted in unison, aggressive, "Kill." Shuji was no vegetarian either. He lunged to one side and swung his staff, instantly blasting a guard's head apart. Shuji coldly counted, 31. Another swing of the staff hit a man beside him with a wet crack, blood spraying. Shuji counted, 30. He hurled the staff into the face of another man behind, and Shuji counted again, 29. Seeing the staff gone from the male lead's hand, one guard cried out, dropping his weapon, "He must be crazy. Now's our chance, stab him together." The guards surged forward, spears aimed. What they didn't know was that when the male lead threw the staff, a cord from his wrist was tied to it and pulled it back. His right hand was also holding a hammer made of iron. Shuji lunged, gripping the cord tied to the staff and yanking hard. The 3 men charging ahead were struck by the staff as it swept across their bellies, sending gore spraying everywhere. Finally, the staff returned to its owner. Shuji gripped it tight, raised it high, and in a deep voice continued counting, 25. A murderous aura like fresh blood radiated from the male lead. He stood coldly among the guards, making them hesitate. A few muttered in fear, he's a monster, we can't face him. One trembling guard suddenly felt a chill. He glanced back in fear and saw a black shadow standing right behind him. He only managed to stammer, "Master of the guild," before Du Maxing cleaved him in two with a single stroke. Du Maxing ground his teeth and glared at the guard he just cut, barking, "A warrior of the pedo sect dares to think of deserting. Whoever dares disgrace the holy war because of my son, I'll personally send him to the afterlife." He glared at the remaining trembling guards and threatened, "That man will take your lives, but don't forget your family's lives are in my hands." Du Maxing's vile threat to his men killed Shuji's desire to fight them any further. The male lead lowered his staff and sighed, "Vu, that's enough, continuing would just be a waste of time." Hearing that, Du Maxing was startled and angrily shouted, "What, you crazy bastard, who allowed you to act on your own?" Suddenly, from a nearby direction, a swordsman appeared, surrounded by falling apricot blossoms. He said in a deep voice, "Understood." Turns out it's Oya-un sneaking among the guards, folks. He stepped forward and flicked his cloak back. Oya-un lightly lifted his hand to flip up his face covering and said, "Sorry I'm late." Behind Oya-un, the guard's guts suddenly sprayed into the air and Oya-un glared coldly and added, "If a flower wants to bloom, it needs time." This time Oya-un should lend the male lead a hand to deal with these people, since he only has one hand anyway. Finally, the two met again, surrounded by the corpses of pedo sect guards with blown-out heads. An intense scene, blood flowing into buckets. Shuji pulled off his cloak, glanced at Oya-un and asked, "A bit late for the appointed time, aren't you?" Clearly sweat dotted his face, probably not an easy fight. Ya-un laughed it off. Ha ha, I told you, flowers need some time to bloom. Looks like you're not into flora and fauna, huh? Ya-un had been bragging about gardening. Did Shuji look amused or interested in what Ngo Letter 1ED Van was saying? Luckily they're allies, otherwise he'd have gotten a staff to the head. Our Mr. Tan must be furious right now. Watching Ya-un now, Shuji judged silently, outwardly nonchalant, but his complexion showed he'd burned through a fair amount of inner strength. Meanwhile, Ya-un kept spouting his half-finished tale, raising his sword and saying, "So maybe you should take an interest in the art of gardening. You're being too rude." The two young men were bantering loudly when suddenly Du Maxine gripped his greatsword from behind, stepped forward and asked, "Looking like that, are you the Death Plum Blossom?" Ya-un frowned at Du Maxine, then gave a cold smile and replied, "Oh, my bad. I was too eager to catch a glimpse of the guildmaster's face, so I handled things in the heat of the moment. Besides, why hide shyly behind your underlings, big fellow, and yet so bashful?" Du Maxine was stung by Ya-un's words. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Your lone-handed man sure is full of smooth talk, huh?" Ya-un pointed his sword to the side, eyes on the fallen guards, still smiling as he looked at Du Maxine and replied, "He's better at taking your underlings' lives anyway. Come on, look, one hand from me is already more than enough to handle you lot." Du Maxine's anger flared hotter and hotter. He glared wildly and shouted, "You damn, this crippled bastard." After needling his opponent enough, Ya-un murmured to the male lead, still holding up. Shuji kept his eyes fixed forward and whispered back, "I'm just loosening up my tendons and bones." Their minds aligned, the two men raised their weapons at the same time. Ya-un glanced at Shuji and asked, "Good, then we'll split up." Shuji glanced back and replied, "Oh Sok, I'll take care of the ox-strong, pig-headed guy." Ya-un tapped his blade against Shuji's staff with a metallic ring, then looked toward Hibik-jeong and said, "Then I'll take that woman over there." Another metallic ring, the two young men sheathed to their sides, a killing intent radiating as they strode toward the two villains and said, "All right then, try to survive so we can meet again." The fight split into two separate duels. The first pair, Ya-un versus the villain Hibik-jeong. Hibik-jeong spun two cradles like fan blades, posed coquettishly at Ya-un and sneered, "HMPH, a so-called righteous hero traveling with scum like the three calls to the underworld." Ya-un stepped forward coldly and replied in surprise, "Ha ha, you speak strangely. If I were a righteous hero, would I have become a target of the martial world? I'm no hero. I'm planning to convert to the demonic path, just a headstrong rogue over there." Hibik-jeong frowned and retorted annoyed, "Well then, go straight up to the spear demon's heavenly mountain. So why come here causing trouble and acting like a jerk?" Ya-un covered his face with his hand, sighed and tried to sound weary. "I planned to leave quietly, but you see, I got entangled with that Shuji and witnessed the pedo sect father and son's arrogance crossing the line." Veins bulging on his forehead, Ya-un's aura flared even fiercer. He glared at Hibik-jeong and continued, "Whether I become a demon leader or not, you bastards deserve to die today. The pirates who sided with them and you too will share that fate." Hibik-jeong, axe in her right hand, ran her fingers through her teal hair and sneered in a mocking tone. "Who says so? We've seen their cruelty, but teaming up with the pedo sect was because of that three calls to the underworld. I feel a bit wronged, but that's a matter for later." Hibik-jeong took it seriously and raised a finger, offering, "How about you join my side?" Ya-un held up three fingers, cold and decisive. "I refuse." Hearing that, Hibik-jeong broke into a sweat and blurted, "Why?" Ya-un glared coldly and answered, "Isn't the Yangtze waterway in chaos right now over the selection of the next camp leader?" At the mention of that internal secret being known to an outsider, Hibik-jeong clenched her teeth and, frowning in shock, asked, "How do you know that?" Still keeping that serene fairy look, Ya-un smiled and replied, "A fugitive hunted all over here's a lot of things." Hibik-jeong asked, "Impressive. So what?" Ya-un's eyes briefly showed indifference as he answered, "You're running away from the fight over the camp leader's seat, and ending up here was the incumbent leader's plan. If you intend to drag outsiders from the Yangtze Waterway gang into the struggle." Stopping there, Ya-un pointed his finger at Hibik-jeong's face and said, "If so, clinging to that rotten rope, aren't you a dangerously risky bet?" Hibik-jeong was startled and thought, "I didn't consider it that deeply. What exactly is that old man plotting? Pushing me off to hide himself, damn it, really damn it." Despite her irritation, business is business. Hibik-jeong said coldly, "First of all, you're wrong about one thing." Holding her axes, a cold, murderous intent radiated from her as she continued, "I didn't come here to flee from those damned 12 hands. I came to capture that three calls to the underworld, the one who took care of Biktu for me. So, before she finished, Oh Ya-un cut her off in a cold tone. I understand if it's hey. The last ranked position among the 12 hands, then you probably gave up the fight for the camp leader long ago. A woman with a temper like hot cream, Hibik Jiang angrily charged with her axe and shouted, "Shut up, why are you so talkative before we even fight?" Oh Ya-un remained standing, a plum blossom aura radiating. He replied calmly, "What a pity, if I'd had a bit more time to yap, I'd have fully restored my inner strength." Clang, the clash of their weapons rang, ear-piercing. The two fighters in the first pair had officially entered the fray. Their internal energies collided so violently that a flash of light burst forth, dazzling the surroundings. At the center, Oh Ya-un and Hibik Jiang were reduced to two silhouettes. Waves of force gusted outward, sending the dead guards tumbling and rolling across the ground. Next came the second duel between Du Maxing and Shuji. Because of the first duel's shockwaves, the head of a guard rolled to land right at Du Maxing's feet. Du Maxing raised his huge foot like a palm fan over the guard's corpse. Then with a squelch, gore splattered up. Du Maxing looked down viciously and barked, useless, dead, and still in the way. Shuji heard that and felt that this bastard truly deserved to die. Then the male lead recalled Il-du choosing death to protect his master. Before dying, he loyally said, "Out of respect, my death saved you time. Please spare my master's life." Thinking of that, Shuji asked coldly, "What did you do with Il-du's body?" Du Maxing looked surprised and asked back, "Il-du, who's that?" He stroked his beard as if thinking, then muttered, "Ah, that one. How did I deal with him? Ah, for failing to protect my son to the end, his body was quartered and thrown to the wild dogs. I slaughtered the men in his family and sold his 2 daughters to pirates. Doesn't that seem a fitting end for a dog who couldn't protect his master?" Hearing that, Shuji was shocked at the man's cruelty. He sighed, like father, like son, indeed they served the wrong master. Both switched to combat mode. Du Maxing's murderous aura burned fiercely. He raised his blade and laughed, "Ha ha ha, ridiculous. If choosing a master makes you any less a dog, what is he then?" Shuji also charged forward with his staff, shouting, "Pig-headed bastard, today you die." Du Maxing charged too, roaring. Insults like that had been hurled countless times. Shuji charged forward with his staff, shouting, "Pig-headed bastard, today you die." Du Maxing also lunged, roaring back. Those words had been screamed countless times before. He swung his blade down with a roar, "I'll send you to the grave with them." Shuji quickly raised his staff ahead, spinning it to block. Next, the protagonist whipped the staff from the left. Du Maxing also quickly brought his saber to the right to parry. Hands gripping the hilt, Du Maxing gritted his teeth and said, "I'll admit you're rather nimble. But in strength I dominate." With that, he slashed his blade hard, instantly knocking the staff out of the protagonist's hand. Shuji didn't flinch, instead he advanced, one hand diving into his chest, the other reaching behind his back to pull something out. It turned out Shuji held 2 short batons sharpened at both ends. He closed on Du Maxing and said, "HMPH, with that massive frame, it's only natural." With lightning-fast strikes, Shuji used the pointed ends of the 2 sticks to rake countless cuts across Du Maxing's chest. With ox-like strength, Du Maxing could still fight on. He gripped his saber and charged, shouting, "Straighten up, you brat." He brought the blade down with tremendous force, cracking the courtyard floor. Seeing that, Shuji quickly sprang back. Noticing the enemy unhurt, Shuji thought to himself that his bean-cutting slashes were still too shallow. Suddenly, Du Maxing moved in a different direction, not staying where he had been, which surprised Shuji. Recognizing something off, Shuji thought inwardly that indeed something had been strange all along. The joint attack using Hibik Jiang's hidden trump card had ended, yet it seemed he was still hiding something. I guessed wrong. Du Maxing isn't hiding something. But protecting, what exactly is he trying to protect? Thinking that, Shuji smiled softly and said, "Clearly then, is it a trace or a memory?" Hearing that, Du Maxing glanced toward the tower behind and asked, "What nonsense are you barking about?" Shuji tossed 2 hidden blades forward, then charged and asked, "You treat others' lives like weeds, but when it's your own you cling stubbornly to the remnants of your dead son." Du Maxing raised his saber to block the 2 projectiles and retorted, "What does your petty family name know? A father like me holding fast to principles on his son's final path is only natural." Suddenly Shuji gripped the cord with his left hand and raised it high, his voice cold. "Fine, you keep stomping in place then." No sooner had the protagonist finished speaking than Du Maxing saw something flash right above his head and cried in surprise, What do you mean?" Only then Shuji tightened his hold on the cord, and a red aura emitted. The staff dropping from above struck Du Maxing's crown, spraying blood from his head and mouth. Shuji declared coldly, "I'll crush you to keep moving forward." Whoosh whoosh, the staff attached to the cord on Shuji's hand shot straight up into the air to Do Maxing's astonishment. Suddenly, a dark wraith emerged crawling out of the protagonist's staff. Not only that, another wraith climbed out from within. They headed toward the staff's tip, crawling and emitting hair-raising, disjointed cries. A cluster of spirits gradually merged into one entity, continuing to utter broken sounds. Creaking, creaking, come on, let's go, advance. The staff's tip, carrying that mass of spirits, plunged straight down toward Du Maxing's head from above. Only then did Shuji's voice ring out, "You stay right there, I'll step on your head and move on." Du Maxing hadn't even understood what was happening when suddenly something pitch black appeared above his crown. He winced, but it was already too late. Smack! The staff clipped over Du Maxing's head, spraying a streak of blood into the air. Du Maxing couldn't stay steady and nearly keeled over. His saber slipped from his hand. Panicked, Du Maxing hurriedly pressed his blood-covered hand to his face, his eyes wide and glassy as he wondered, "What is this? Was it lightning? What on earth just happened? Where is he? Where did he go?" While Du Maxing was still clutching his bleeding head, Shuji coldly said nothing and strode to the tower door. Peering inside the tower, there was a simple altar with a spirit tablet, an incense burner, and a few white candles. Shuji, surprised, muttered, "HMPH, all that fuss for this, turns out it's just ordinary." But suddenly behind that altar was a window, and faintly beyond it, a dark silhouette. The sight made the protagonist start and step back cautiously. Seeing Shuji swing his staff and smash the window behind the altar, Du Maxing in the courtyard, despite his pain, also cried out in alarm, "Ah, no." When the window behind the altar was just shattered, the scene inside froze Shuji in his tracks. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a human silhouette sitting perfectly still. Shuji clicked his tongue and said, "Ha, this is utterly insane." Deeper inside sat a figure motionless beside a table, their skin looking pallid. Leaning against the table beside them was a sword, and flies buzzed around in a gruesome circle. The truth was that Du Jwa Yun was dead, but Du Maxing couldn't accept it, so he propped Du Jwa Yun up to sit there as if still alive. Du Jwa Yun's body had begun to stink. Flies clung to his face and neck. Seeing this disgusting sight, Shuji said, "There's no way Du Jwa Yun came back to life. Posing a corpse like it's alive, how charming." Du Maxing's voice outside panicked, "No, don't touch him." Shuji glanced back to see Du Maxing staggering up with his right hand on his saber. His voice trembled as he looked at the protagonist, pleading, "Stop, don't do anything more." But this time, unlike his followers before, Shuji didn't heed him. He simply took a step forward. Realizing Shuji's intent, Du Maxing's face twisted with panic. He raised his hand and shouted, "Stop, stop, what do you think you're doing?" Shuji coldly stepped beside Du Jwa Yun's corpse, gripped the sword by his side with his right hand and gently pulled it up, asking, "Planning to do what?" Which was his left shoulder carrying the staff, his right hand pressing the sword to Du Jwa Yun's throat. Then he looked at Du Maxing and smiled. "This trick, drop your saber if you don't want your son to die again." Seeing that, Du Maxing's face went ashen and he cried in panic, "What are you doing? He's only a dead child, have you no respect for the dead?" At that, Shuji's gaze turned icy as he replied, "Before you say that, learn to respect the living. This is your last warning. If you don't drop your blade, you'll never find your son's head again." Du Maxing's hands began trembling uncontrollably and his saber gradually sagged. He stammered, "Okay, okay." Shuji was rather surprised by Du Maxing's reaction. But suddenly Du Maxing clenched the hilt, the blade flashing golden as he said in a low voice, "Besides, if I die, there will be no one left to perform rites for my son." No sooner had he finished than Du Maxing, ablaze with murderous intent, swung his saber and lunged at Shuji. He had gone into a berserk, desperate attack. Seeing Du Maxing rush in like that, Shuji said gravely, "Ha ha ha ha, playing with corpses and finding it reasonable to boot." Du Maxing suddenly halted, exhaling heavily as he replied, "No, there's nothing reasonable about me. The world's judgments about me are as skewed as yours." His hands unconsciously tightened on the hilt as he continued, "Gossip mongers say that in my youth I was the Daoang's equal, but they're wrong. There was only a single time in those younger years when he had to kneel at my feet and admit defeat." Seeing Du Maxing's aura suddenly surge, a golden energy wrapped his blade. Shuji murmured in surprise, this was Yang energy. Across from him, Du Maxing seemed to have gone mad, throwing everything into one final move. He snarled that the technique which once forced the Daewang to kneel was this very strike, strength rooted in the mountain, spirit to dominate the world, one throw of heaven and earth. Shuji narrowed his eyes, thinking that indeed the story of him defeating the Daewang wasn't mere bragging. On the brink of death, he'd somehow broken through the ultimate realm. Now Du Maxing seemed deranged. Yang energy spun around him like fire, his eyes wide and glaring as he coldly declared, "I'll kill you and save my son." Faced with Du Maxing's fierceness and threat, Shuji showed no fear or worry. He replied indifferently, "Too bad, but I don't think that's going to happen." Shuji's words caused Du Maxing's momentum to falter. He paused, wondering where that brat's confidence came from. Confidence indeed, where else? Suddenly blood spurted from Du Maxing's chest to his belly, his body trembled. He swallowed and muttered, "No, why is this happening all of a sudden?" Shuji recalled administering poisoned blood to Du Jwa Yun and how he just slashed Du Maxing repeatedly. Meanwhile, he'd quietly poisoned Du Maxing as well. Shuji said, "Forgot that both you and your son are carrying poison in your blood. Because you're big, it took longer than I thought. That's why I had to put on that little play just now." Du Maxing's whole body trembled as blood poured from his eyes and mouth. He panicked, thinking, "My vital energy is scattering. No, if I die here, then my son will." Around the protagonist now, a red death aura began to gush. The protagonist's voice rang out, calling Du Maxing. Du Maxing's eyes went wide, his voice trembling, you. Again, Shuji called a second time. Du Maxing's eyes rolled back and he stammered, "Huh." On the third call, Shuji shouted and lunged. His left hand raised the staff, wrapped with countless spirits, poised to bring it down. Du Maxing's face was full of terror. Bang! Shuji struck the staff down onto the center of Du Maxing's head. The scene was blurred, only gore exploding from his skull to both sides. But he was not yet dead. His two trembling, blood-smeared hands reached for the protagonist's feet. Suddenly, somehow finding strength, his hands clamped around Shuji's calves, causing the protagonist to falter. Shuji lifted the staff still stained with Du Maxing's blood. Du Maxing's voice trembled as he stammered, pleading one last time, "To let me personally perform my son's funeral rites. If not me, there's no one left, please." Faced with Du Maxing's sincere plea, Shuji paused, thinking for a moment. Shuji retracted the staff and said, "I understand. In return, you must walk and repent to those you've tortured and killed over the years." At that, the spirits hovering around Du Maxing stirred and taunted, "Ha, Du Maxing, what a fine fellow." Du Maxing weakly lifted his head in the blood, whispering an apology. The spirits continued to mock, creak, father and son dying together, how fitting. Du Maxing crawled his way over to Du Jwa Yun and croaked, "I repent my sins, I apologize." After a while he rose and cradled Du Jwa Yun in his arms. He laid Du Jwa Yun down, gently closed the boy's eyes with a trembling hand and whispered, "My son." Then he reached for a candle and let it drop to the floor. Still shaking, he murmured, "I love you so much, I hope you find peace there." No sooner had he finished than Du Jwa Yun's body caught fire. Du Maxing shut his eyes over his son's corpse, while behind him Shuji leapt forward, raising his staff to strike. Sometime later, father and son were likely cremated together. Shuji coldly stepped out of the burning tower. As he stepped outside, a familiar voice called, "Too late." Seeing Oh Ya-un leaning against the gate, Shuji asked curiously, "Where's Hibik Jiang?" Oh Ya-un waved casually and replied, "She ran off." Shuji so indifferent. Oh Ya-un glanced at the burning tower and muttered to himself, "It's natural for parents to love their children, but loving your child doesn't mean failing to see whether they're worthy of that love." Not understanding that truth led him to kill both himself and his son. How foolish. The protagonist, seeing Oh Ya-un ramble on, urged him on, "No time for melodrama. If you want to post a notice, then do it." Oh Ya-un followed the protagonist out and asked curiously as they walked, "A public notice?" "Yeah, to expose pedo-sex atrocities to the world." Shuji replied in a low voice, "That's part of it, but the main goal is to bait the Murim Alliance's hounds and wipe them out." Oh Ya-un scratched his head, puzzled. Have I ever heard you say something like that before? You're really crazy, you know." In the end, after cleaning out the pedo sect, Shuji and Oh Ya-un went on to hatch further blood-soaked plans, because of course villains need scheduling too. And so the Path of Supremacy Society, the evil human trafficking organization run by the father and son Maxing and Du Jwa Yun, officially collapsed. Outside the gates of the Path of Supremacy Society, a notice was posted for all townsfolk to see, and a crowd gathered, buzzing with gossip. Tisk, the son died not long ago, and now the father too. Path of Supremacy Society, who once dominated Gajing County, ends up like this. Talk about karma. Those fiends tormented the local people for so long. At a nearby dim sum shop, two men eating steamed buns were also talking about it. "Did you see the notice they posted over there?" one asked. The other replied, "Not yet, so I don't know what's written on it." The first man raised a finger excitedly. "Oh, come on, if you're slow with news like this, what's the point? Let me tell you every detail." First, the heretics crossed the line, abducting innocent women as slaves and selling them to the Yangtze pirates. Second, representatives of the victims took revenge and punished them. Third, those who pursue them will be treated as enemies supporting the traitorous Blade Society. We don't know which master eliminated the Path of Supremacy Society and posted this notice, but truly what a hero, a great hero. The other man perked up, throwing both hands in the air and shouting, "Exactly, if that's not a hero, what is? But what's that third part mean? If they don't reward such heroes, fine, but to chase them down," the first man answered. "It's probably a warning aimed at the remnants of the Path of Supremacy Society." At a nearby tea table, Namgung Yul of the Namgung family had followed clues about 3 calls to the underworld to this place. She sat sipping tea and listening to the surrounding news. Suddenly, upon hearing the conversation between the two men, Namgung Yul slammed her teacup down on the table. Her face darkened. Namgung Yul sprang to her feet so quickly that the nearby waiter carrying dishes was startled. Food and drinks remained untouched. Namgung Yul left 8 coins and vanished from her seat. The young waiter was surprised, leaving everything behind. How wasteful. Didn't the food suit her taste? Namgung Yul's cold figure passed through the cheering crowds celebrating the Path of Supremacy Society's fall. "Hey waiter, bring us more wine." "Yes, yes, right away, here you go. All hail the unnamed hero who fought for Gajing County." The follower trailing Namgung Yul appeared behind her. They announced, "The people highly support our cause." It seemed the populace had been deeply shaken by the extermination of the Path of Supremacy Society. Namgung Yul was silent for a moment, then gently removed her straw hat and sighed. Her brows knitted slightly as Namgung Yul muttered, "I have a feeling things are unfolding in a strange way." Cut to that night, in a bamboo grove, a group was gathered around a fire inside the thicket. They were the Bimujuk group. He sat holding a piece of paper. Someone approached, and without looking, Bimujuk guessed who it was and said, "Have you uncovered anything else?" Namgung Yul stepped up beside Bimujuk, frowned, and shook her head. Aside from the people's good feelings toward the cause, nothing special. It turned out Bimujuk was holding the notice related to the traitorous Blade Society. He kept reading intently and added, 3 calls to the underworld and Death Plum Blossom wiped out the traitorous Blade Society, so that makes sense." Suddenly, Bimujuk looked up seriously, glanced at Namgung Yul, and said, "Therefore, to list 3 calls to the underworld as Murim public enemies, I have sent word to the Murim Alliance. Any objections?" None of the men behind Bimujuk dared utter a word. Namgung Yul bowed slightly and replied, "None. Anyone who helps a Murim public enemy escape is also a Murim public enemy. Besides, they're heading to the demon sect's headquarters, so handling them this way is only natural. Moreover, our clan will soon send reinforcements, so just wait a little longer." Before Namgung Yul finished, Bimujuk cut her off. "No, we'll pursue them as we are." Hearing that, Namgung Yul was stunned and asked, Why?" Bimujuk shot her an irritated look and replied, "Why what? Once you have their tail, if you wait for reinforcements, it'll be too late. Besides that third clause on the notice. Third, those who chase after them will be regarded as enemies supporting the Path of Supremacy Society." Saying this, Bimujuk held the notice up to the fire, tore it in half, and continued, "So they dare to use their status to fight back against us even while being pursued. This is nothing less than a direct provocation to our Murim alliance." Hearing that, Namgung Yul hurried a step forward and asked, "If it's a provocation, might they have other schemes up their sleeves?" Bimujuk sat there chuckling, looking clever and pleased with himself. "Ha ha, from what I know, Death Plum Blossom isn't one to shy away from trickery." Those words made Namgung Yul frown. Her face showed surprise and disbelief. Bimujuk continued, "Besides, he's lost an arm and just escaped a death trap, ragged and crazed now. This is probably just the last few gasps before he collapses." Namgung Yul still couldn't believe it and pondered. "What? You trust the nature of someone who assassinated his junior sister and fled?" Suddenly, Bimujuk sprang up, raised the sword in his hand, and declared confidently, "And the one who severs his head will be me." He looked down at the sword in his hand, which blazed with martial energy, and added, "The plum blossom branch has been stained with mud. It must be purified quickly by a pristine plum blossom blade." Namgung Yul's expression suddenly turned sinister. She thought to herself, so it's just the weight of a mission making him speak like that? I was worrying for nothing. Suddenly, Bimujuk stomped his foot into the fire, extinguishing it, and shouted, "Pursuit squad, hear my orders clearly. From this moment, no resting, pursue them at full speed." Within 2 days, we'll surely lay eyes on him. The fire on the ground died out, leaving only glowing embers and white smoke. Bimujuk's men answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Cut to some forest where 2 lizards were skewered and roasting over a fire. Oya-un held a roasted lizard and bit off the tail first, sighing as he ate. "I'm getting tired of eating lizards all the times. Maybe we should hunt some other wild game." Nearby, Shuji was whittling a dry branch into a point with his hammer. Ignoring Oya-un's question, he kept working without answering. Oya-un glanced at Shuji and continued, "The weapon you're using is scratched to bits but still a fine weapon. Where was it forged?" Shuji tucked something into his chest and replied, "Made by a recluse blacksmith in Onway, but this spear burned to ashes." Hearing that, Oya-un glanced at the stick propped against a tree, the hero's staff, and said, "Speaking of which, you need a spear tip too. You seem to use the spear more than the cudgel." The hero said nothing to Oya-un, stepped forward, picked up the staff, and examined it. He then slung it over his shoulder and replied coldly, "We'll deal with that later. For now, let's move out. Once we cross this mountain range, we can head straight to the demon sect. The road remains long, but from here on you can manage on your own." Oya-un stood up, puzzled, and asked, "You're not of the demon sect. How do you know the way so well?" Shuji replied coldly, "Because I've been here before." Oya-un asked curiously, "Before? When exactly was that?" A rush of images from Shuji's previous life flashed through his mind. Back then their roles were reversed. Shuji followed Oya-un. In this life, it's the opposite. Oya-un follows Shuji. And it ended with Oya-un being defeated by the Murim Alliance and publicly disgraced. Back in the present, Shuji glanced ahead with steely determination, thinking to himself, this time it has to work. Behind Shuji, Oya-un held a bundle of roasted lizard skewers in a quiver and frowned, asking, even if you're tired of them, do we really have to carry these?" Shuji tossed a quiver to Oya-un and said, "Just throw it away." Without hesitation, Oya-un tossed the bundle of roasted lizard skewers behind him and sighed, "Honestly, strolling around so calmly while being chased is impressive, but doesn't that leave way too many traces?" Suddenly, Shuji's face hardened. A murderous light flared in his eyes as he turned to look back. Something beastly was charging toward the 2 of them. Shuji spoke, "Here it comes. Turns out it's a wild boar, my friend. Looks like our stomachs are safe for now." Oya-un brightened at the sight of the boar, casually drew his sword half out of its sheath with his right hand and said, "Ah, so that was the plan, toss the lizard carcasses into the fire to lure boars. Well then, we finally have some decent meat to enjoy." Oya-un was excited, but Shuji cut him off. "No, they're not being drawn here to be eaten." Bloodthirst shining on him, Shuji strode forward with fierce momentum toward the boar, which was surrounded by lingering spirits. So it stood man and boar, glaring at each other like longtime enemies. Shuji raised his staff, preparing to bring it down on the boar's head, and said, "Sorry about this, friend." And with that, the wild boar was slain. Seeing the hero crouch to do something with a quiver and the boar's corpse, Oya-un asked in confusion, "You toss out the carcasses, leave traces on purpose, but then don't eat the boar. What exactly are you planning?" "Listen, we're on the same side. You should tell me so I can prepare." Seeing Shuji not answer but diligently collect the boar's blood into the quiver, Oya-un frowned in puzzlement. Shuji said nothing, stood up, and carried the blood-filled quiver away. Seeing this, Oya-un sighed irritably, "Oh come on, really?" Only to watch Shuji pour that quiver of boar blood, letting it spill all over the ground. Oya-un broke into a sweat, clapped a hand over his mouth and laughed. "All right, that's just you, I guess. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's that this scheme can't be spoken aloud. It's an extremely vicious trick." In the dark deep within the forest, there came rustling sounds like wind sweeping through the bushes. It was the Murim Alliance group, Bimujuk and Namgung-yul. They were hurrying in pursuit of 3 calls to the underworld and Death Plum Blossom. Suddenly, a voice from behind made Bimujuk and Namgung-yul start and turn their heads. "There are traces of a campfire here." Bimujuk and Namgung-yul immediately ran over to inspect the scene. Bimujuk frowned as he assessed it. This was the 3rd trace already. He must be in a hurry. Namgung-yul looked at Bimujuk and asked curiously, "If we go a bit further down, it's out of our jurisdiction. Should we stop and seek help?" Bimujuk immediately shook his head and refused. "No, keep pursuing." He bent and picked up a bamboo tube from the ground, saying, "In such treacherous terrain, lose the trail and it's over. If it rains, all traces will be washed away. Moreover, that man has endured long days of fleeing and fighting the path of supremacy society, so his condition is certainly far from intact. Even food and water have become burdens." Namgung-yul frowned skeptically and said, "Could it really be that, even so, food and water?" Before she could finish, another group of disciples hiding in a nearby bush found a clue and shouted, "Blood stains." The blood hadn't clotted yet, it seemed he hadn't gone far. At the same time, other nearby disciples also found traces and cried out in unison, "There's blood here too, here as well." Hearing this, Bimujuk became excited. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling chi into the blade until it trembled faintly. He said, just as predicted, the internal injuries look severe. He was so weak he couldn't carry food or water. Coughing up blood like this, he wouldn't live long. But that scoundrel raped a junior sister and defiled the honor of Mount Hua. We can't let him die so easily. He's not far from here. From now on, split up and search. Bimujuk radiated an icy aura, veins bulging with fury as he murmured, "Death Plum Blossom, today you will be reduced to dust." Cut to a while later, a figure sliding along treetops in the silent night. It was Namgung Yul. After Bimujuk's orders, she and the others decided to split off in different directions to hunt. Her gaze turned icy. Namgung Yul thought to herself, it's not far now. Images of Shuji at the sacrificial ceremony flashed through her mind. Namgung Yul thought, I'll make you kneel before me. As she hurried in pursuit, she suddenly noticed a broken, dry branch to the side. Sensing something amiss, Namgung Yul dropped down and skidded to break her speed. Her face showed surprise. Namgung Yul thought this was the signal, search complete, moving southeast. Sweating, Namgung Yul nervously muttered, then I'll head southwest. After running a while, Namgung Yul sensed a disturbance and strange sounds not far off. She exclaimed inwardly, what is that? Have they found 3 calls to the underworld or Death Plum Blossom already? She stopped before a cliff staring toward the distant layered mountains and fretted, where is he? Where could he be? Hearing a noise on a nearby peak, Namgung Yul immediately turned to look up at the mountain. She paused, steadied herself, and listened. Namgung Yul recognized the sound of a falling tree, no clashing weapons or shouts, so it wasn't a battle. Sweat streaming on her face, Namgung Yul breathed a light sigh of relief. Just a landslide. Suddenly, a sound behind her made Namgung Yul whirl around. In a rocky crevice sat a figure. On the ground lay the corpses of her guards and swords stuck in the earth. A voice from within called out, why are you late? Looking closely, the sitter was 3 calls to the underworld. Namgung Yul's face drained. She blurted, how long have you been here? And that voice was. At that moment, Shuji rose from the rock and said in a low voice, your subordinates were put to sleep by me. I left these traces and now you finally arrive. Disappointing. Immediately, Namgung Yul drew her sword, pointed it forward in a defensive stance, and shouted, 3 calls to the underworld. Cold light flashed off her blade. Namgung Yul said sharply, since founding the blood-killing oath, I have never once forgotten you. The humiliation of that day. Continuing, Namgung Yul leapt onto the ridge, thrusting her sword forward and yelled, now I'll return it to you. Her blade streaked like a heavenly rain. Shuji easily jabbed with his staff to block Namgung Yul's first strike. Moreover, the staff's tip weaved left to right to divert the direction of her attack. And just like that, the sword in Namgung Yul's hand was knocked clean from her grasp by Shuji to her astonishment. Namgung Yul's face paled in shock, thinking, to block my strike so easily like that. While Namgung Yul was still bewildered, the hero slung his staff over his shoulder and said coldly, Sword King, what the hell is that old man thinking? Letting a snot nose like this be the one to hunt? Is Namgung past her prime? Seeing Namgung Yul raise her hand to her black cloak collar, Shuji spread his fingers, glanced at her and said, resistance is pointless. Then the hero lunged with his hand toward Namgung Yul and barked, be obedient and take the hits. Immediately, Namgung Yul recalled that day when 3 calls to the underworld used the exact same trick on her. But this time was different. As Namgung Yul stepped back, Shuji suddenly snatched at something amusing on her chest and yanked it down hard. By reflex, Namgung Yul leaped back and slid, letting out a choking sound. Shuji stood there, holding a piece of black cloth in his hand. It turned out Shuji had grabbed a scrap of cloak fabric along with Namgung Yul's bra. She hadn't realized her bra was torn and immediately glared at the hero, shouting, using the same trick as before, you think I'll fall for it so easily. Before she finished, Namgung Yul panicked and looked down to find part of her garment torn away. She promptly sat down, crossed her arms over her chest, face flushed, softly whimpering as she stared at Shuji. Shuji tossed the black cloth aside and sighed, strange. You're not worried about your chest being exposed. You're worried your throat might be torn open, right? With that, he swung his staff toward Namgung Yul. Quickly, Namgung Yul darted to one side and forward to evade the hero's strike. Suddenly, Namgung Yul's fingers gouged into the ground, carving small furrows while her eyes stayed locked on her opponent. As Shuji pressed the attack, Namgung Yul spun on the ridge and flung a handful of dirt at the hero. Seeing the dust cloud, Shuji paused, hesitated slightly, and carefully assessed the situation. Namgung Yul slid back and stopped beside a sword planted in the ground, still staring ahead, thinking, HMPH, every move is full of killing intent, just dodging is exhausting. She gripped the sword beside her and thought, never mind making him kneel, he's reduced to such a pathetic state now. From the swirling dust ahead, a dark silhouette with two blazing red eyes advanced toward Namgung Yul and said coldly, the proud young miss of the Namgung family not only rolls on the ground, she even throws dirt and stones. The hero bared his teeth in a creepy grin and added, now that's more to my liking. Seeing Shuji like that made Namgung Yul flinch in alarm. But she quickly regained her composure, raising her sword glowing with blue light before her, face flushed as she thought, ah, now I understand why I've been so determined to catch him. Though an enemy, he isn't bound by convention and he sees me as myself. She lifted her sword high and continued, I only want to meet him, defeat him, and earn his recognition. With that thought gone, she swung her sword down with all her strength and shouted, Thuong Kung Vo and Gai Sword, Heaven's Rain of Fallen Flowers. Right after the strike, Namgung Yul stood there panting heavily. The dark figure before her was cleaved in two. Namgung Yul stammered, did I finally reach him? In an instant, the hero leapt in and gave her the answer, not yet. Namgung Yul's eyes went powerless as she watched the hero's hand reach toward her. Shuji grabbed Namgung Yul by the throat and slammed her head down into the ground. Namgung Yul spat out a mouthful of syrup and coughed, hack hack. However, the hero didn't finish her off. He said in a low voice, I won't kill you, your body still has other uses. Namgung Yul panicked, thinking, what, my body, did I misjudge him? Then she muttered, so he really is a scoundrel. A lecherous bastard. As she said that, her hands fell to the ground and she fainted.